In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary. Not guaranteed.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news. R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. That's because your Macy's store has back-to-school essentials at incredible prices, like complete looks from Epic Threads, Levi's, and Abercrombie Kids. Character outfits from Hello Kitty, Mickey, and Minnie Mouse. Plus, backpacks from JanSport and High Sierra. The best part? Get it all for 25 to 50% off. That's right, up to half off. But hurry in. These back-to-school deals start Friday at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back
to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Sunny for San Jose today, going up to 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
From Laughing Monk Brewing here in Sunnyvale, it's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, and the vibes are immaculate. Joint practices starting today in Santa Clara between the San Francisco 49ers and the Denver Broncos. Joe, football, it's officially back today. Hatred is going to be at the stadium because I can't stand Sean Payton. I can't stand Bo Nix. And no, they're not a rival. It's the Denver Broncos. I get all that. But I'm so damn excited to go out there today after our show's over and hear the pop of the pads. Joe, it's going to be so damn exciting. I'm so happy.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Back. I think a lot of Niner fans can't stand Sean Payton for all his years in New Orleans and everything that happened with, I know it was a long time ago, but Bounty Gate was real. And it was against the Niners that they got in trouble for cutting the head off the snake. And so, I don't know, man. I've always had some kind of pent-up frustration toward Sean Payton. I'm fired up for today. I'm fired up to see the Niners. I think there's so much I want to see on that field today. And today's kind of the first journey of a long trip to hopefully get to Levi's for the Super Bowl.
We're officially 4 weeks away from today, the start of the regular season in the NFL. The first game in the NFL will be 4 weeks from today, Joe. That tells you all you need to know. And yes, the Giants, they won yesterday. They got the series win against the Pirates. They desperately needed it. It's 2 in a row. Do it against the Nationals. They're not dead yet. But for me, for today, I am all in on the San Francisco 49ers, and I'm all in on the listeners, all the Niner fans. We want to hear from you today. Come on. Come stop by. 6 to 10. It's going to be Spadoni and Shasky, the Morning Roast, Laughing Monk Brewing here in Sunnyvale. And then after we're done, stick around because you got Steiny and E-Dog, Evan Giddings, right after that, 10 to 2. And Steiny, hey, he might be here all night. Who knows? Until they close. And maybe after hours. Knowing Matt Steinmetz, right?
You know why?
New vodka.
You know why today is important? It was funny. The boss turns to me. He's like, well, it's just a practice, and they play on Saturday. Kyle Shanahan's made it very clear, and he's not the only one. I think Belichick's talked about this. The preseason, the games that they're charging us full dollar for if you're a season ticket holder, they aren't as meaningful as they were 15 years ago. Once Sean McVay decided that they're not going to play anybody in these games, these exhibition games, these preseason games, joint practices, because they feel like they can get more out of them, are more important to people like Kyle Shanahan. He said it. Other people from his coaching tree have said it, and it feels like consensus around the league. Days like today, which are unfortunately not open to every single fan. The only people that are going to be able to see are the media, some of the fans that have bought tickets or have tickets to go today. That's why today is so important. And you're able to work on specific drills and go up against another opponent that isn't a 49er. You know, the Ricky Pearsall is probably sick of seeing Upton Stout, sick of seeing Diamond or Lenore, whoever it might be. Michael Williams, probably sick of going at Pooney and Barch and some of the offensive linemen. Well, now you have an opportunity to go up against another opponent, and I bet it's going to get nasty.
No, I hope it does. It's going to get nasty, and you're going to be having people separate. Did you see Mike Vrabel yesterday? He had to get into it during the Patriots practice. Mike Vrabel, according to reports, had a bloodied face because he tried to break up a fight happening on the field. Mike Vrabel's one of those guys. I don't foresee Kyle Shanahan or Sean Payton doing that, but there's certain coaches like Dan Campbell, he'd be down for that, right?
Well, Dan Campbell and Mike Vrabel, I think, would be the two last men standing if we were doing a Royal Rumble of NFL coaches.
Yeah, don't sleep on Pete Carroll. Guy's 73 years old. He's sticking around for a long time.
I'm sleeping on him.
The Air Monarchs. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. We are broadcasting live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance to get the dealer. And yeah, we're not coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. We're coming to you live from Laughing Monk itself here in Sunnyvale. Righteously Brewed, though, in San Francisco.
This place is incredible.
It's my first time here, Joe.
It's so
and we got
nice.
a pond in the back. We got pine trees. There's like 50 or 60, hundreds of thousands of seats in here, it feels like. All the TVs everywhere. It's going to be popping. Come down, say hi again. We're going to be here all day long. Morning roast and the midday show.
And all football season. I think that's pretty cool.
That's right.
So, we were always looking for a place to party before the games.
Yeah.
And Sam and the crew here at Laughing Monk are going to have it set up for every single game day. This is the place to come to before. Maybe you don't have tickets. You want to hang out during and get the vibe and get the feel of actually going into the stadium without actually going. Or you can come here afterwards and kind of soak up the excellence of a win or the sadness of a loss.
Exactly. And what better place to do it than right here at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. And by the way,
God, it's so nice
It's going to be beautiful today. It's going to be toasty. I put on my SPF, by the way. Don't worry. I know you were very concerned about me when you
should
said
wear
yesterday.
a hat.
I don't wear hats, Joe. I don't look good in them. I don't like them.
Well, I want you to know that
I put SPF all over my face, all over my neck. I'm okay. All right?
Okay.
Thanks, Dad. It made me feel bad yesterday.
Look, I'm just going to tell you right now that I have a full ensemble change that I will be jumping into. Because by the time we get out of here, the sun will be really starting to go up. And Joe is going to be draped in one of his big, giant pink golf hats.
Are you going to be like one of those lifeguards at the beach with the zinc oxide just on the schnoz?
No.
And you're going to be, that's not you.
I don't like when I put like sunscreen on and like if you have a slight beard, it kind of like the white gets everywhere and then you look pasty and pale and it's not a good look. But I will be wearing shorts, a Hawaiian shirt, and my golf hat.
Okay, thanks. So like you're golfing in Hawaii basically, but you're going to be at Levi Stadium.
I can't golf in a Hawaiian shirt. The sleeves are too restrictive.
That's a Sam Lubman look. And by the way, shout out Carter and Sam Lubman who are back at the studio. We appreciate you guys.
We don't have to shout them out.
No, we do. And shout out to great Tim Jordan here, our producer / engineer today, extraordinaire.
I am surprised Lubman's not here. He loves free food.
Well, he does. He brought me back free food last time, and I can bring it to him maybe this next time.
Well, he is working with the landman back there. So, Carter has so much money. I'm sure that the butler will bring them some breakfast this morning.
No one likes
it's already on the way,
other
actually.
People's money. Already a new money. Wow, look at that. And Matt Hegan, I'd shout him out, but he already left. Start of the show. Look at that.
Well, he's got to fire off some heaters.
So there you go.
There's a pack of Marlboros he's got to burn.
What are you most looking forward to at the start of joint practices today, Joe? There's a lot of question marks, and probably the biggest one, we talked about it most of the show yesterday, was Christian McCaffrey. The medical for that guy is what do you laugh at?
Well, no, you're asking what am I most okay. I'm not pretending like I'm some high-level player or coach. That's not practice is not just practice. I think there's this sentiment just in general about practice, whether at any level we're talking about. To me, these are preparations for the game. That's how I view it through a coach's eye, through a player's eye. And I think as I've gotten older, my perspective on practice has changed dramatically. The NFL, more than any other sport, you practice 6-7 times to the one game that you play. 5 times to the one game that you play once the regular season starts. And so practice is the most important in this sport because you cannot go and just shoot hoops like you can and work with your trainer individually. In the NFL, the only way to simulate actual football is putting pads on and going 11 on 11. It's really difficult to just have, individual cone drills or whatever, or you work with your quarterback. And you can work on the timing and you can work on all that. But the whole choreography of 11 on 11 requires unbelievable focus for the hour and a half or however long they're out on that field today, because it'll vary depending on how many periods they end up doing. You can only simulate real NFL football being on that field. And I love of the intensity of all the assistant coaches that are going to be on the field, all of the ball boys and guys that are kind of like, not necessarily that they're interning, but they're on the low level, right? And I'm thinking, who's that guy? He might be someone someday. That might be the next Mike or Kyle Shanahan.
Well, the Mike McDaniels of the world,
exactly.
Right? Like, that was the guy who was literally a ball boy for the Denver Broncos, had a relationship with Kyle Shanahan back when they were both young in Denver, when his dad, Mike, obviously was coaching there. Should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way, one Mike Shanahan, but he's not. But that, exactly, it starts there. You think of guys in the NBA, and Eric Spoelstra of the world, who was just cutting film, right? And then now he's one of the best coaches in the history of the league.
And so, like, for me, there's this whole, like, pomp and circumstance of you get onto the field, you look around, and just seeing people that are at the top of their craft doing it. And I'm not just talking about the coaches. Now I get to the players. Walking out and just seeing Bosa and standing 20 feet away from him, you realize, oh my God, this guy's been lifting weights since he was 4 years old. LJ, you got a long way to go.
Oh, you already got him there? Don't be Todd Marinovich's dad, please.
Well, we're working on planks.
Okay.
We're working on planks right now. A lot of plyometrics.
Can he walk without falling yet?
Oh, yeah. No, he's sprinting. Full sprinting.
Okay.
Yeah. We're working on hitting off the tee and then running.
I always love.
So you hit and then you run.
Thank you. I always love when you got the checkups, right? And like the doctors are looking at the legs and they're just like full of bruises when they're like 2 or 3. It's like, this is normal bruising. I was just like, anything else, it's like concern, right? But like, the kids are falling all over the place. I love that.
There's a family that is basically like family to me, and my dad's best friend, John Bologna. I swear to God, his boys have been lifting weights since they were in kindergarten. Richie and Johnny. And so when you see Bosa, you're like, oh my God. G.I. Joe figures don't have the abs that this guy has.
It's the defensive and offensive linemen. When you get up close with these guys, you truly marvel at them. It's like it's incredible. And then you see certain quarterbacks in the league, and the shapes and sizes of them can vary left to right. Hell, you're going to look at Brock Purdy, and that he might be an inch or two taller than you or I, Joe. He might be the same height. Who knows on the field with cleats, without cleats. And then you got a guy like a Josh Allen, who's just as big as some of these defensive linemen you're saying. But that's the great part about the NFL, man. Like, you have Drew Breeses of the world. You have Tom Brady's of the world. Or you can have a Cam Newton, Josh Allen, a Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, all these guys. And I can't wait to see some of these guys. Hey, hell, we're going to see a DPOY on the field today. Pat Surtain, I think,
he's a stud.
So slept on because he's a secondary player, but I'm very curious to see how he's going to look, how Brock is going to look against him. Is he going to try to bait Brock Purdy at times, right? So I'm very curious to see how that is going to shake out today. And 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The phone lines are open, people. 888-957-9570.
You know, you're going to have all of this with the backdrop of music being played, and so there's going to be all this new music that I'm going to be able to consume, and then I'm going to try to find it on my phone if I like the song.
Well, a lot of Lil Wayne, right? Still, that's Shanahan's boy, right? Lil Wayne.
Yeah, I don't know who's in control. I'm going to have to go over and see who's DJing. I'm not sure. And then you're also going to have all of what I call the luminaries, meaning the pillars of the organization from yesteryear. Is Willis going to be there? Is Gore going to be there? Keena Turner's usually walking around, and Guy McIntyre's walking around. I live for being able to just see the OG 49ers walking around. I think that's cool.
Well, a couple weeks ago, who did we see? We saw Frank Gore. We saw Patrick Willis. T.O., obviously his son being a part of the team. Like, I would love to see that. And then obviously, conversely, this is a storied franchise they're going up against. Is John Elway going to be down there?
That's actually a good point.
What's up with John Elway? He's at Stanford, obviously.
Well, and Mike Shanahan has old school ties with the Broncos, so I'm sure that he'll be somewhere in the Jerusalem Cruisers. He'll be wearing the Guru shoes. I'm talking about sandals. And, it's going to be really fun. And, look, Kyle grew up in Denver, so he's got some type ties. Ties. Yeah. And it's going to be awesome. And then all the fans being there, and this is going to be a great day.
No,
I'm fired up for this one. I actually have 5 Niners at some point that I will give you the list of who I want to see up close and personal. And there's a couple of Broncos I'm looking to see. Like, Bo Nix is a great example. How big is Bo Nix?
Right. And this is a guy that Sean Payton, and we alluded to the comments yesterday, that he thinks in the next 2 or 3 years could be a top 4 quarterback in the league.
That's strong.
Can you be one in your own conference in the AFC? Because within your own division, you're still the third best, probably. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes, you got Justin Herbert, you got Geno Smith, but Bo Nix obviously would be the third to round out that bunch. So 888-957-9570, Spadoni at Shasky. We're live down here at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. We'll be here from 6 to 10. Steiny and E-Dog from 10 to 2. Come down, say what's up.
Yeah, and then CMC, Bosa, Purdy, Kittle. I mean, they got some top dogs. Trent Williams. Fred Warner.
Oh, Kittle's, by the way, he's back. Smelling salts are okay, by the way, people. We're back. It was fake news.
Explain that whole story.
All right, so the memo came out from the league yesterday. We talked about it. George Kittle was upset. Baker Mayfield was upset. I didn't realize how big of a deal smelling salts were in the NFL until I heard how sad the players were talking about them potentially getting taken away. But there was a memo sent out from the league saying the league will leagues and teams will no longer provide smelling salts. But that doesn't mean the players themselves cannot provide them on game day. So they still can take them, but the teams, the doctors, whoever, the powers that be will not provide them. It'll have to be out of pocket, Joe. But they're not banned. It's okay. Smelling salts are back, baby.
I need
That's
somebody.
What Tim Jordan took this morning when he got here at 3 a.m.
There's so many key bump jokes that can be had on the sidelines. I'm imagining somebody hey man, you got a little something for me? Right. Just the Scarface memes.
You got something for me?
Exactly. They're just going to be glorious. And Carter is somewhere smiling behind the glass, thinking about what I just referenced.
No, Carter has his Zins. That's his choice these days. The little dip pouches. Yeah. Apparently you can't have those flavored anymore. I used to dip back like in college.
Okay, so the Zin things, my brother's in on them. Apparently, there are places out there where you can still find flavored ones.
Yeah,
you got to know a guy.
The people.
You got to know a guy.
It used to be where you can get, and again, this is 6:20 a.m., so the kids that are waking up for school, hello, how you doing? Don't drink, don't do tobacco products. That's being
hello,
said.
goodbye.
Thank you. It used to be where you were 18 and you could go out there and get some scratchers and get a pack of cigarettes and stuff. And now it's 21. I always keep forgetting that. So there you go.
Joe, I had the fake ID with the braces. I could get whatever I wanted whenever I needed.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You were Jaquan?
TJ's laughing, but he knows it's true. He knows it's true. Yes, sir, I'm 22.
Oh, my God. By the way.
With my braces.
By the way, I did mention it yesterday. The Giants did get a big win, Joe. So we are all Niners today, obviously, because we're going to be going to joint practices. But I do want to mention
Tom Smith.
Show Mojo? Are you kidding me?
I know.
Sucks for Gerard Encarnacion. Hurt the hamstring. Probably sounds like he's going to be out for the year when it comes to that.
Bo Mel goes in the post game. Yeah, it's not good. You think? It looked like the hammy exploded.
So Giants are back. Valkyries played last night at Ball Hall at Chase Center. Tough loss there to Las Vegas Aces. Big Boss Man was at the game. He was talking about the vibes there.
Oh, really? He went to the game?
It was his first time there at Ball Hall, and he was talking about it. And you've been there. I've been there. The vibe is just, it's different when you go out there. And even in a loss, the fact that this expansion team is battling for a playoff spot, and today is the WNBA trade deadline, and that the Valkyries as an expansion team could be buyers at the deadline. Joe Lacob, go get Caitlin Clark. That's who you need to go get, right? I'm kidding, obviously, but a lot of good vibes right now, and it starts today as well with the San Francisco 49ers taking on the Denver Broncos, starting the joint practice. They got the preseason game Saturday. You are not going to be there, but what you mentioned, Joe, earlier is a great point. These joint practices are more important than those preseason games.
They are?
They are. You get a sense for, who's out there, what are you going up against, different schemes you're going to see, different quarterbacks, different running backs, edge players, etc. But also the players that could potentially be cut. When they're trying to make those final cuts after the preseason, maybe you saw some of these players in joint practice with the Denver Broncos or with the Raiders next week. It's like, you know what? I liked what I saw with that guy. Let's pick him up. You're auditioning still if you're a fringe player right now, right? If you're some of these guys that are just teetering on staying in the league or not, being an undrafted guy.
Well, you're going to get a lot of ones versus ones today, which is something that you're not going to get in any of the preseason games.
No.
I mean, if I had to get, again, I am recklessly speculating, but I'm going off prior history. If I had to guess, I would doubt Trent, Kittle, Warner, Bosa, CMC, and Purdy dress for 2 of the 3 games.
I would be surprised, right? Unless those guys went to the coach and say, I want to play. But even then, you got to protect the player from themselves, right? So
I agree.
I don't think I want to see Trent Williams out there, Nick Bosa out there, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Brock Purdy. I don't need to see out there. I'm actually curious to see Mac Jones more than him, obviously, as the backup, who's getting a lot of buzz here in training camp thus far. Backup for the San Francisco 49ers, former Alabama product, McCorkle Jones. But I am interested, and it sounds crazy considering how much we talked about him yesterday, Joe, in the medical, and the question marks surrounding him. I wouldn't mind seeing Christian McCaffrey for a series, potentially. Just to get him out there.
Talking about preseason game?
Preseason game. If he goes out there for a series, just get tackled once, brought to the ground, gets back up, it's fine, it's okay, and then run back out there just to calm the waters. Does that sound a little crazy?
No, I mean, look, they're going to do what CMC probably wants to do in this situation for gearing up for the season. I know they've talked about, hey, they got to put restrictor plates on him. I get where you're coming from. If I know Kyle, I think he's not going to do much. Now, remember a couple of years ago, I think it was last year, they went third preseason game, one drive with Brock.
Yes.
And then yanked him.
Yes.
So I think that was all we saw, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I have major doubts that we even see CMC in the preseason.
I do miss
That's why I think today's huge.
No, absolutely. And I do miss seeing some of the starters and guys like Tom Brady. See, this is why I love about the old guard. And you're right, Sean McVay kind of started this whole thing and this whole trend. And obviously Sean McVay's tight with all the coaches in the league, Kyle Shanahan being one of them. But not playing any of your starters at all in the preseason, I do kind of harken back to the glory years of the Tom Brady saying, nah, screw you. I'm going to go out there. I need to play with all my ones.
Yeah.
You guys are all going to be out there with me. We need to be on the same page and have some live reps heading into the season. I wish we had more of that. It just is what it is. We're up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Come on
what
back.
a great day.
888-957-9570. It's Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. We are live down at Laughing Monk Brewing here in Sunnyvale. Stop by, say hello. After we're done, it's going to be Steiny and E-Dog Evan Giddings from 10 to 2. It's going to be a party here today. Come out, say what's up. We would greatly appreciate it. And by the way, we have a stacked guest list today on the Morning Roast. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, Baldy's Breakdowns. You know him, you love him. Can't wait for that. David B. Fleming, voice of the Giants, R95.7 The Game Giants Insider, 8:30. And then the king himself stopping by in person with the chariot, with the trumpets, with the olive wreath, whatever those things are called in his head. Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock, and he'll be down hanging out here as well. So come by, say what's up to Bonte. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And that's what's coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back of the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Live concerts, full bar, tasty food, family fun, and stunning wildlife. It's back! San Francisco Zoo's Sunset Fridays, a concert series to benefit our wildlife conservation work. Free for zoo members and kids 11 and under. Just $14 for everyone else. This Friday, August 8th, The Dunes. Get your tickets now at sfzoo.org/thegame.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through August 12th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Use your grill to its fullest before summer ends. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
Inbounds pass Chelsea Gray, getting it into Jackie Young, and that will do it. Your final score, Aces 78, Valkyries 72. Valkyries drop to one game under 500 at 14-15. Aces up to 16-14, and they take the tiebreaker, winning the last 3 against Golden State.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We're coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing here in Sunnyvale. Spadoni and Shasky. What's up, Big Pun?
He sent us a message yesterday. I love Big Pun.
He's always hitting us up on social.
I'm sure he's jamming to this song. This is Takata.
And he was jamming to that game last night, up until the end when the Las Vegas Aces pulled away 78-72 the final. Kevin Dana on the call right there on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Valkyrie basketball. Ball Hollow was still rocking regardless, though. And we got about a month left of the WNBA season, and it is the trade deadline today for the WNBA. 3 o'clock Eastern is said deadline. And we are 4 weeks away, Joe, from the start of the NFL regular season. Game 1, when you start seeing Mike Tirico, when you start seeing Chris Collinsworth. Now, here's a guy, all of them, that's when you know it's back for real. When you see your guy Mike Florio there at halftime talking about it all, I can't wait. And really the season does, like the transition from baseball to football kind of starts today. It does. You got joint practices. You got preseason game 1, 2 days at Levi Stadium against the Broncos. The pads are going to be popping. We can't wait to talk about it. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, courtesy of River Islands. Bonte is going to be joining us here at Laughing Monk Brewing around 9 o'clock. He's going to be here, I think, coming around in the 8 o'clock hour as well. So come by, say what's up, grab some grub. Want to grab a brewski this early? You know what? I don't judge, Joe. Grab a brewski if you want to this
What's
early.
the earliest you've ever had a beer?
Oh, boy. Probably during, like, my bachelor party. I was like 7 or 8 in the morning. But beer's different than, like, you know, like a morning cocktail or something like that, right? Like, beer's next level. If I'm having, like, a Coors Light that early. But you know what? When you golf and you get up early, sometimes you just crack one open, right, on the course? No? Is that unhinged behavior?
No. I mean, there's many a nights I didn't go to sleep and I just kept drinking. So that's a whole different algorithm. You were referencing the King, Bonte Hill.
Yeah, the King.
I do want to just.
He drinks wine, by the way, out of a goblet. He doesn't drink. He doesn't drink beer. Yeah, he stomps the grape. He has the grape stomped in front of him.
You know, he's the king, but the real king in this market for many, many years. Like there's a couple, right? And I think about people that just formulated who I am and how I view and hear and listen to radio and stuff. Howard Stern was one of those guys. Howard Stern yesterday found out that his show's getting canceled. It's getting taken off of Sirius Radio. There's so many things that came to mind. I grew up in this market, and in the morning, I would listen to Howard Stern. I would also listen to the Murph and Mac and all the other things that were in this area, Lamont and Tonelli, who are legends, obviously. But Howard Stern hooked me in radio. I mean, I was must-listen, appointment listen on Live 105 way back in the day, every single day. And I think about Radnich, obviously, and his entire impact on me, and Tolbert and Barbieri and all the different people that have helped formulate why I love this medium so much. And now it's a multi-medium. I mean, it's broadcasting across YouTube, Twitch. We're on Instagram. We're streaming on X. You can listen to Odyssey app. You can listen to us the traditional way on radio. And I think about somebody who mastered multimedia at a certain time. And I know the young people are going to view him a certain way today.
Yeah. He doesn't really resonate probably with my end of the generation, probably 32, 30, or younger.
Yeah, I don't expect it.
Yeah, not as much. But, that he was kind of counterculture. He pushed it to the limit.
I mean, he wasn't just counterculture. He was his own culture.
Well, that's exactly
He was bigger than life. And to understand what he was, either you lived through it or you didn't. I hate to be that, but it's like he's been out of sight, out of mind since being on Sirius. In this day of paywalls, when he went on, was such a crazy concept to go to Sirius. I remember the day it went down, and I think about the way everything is consumed nowadays. It made a lot of sense for him to do what he did and make that jump, but I think that it lost the generation of people because it was behind a paywall who were never going to pay. And I just think of forget that aspect. I just think about his impact in this market. Like I said, being on Live 105 for so many years, and what he did for me in terms of loving radio and feeling like you were inside these conversations with him and Artie and the entire crew. It's I don't know, man. It's kind of like a bittersweet day. And yesterday, you guys were all making me feel super old anyway. And now I'm reminded how old I truly am. And Howard Stern, I know people want to, he's super conservative. He wears a mask everywhere. Yeah, all that's true. He's lost his edge. There's no doubt about it. The game is not for the old. No. The game is for the young. It's like boxing, all right? At some point, your boy over here is going to get knocked out, all right? I am hoping to hang on as long as I possibly can.
You want to be 100. You always say that.
Well, yeah, and I want to be punch drunk on air in my 80s, and you have to rip the microphone away from me. That being said, let us not forget, this man had an incredible career and is one of, like I say, the founding fathers of where we are today with YouTube. And there's no Barstool without a Howard Stern. There's no Joe Rogan without a Howard Stern. There's nobody. Pick who you want in terms of video and audio and everything. He is one of the pioneers in the industry. And so I did think it was appropriate to take a little bit of time out today to address him because he had major influence on me.
No, and it's well said. And I'll say this at 888-957-9570. You can weigh in as well. When I just go to Radio 101 or Interviewing 101, he was one of the best at just asking uncomfortable questions and just straight up.
It's him and Larry King.
It's just asking the question that people want to hear.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter. I still see clips from even recent interviews that he's had, and he's still obviously Howard Stern, so he's going to get the best of the best, whether it's a Paul McCartney, a Dave Grohl, hell, all the comics out there, the Adam Sandlers, the Norm Macdonalds, every single person. It doesn't matter. Porn stars, right? He asks the uncomfortable questions, and yeah, people might have a problem with how dare you ask that? But at the end of the day, he gets the responses we were all looking for. And there's something to be said about that. The art of an interview and him being one of the best in the business to do it, it's not easy. It's not easy to have these people, and he's sitting on a couch. He kind of brought that whole laid-back atmosphere that we see now today, where everyone is kind of it's a simulcast, as we're simulcasting right now, right? But it was almost like a podcast feel today, but this was live back then. No doubt. And you had to push it to the edge. Prior to Sirius, as you were saying, you couldn't cuss. You had to toe the line of the FCC, right?
I thought he was going to get,
canceled, right?
Canceled. I thought he was just going to get ripped off of air, because he was going up against corporations.
Canceling wasn't a thing really back then.
But the show could get canceled,
exactly.
by the corporations. And there was always this, like, what's he going to do next element to that show that I truly, me and the boss talk about this all the time. Like, I want you to feel like, what are you going to do next? And where are we going to go? And how explosive is it going to be? And I think Howard Stern brought all of that to the table. And then I think about his crossover on the E! channel. They did this half-hour show on Saturday nights. I want to say it was at 11:30. Me and my little brother would watch it all the time. I wanted to see the porn stars on the Sybian. I wanted to see, I know. Let me give you one moment in time. I remember wanting to hear what his thoughts were on the city of New York after 9/11. That was a moment in time for people my age. I was working in a warehouse at the time, and I would listen to the radio, and it was like me and the radio by myself in this empty warehouse at CalSteam. And I remember wanting to hear all of his thoughts on everything that was going on inside of New York. And that was just a moment in time that really stands still for me. I know it's 25 years ago. I know he's old and I get all of that.
He was broadcasting live when that was taking place, was he not? That's, again, I could not imagine doing something like that, and I hope I never have to do something like that, but just reacting in real time to the greatest tragedy in maybe the history of our nation, wow.
So, I just think of, today, we can laugh and poke fun and talk about what he's turned into, and all those things are true, Father Time is undefeated. Right. But that being said, this man he's not even a first ballot Hall of Fame. He is a founding father of where we are today on YouTube, Spotify, Odyssey. Pick any app you want and any personality that you follow. They somehow, some way have ripped something off of what Howard Stern had created.
I knew Howard Stern was kind of, becoming part of the man, right, instead of counterculture when he started becoming a judge on America's Got Talent. I was like, Howard, I love you, but you can't be on America's Got Talent and me.
He had a movie, dog.
I know, Private Parts.
He had a movie.
He did.
He had a movie, and my favorite line in the movie, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, the average Howard Stern listener listens for 20 minutes. The most typical response, I want to hear what he's going to say next. The most average Howard Stern hater listens for 48 minutes. Average response, I want to hear what he's going to do next. That is exactly where we are in society.
Think of your favorite sports talk radio host, and it's the day after either a huge win or loss in football, and it's the Monday after, but that was Howard Stern every single day.
Every day.
He just gets to react to whatever.
And he had the biggest stars. He had the craziest characters. I mean, just all the memes, I don't know, just hanging around. Beetlejuice is a phenomenon on TikTok as this meme. And does anyone know where that started? Howard Stern.
Howard Stern.
And I got the boss over here. I feel like me, TJ, and the boss, I feel like the old guys explaining to the young guys over the campfire, this is how it was back in my day.
Yeah, see all your guys' AARP cards out, right? You guys pull all those out. There you go. In the meantime, it is time for the Golden State Valkyries' strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. And I mentioned it yesterday. Unfortunately, there is the plot of the Valkyries. It's great. They were not able to pull the win out against the Aces last night, falling 78-72 despite the efforts of Carly Leet, who scored 11 off the bench, including this floater in the fourth quarter.
Hey, skipping right side for Late. She's got Nye on her. Sets her up with a crossover. The blow by off the glass. Oh, Trevion, call it late. Timeout, Becky Hammond.
Call it late right there. Kevin Dana on the call with he's got the little French in there too. Kevin Dana, he really is Mr. Worldwide. Move on.
I love Kevin Dana.
He can speak Italian. He can speak Spanish. He can speak French, obviously.
Kevin should come down. He's a South Bay guy.
He should, and that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right, we're up against it. We're going to come on back. We're going to be breaking down the joint practice starting today between the Denver Broncos and San Francisco 49ers. We're going to be out there. And what do you guys want us to see today? Who do you want to look at today? Shatsky's got his 5 players that he is looking at today. He's circled them. He's underlined them. And we're also going to talk about that with Brian Baldinger at 7:30 as well, courtesy of River Islands. It's all coming up next. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary lake and ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you are a loved one or in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Morning roast. This is the morning roast with Joe Saboni and Joe Shasky. We'll be right back after the break.
Spadoshi, doesn't matter. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky here, down at Laughing Monk Brewing, coming to you live, 6 to 10 today, and right after we're done, 10 to 2, it's Steiny and Goo. Come down, Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunnyvale. We're having a good time. We got joint practices starting today for the 49ers, taking on the Denver Broncos in preseason game 1 Saturday, but today's going to be the real action because we're going to see the big boys. Are we going to see Nick Bosa, who's been practicing on the sidelines the last couple days? What's going on there with Nick Bosa?
I have no idea.
Hopefully he's out there today and we can see him against the beef of the Broncos. Christian McCaffrey, how is he going to look? By all accounts, he says he feels healthy, 100%. Kyle Shanahan says he feels 100%. Is he 100%? And what would that mean for this team heading into this season? After a season in which you barely even got any Christian McCaffrey, who was the reigning offensive player of the year prior to that, what would that mean for the offense in total? And the quarterback, Brock Purdy, how is he going to look today going up against the DPOI, Pat Surtain of the Denver Broncos? So there's a lot to get to. We got your top 5 Niners that you're circling for today. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. And you can also text in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at that same number, 888-957-9570. Brian Baldinger joining us in about 40 minutes or so, 7:30, Baldy's breakdowns, and discuss kind of the question marks Baldy has, because we played that sound yesterday, Joe. Literally, when the season ended, I think it was like the day or two after the Super Bowl happened, and his biggest question mark was Christian McCaffrey going forward. What's his health like? How can it not be? Right? So I'm very curious to see where he's at on this 49ers team, and if he thinks they're getting slept on. Because I'm seeing a lot, Joe, about the Niners in general being picked last in the division. Was that Colin Cowherd didn't really say that, did he? The Niners are going to finish last in the NFC West?
Well, the hipster pick is always.
Oh, my God.
No, just hear me out, though, on this. I'm not defending it. There's this hipster pick every year. Oh, the Cardinals are going to be better than everyone thinks. And my setting on the Cardinals is they will find a way to split a game with the Niners. They always will. But they're going to be perpetually 7-10. 8-9.
They're the Jeff Fisher
9-8. Yes. Until I am presented with something other than that, the evidence suggests to me they will underwhelm every single time.
I think they've somehow, it's crazy in a calendar year, right? As we're 4 weeks away from the start of the NFL regular season, what a difference a year makes. This team a year ago today, we're talking about getting back to a Super Bowl. There were Super Bowl expectations. And a year later, they're finishing last in the division.
Well, I think that's strong.
Well, no, but people feel that way. Now,
they did finish last on. Look, they were 1-5 in division last year.
They were,
and they were 6-11 overall.
And everything that can and could have gone wrong went wrong last year. It felt like for the team. I don't think that's in the cards this year. Now, again, things happen. Your quarterback goes down. All hell breaks loose. You never know, right? That's why you don't really draft a fantasy until a day or two before the season actually starts. But I'm looking at this team right now, all of a sudden going from overrated within a year to underrated, and I think that's where I'm at with the Niners. And you know what? It's a nice change of pace if I'm a fan of the Niners right now. Going from the hunter to the hunted, right? I kind of like it getting slept on a little bit this season. I think the Niners are going to shock and surprise some people. I really do.
I think they do their best work.
Yes.
It feels like when they're the underdog.
Yes.
And, I think Shanahan clearly looks really relaxed and he looks really refreshed. And having that extra time off, having your season end early and having that time to kind of reflect and just kind of recalibrate. Who can't relate to that? Who can't relate to having some time off and being able to enjoy yourself and then come back with a little more fire? There's something to be said about playing deep into the playoffs year after year after year. It takes its toll on you physically, but more so mentally.
Well, especially if you don't get it done at the end of the day, too. Like, you can get to the mountaintop not once, but twice, get all the way up to Everest, but then you slide back down. You couldn't quite plant the flag there. And how demoralizing is that for an organization, for a team, right?
How many individual players have we talked to over the last 2 years that said losing the Super Bowl is the worst loss you'll ever have?
Ever.
I mean, like, the depression it sends these guys into is a spiral.
Well, you can ask even the guys that have won Super Bowls but have also lost them too, that they feel those losses down the road way more than they feel the joy of those wins. They just
always.
And that's what separates the best of the best, right? They hate losing more than they love winning. And that's where I think hey, look at this team right now in San Francisco, and we're going to be seeing them in Santa Clara later on today with joint practices. Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Trent Williams. A lot of those guys have Hall of Fame talent and potential. Some of them are probably already going to be in the Hall of Fame if their careers ended today. I'm looking at Trent Williams there in particular. I'm looking at those guys to show out today and show why I still have so much confidence in this team going forward, because I just mentioned a bunch of premier positions and the best in the business at those positions still. George Kittle, still the best tight end in football. Fred Warner, best linebacker in football. Nick Bosa, I think he's top 5. He's in the conversation for best edge defender in football. Trent Williams, say what you will about his year last year. At worst, he's still a top 5 left tackle. I still think he's top 3, right? Brock Purdy, top 10 quarterback in my book. And Christian McCaffrey, if he truly is healthy, he could be the number 1 running back in football. I don't think that'd be that crazy. It's him and Saquon when it comes to talent alone. By the way, I did see some chirping yesterday. Some rumors, if you will, that the Dallas Cowboys are apparently looking for premier talent at the running back position and will trade heaven and earth potentially to get a running back.
I mean, here you go. You want to trade Isaac Guerrero straight up for Micah Parsons?
Yeah, I'm sure that'll do. Or CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, why not, right? Just put it out
I don't want CeeDee Lamb. I want Micah.
Well, of course, everyone wants Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I know, for Isaac Guerrero.
No, I want Terry McLaurin. Can I do that?
I'd rather have the pass rusher.
Well, of course. Well, everyone would, right? But I don't think about that whole thing, by the way. This is just Jerry Jones, by the way. We're doing it's such, training camp talk as Jerry Jones wants to dominate the training camp because he knows in the regular season his team's not going to do diddly poo. So he wants to dominate the headlines now and try to save face before when the team actually implodes and falls on their face, because they're in a stacked division too.
So getting back to the Niners, underrated, overrated. Why are they underrated?
Why? Because they lost some players that they're going to see today at practice, and we haven't even mentioned them. We've almost gone 55 minutes without mentioning some of the players I'm interested in seeing, and I don't even know if we're going to see them. One of them in particular is Dre Greenlaw, who was a massive player for this team. One could say he kind of was the heart and soul of that defense the last couple of years. Like you could make the argument now. You have Fred Warner, you have Nick Bosa, but the guy that set the tone with his physicality and edge. Hell, you and Bonte talked about it all the time, Joe. And Bonte's going to be joining us later in the show here at Lackawanna Brewing in Sunnyvale too. Come say what's up. You said that guy set the tone in practice. The biceps, the guns, the physical nature of which he plays. He kind of had to, ease off a little bit so he didn't decapitate some of his teammates. You don't have that guy anymore. Hell, you saw it when he just came back for a half of football last year against the Rams. The defense just felt and looked different. Yeah. And then he didn't come back because he had some soreness in the Achilles. He didn't want to push it. And ultimately, the medical was too much of a question mark to really splurge on him this offseason and bring him back. And we'll see what happens with the Broncos. That could potentially be a loss for this team. If he balls out for Denver, and you know what, you struggle. If D. Winters doesn't, step in and take over that role, and Fred Warner's looking around like, can I get any help? You might be looking at it as like, man, did we whiff on not bringing back Dre Greenlaw? Another guy, Talanoa Hufanga, who's now with the Denver Broncos.
Hufanga's been injured basically since the Super Bowl year. Halfway through, he's been injured nonstop.
Sure, but if he is healthy this year, that's another secondary piece as we're looking at a secondary that you have a lot of question marks on.
Yeah, right? But you had to make tough decisions. I think the Dre Greenlaw absence is a big one nationally. Right, you're asking why are they underrated?
Correct. That's the one for sure. I think. People are looking
because people saw what happened in the Super Bowl. Yep. The second he went out, defense was totally different. Yep. And last year on a primetime game, he was good for the first half, got hurt, and what happened again in the second half?
Lost.
Totally different. Yep. I know Hufanga playing at USC. There's something to be said there.
He was an All-Pro at one point. I don't want to scoff at that because he was an All-Pro player.
But he's been hurt so much. Anyway, that being said, and then also the absence of Debo. And I think Debo is a larger-than-life presence. Fantasy plays into that. The name plays into that. He is a very talkative, headline type of a guy. He would have a beef with Aaron Donald. He'd have a beef with this guy, a beef with that guy.
It's funny you say that. Because he's not really talkative, though. Like, he'll say things, but the way he speaks in interviews is the shortest sentences I've ever heard from, like, a star player.
Debo's the greatest nickname for that particular individual ever.
Right.
Because he's straight and to the point, and he wants to punch you in the mouth.
There you go. He wanted to do that to Mike Garafolo at the NFL Network a couple days ago, by the way.
He's all over the place. But you got to think, like, that is a larger-than-life personality. I mean, it is. And he was a guy... I know today he may not feel beloved by 100% of the fan base. I I think 5-10 years from now, we're going to look back at Debo, and I think a lot of people are going to be like, God dang, I love Debo. Like, I loved everything he represented, the style of play, the swagger, the swashbuckling, just demeanor when he would come out with the boombox with him and Trent Williams, what he represented for that little run of 49er football. I know today it's difficult to be able to kind of like understand what Debo means to Niner fans. I do believe, for me, he is a legend, and he will always be one. I know it didn't end well. I know he left a bitter taste in many people's mouths. He was a hell of a Niner.
No, he absolutely
I love
was.
Debo.
And I do think that is part of why people are underrating him. I think it's a great point. This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
And I think the biggest element why the Niners are being underrated headed into this year, they had a bad year last year. Mm-hmm. But I think it's the quarterback. I think this quarterback is going to be doubted, whether he signs $500 million contracts, whether he throws for 6,000 yards in a season, which no one's done, whether he throws for 60 touchdowns in a season. He will be doubted until he wins a Super Bowl. And even if he does, fair or not, you know what people are going to say? Do it again.
Well, that's what they're saying with Jalen Hurts. It's literally the same thing.
You're taking the words out of my mouth. And so, look, Joe Montana was doubted forever. Brock's not Joe, but Joe was doubted forever. And then it took years until after he won the 2 Super Bowls in a row for him to really get his just due legendary status amongst others in the league. There were so many people, he's kind of soft. He benefits from having that coach. And, well, win one without Bill. Oh, and then he did. And then he had one of his finest seasons. All right, we'll do it again. You know what I mean? And, like, it's just the bar always gets moved on a lot of these guys. And I just think Brock is going to always be a dude who's going to get hated on by so many people because he doesn't fit the stereotype of what people look for in a quarterback, and because he wasn't a first-round pick. I mean, all these things are absurd saying them out loud. They really are. They're absurd saying them out loud. But it's because he doesn't fit the template for what everyone in America views as one of those golden child quarterbacks.
How would you rate the 49ers heading into this 2025 season? 888-957-9570. Are they overly rated? Are they properly rated? Or do you believe they're underrated like I do?
I also think Kyle Shanahan's a lightning rod for criticism.
Yeah.
It's so funny to me how Kyle Shanahan is viewed. I think.
But why is that? Because he has been to 2 Super Bowls with 2 different quarterbacks.
But to many people he's a loser.
Yeah, but that's.
No, it's the stupidest. It's
that's
so
stupid
dumb.
Conversation. Because anyone outside of maybe a handful of teams would take Kyle Shanahan as their head coach in a heartbeat.
Joe.
Heartbeat.
26, 27 places are like, he's an idiot, can't win the big one. I'd love to have him over our coach. It's the most contradictory thing I've ever. It is stupid, but is that not the rhetoric people have?
I do think it's what Andy Reid suffered from in Philadelphia.
There's a Shakespearean quality to people love to see you come really, really close and not get it.
Not win the big one, right?
Almost to be tortured by it.
Right.
Dusty Baker was viewed this way in baseball for the longest time.
Well, we as a society, like, misery loves company, right? So 100%. If I'm miserable, I want to see other people miserable. When it comes to same with fans, right, in general. Like, I'm sure a lot of Niners fans didn't want to see Philadelphia Eagle fans happy last year, so they were for the Chiefs. That's what happens. That's what we do. But to say that I'm rooting against the Niners, I don't think they're going to want to see Kyle Shanahan fail. I think that's just a loser mentality in general.
But don't you think that he comes off very abrasive? And I think people think that he thinks that he's smarter than he is. He is a very, very bright guy.
Yeah, but Sean,
I think he comes off a certain way.
But what's the difference between when
McVay smiles?
Is that really just the difference?
Yeah.
People just look at Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan.
Look at Big Papi and look at Bonds.
I mean, Barry did say some, he was not ingratiating himself to the fan base or to
I'm not saying
the
that
media.
He did. But I think there's something to be said for smiling. Look, Brandon Staley was a joke of a head coach. The media gobbled him up
until they didn't, because we have sound bites of him freaking out in the presser too towards the end.
People are like, he's so brilliant. You know why? Because he placated to them. And I do believe that there's an element, and not locally, I'm talking about nationally. Sure. I think there's this element of other markets thinking like, this guy. And also, don't sleep on, well, his daddy.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think that's fair.
That is not fair.
And I think that people view it through nepotism's lens, and I don't think that is accurate. And I think that there's a jealousy that's kind of, It's baked into how people view Kyle Shanahan, and I think it sucks.
I think I'm actually, I think I look at this Niners team, and the reason why I still have so much faith in them is because of the coach.
I do too.
Because, I'm looking at the Rams situation in the NFC West alone right now. That's where we stick, right? You can go to the conference, you can say the Eagles, right? You can say, oh, it's always the Eagles, Chiefs. I'm not even worrying about that. You worry about your division first and foremost, right? The Rams, everyone's falling in love with, and I get it. How it ended in the playoffs last year, they were right there. They could have easily beaten the Eagles, and maybe we are talking about the Rams winning 2 titles, and it's different. But they didn't. And they re-signed Matt Stafford, one of the older quarterbacks in the league, and he's got a disc problem in his back. And that just doesn't go away.
Can I ask you that?
It doesn't go away. So I'm looking at the Rams saying they may be starting Jimmy Garoppolo to start the season.
They're in trouble.
And then I'm saying, okay, Sean McVay, if you can win with Jimmy, great. But I haven't seen you win with anyone other than Jared Goff, who's pretty good in his own right, and Matt Stafford.
Can I throw the Stafford thing at you just for 1 second? I just want to pause.
Please.
Just pause for 1 second. I've thought about this, and maybe I'm insane and I'm reading the room wrong. So you tell me how you feel. When McVay traded Goff away, brought in Stafford, and they ended up winning it all, nobody questions whether that was the right move or not for McVay. And nobody says, well, Stafford salvaged McVay's career. Right?
Well, because Sean McVay had already gone to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff.
Agreed.
Yes.
But I've long contemplated, I wonder how, if the tables were turned, forget Brady, had McVay not gotten Stafford and Kyle got Stafford and they won it all, would there be but he got Stafford?
That's a great counter.
I don't know the answer. I'm asking out loud. There's no knock on McVay whatsoever. It's, hey, you won the Super Bowl. And we do these weird gymnastics nationally, and I just wonder, would there be a segment of morons who are talking heads out there going, well, Shanahan didn't do it with Jimmy G or Brock Purdy. He did it with Stafford. He had to go get Stafford, and so,
Well, we always like to pick.
It's dumb.
We always like to pick and choose, right, when we come to the coach. Is it the coach or is it the quarterback, right? Well, it's a combination of both, right? And I will say this. The argument in favor of the player I usually lean towards, where it's more so the player because they're the ones playing on the field and conducting the orchestra.
But they got to have the right team and coach.
It's Joe Montana and Bill Walsh, right?
Yeah.
It takes 2 to tango. Say what you will about Bill Belichick being the defensive guy. It was him and Tom Brady making sweet music together. They understood what
the greatest combos ever. Any sport.
Right? But a lot of people are jaded now because of Tom Brady immediately leaving New England. And what does he do his first year in Tampa?
He wins with Bruce Arians.
He wins with Bruce Arians, who in his own right is pretty damn good head coach.
Yeah.
But a lot of people said, you know what? It was all Brady all along. No. Early parts of those Super Bowl runs with the Patriots, it was all defense. Tom had to reinvent himself to turn the Patriots into an offensive, explosive team.
Do you buy my theory that I think that there would be a segment of people hating on Shanahan no matter what?
Because people hate no matter what.
But
that's why. Yes. So I feel you when you say
it's almost like I feel like Shanahan's in such a no-win situation. And I remember with Andy Reid for the longest time, we just hated on this guy forever. And you could clearly see he was so talented. And whatever. It's just it's funny to me how Shanahan is in this zone right now where he almost can't win.
Well, that's just in society,
in terms of the public eye.
The public is going to be.
He's the only offensive coordinator in the history of football who gets blamed for a Super Bowl loss,
which is ridiculous.
Darrell Bevell doesn't get blamed for throwing the ball on the one. Pete Carroll does. Okay. Not Darrell Bevell, who was the offensive coordinator, I believe, at the time.
You'll see him next week, by the way.
The fact that Kyle Shanahan gets criticism for being the OC when Dan Quinn, the head of the defense, the head of the coach, it's just, I've never seen a situation like that.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk itself, Laughing Monk Brewing down here in Sunnyvale. 95.7 The Game is going to be here up till 2 o'clock. So we're going to head out of here at 10. But come down, say what's up, because Steiny and E-Dog, Evan Giddings from 10 to 2. But Shasky and I, as soon as this place is over, our show's over, we're heading over to Levi's, and we're going to see joint practices.
So why are they underrated? I think people around the country really think Kyle knows what he's doing, but they love to just poke holes in them, and they love to set these crazy expectations so that when they don't get met, they can crush Shanahan. And I find the whole exercise tends to be just this bizarre tapestry of haterade toward Kyle.
How many coaches in just the NFC are you taking over Kyle Shanahan?
Even though Sirianni won it all, I'm still taking Shanahan.
Sirianni?
That's me.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah. I do think he, again, as we talk about,
Sirianni's better than I gave him credit for.
He's underrated.
I will fully admit it.
Yeah.
But he's also very coordinator reliant. We'll see what he looks like without Kellen Moore. I'm looking at McVay, who I'm going to give the nod to. I'm just thinking around who's out there.
Like, are you taking Dan Campbell over him? Probably not.
No, I want to see what Dan Campbell looks like with new coordinators.
No Aaron Glenn is defensive coordinator.
No
now the
Ben
head coach in New York. No Ben Johnson is now the head coach in
I
Chicago.
really like Dan Campbell. It's hard to not like him.
Kevin O'Connell, right?
I really like Kevin O'Connell, but he's lost some horrific playoff games.
Yes,
he falls below Shanahan for me.
Yeah, and in fairness to Kevin O'Connell,
Shanahan has won so many playoff games.
He's literally, whenever he gets to the playoffs, he's at worst getting to the conference title game. Seriously, Joe. When you get to the playoffs with Shanahan,
I think he's 6-2 in the playoffs.
It's literally, you're not losing the first round or second round. You're getting to the conference title. So that's why I'm still so bullish on this 49ers team, because of the head coach and quarterback combination. And I asked the question, 888-957-9570. You can hit us up or call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Are the 49ers heading into 2025 overrated, properly rated, or underrated for you? 888-957-9570. I'm going underrated. What are you saying, Joe? You think they're underrated, or you think they're properly rated right now? Saying people thinking they're going to be like a 500 kind of a mediocre team.
My heart tells me that they're underrated, but I also understand that I think that right now they might be just properly rated until we see the returns on their draft picks. And then I think we can recalibrate as the season goes on. Look, right now, this is what I say. Like, you are who you are. You are 1-5 in division. You're a team that drafted 11th overall. You're a team that had a running back who didn't play but 3 games last year, who you're really relying on to be the focal point of your offense. You're a team that said goodbye to a star player. He didn't play like a star last year, but he is a huge presence. A huge presence. You get the benefit of the doubt when you have a Debo on your roster. You get the benefit of the doubt when CMC's coming off of the monster year that he came off of. So I think you lose a lot of the goodwill that you built up. They might just be properly rated. So I'm looking at it right here. He's 8-4, excuse me, in the playoffs right now. Shanahan.
I'd argue that
8 wins.
That's easily top 5, maybe a top couple when it comes to just wins, losses in the playoffs, right? And they're going to be going up against a head coach today, and Sean Payton, that has won the big one. But even Sean Payton, right, who has won, I think more people are taking Kyle Shanahan over him right now. If both of these coaches became available, I think I'm still sticking with Shanahan, which sounds insane. It sounds crazy, I know, but I'm still taking my guy, Kyle Shanahan. 888-957-9570. We're up against it. We're going to ask Brian Baldinger what he feels about this.
Baldy.
Baldy is back. That's when you know football season's back, folks, by the way. We hit Brian Baldinger.
I can't
wait. Got that open. Make sure you got that open in the back, Carter, up there at the studio.
He's been putting out crazy TikToks. He's at all the camps. Can't wait to talk to him.
He's put it down the snorkel when he's snorkeling out in the Cayman Islands, wherever the hell he is in the Bahamas, doing everything.
2 people that are flooding my feed on TikTok. Matt Nahigian, the boss, and Brian Baldinger.
And he's coming up next. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
On us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year. You guessed it. On us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Tides and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Vibes are great. Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunnyvale, be here or be square. 6 to 10, Morning Roast. And then after we're done, 10 to 2. Steiny and E-Dog. So we're here all day long, Laughing Monk Brewing down here in Sunnyvale. Come say what's up, get some grub. We're talking Niners. Joint practices starting today between San Francisco and Denver ahead of their first preseason game on Saturday at Levi Stadium. Shasky and I will be there, and we still got Shasky's top 5 players that he's circled that he's looking forward to seeing today. And will we see all of them today? Will we see old pal Talanoa Hufanga? Dre Greenlaw, now a member of the Denver Broncos. Those were key offseason acquisition losses, right? We got no more Deebo Samuel. He's gone. Brandon Ayuk, he's going to be out for a chunk of this season. What to expect from him? There's a lot of holes that you look around this roster, and they're just waiting to be filled. And who's going to fill them? Juwan Jennings? Is it a calf? Is it a hold-in? What's going on there? Is he going to show up? I don't know what's going on there. I know it's an opportunity for Ricky Pearsall. if he wants to be that number one receiver today, going out there. I know it's an opportunity for Christian McCaffrey to shut up a lot of people that think that, hey, maybe he's lost a step, right? And for Brock Purdy, the quarterback, the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, if he goes out there and has a perfect day and he's slinging it all over the place, yeah, I'd feel a lot better about that as a fan, because these joint practices, Joe, they mean more than the preseason games. It used to be, the first couple preseason games, like, whatever, and then you play like in the third preseason game, you play like a quarter or 2 quarters, and then you get a gauge for how this team feels, right? That's gone. We don't really play any of the starters anymore in the preseason. Maybe a snap, maybe a series here or there, but for the most part, we don't. Maybe you'll see some rookies doing it, right? But for this 49ers squad, today is when it really starts. 4 weeks away from the start of the NFL regular season, and we got Brian Baldinger joining us in about 10 minutes, 7:30. Brian Baldinger, former NFL offensive lineman, our NFL insider. Baldy's breakdown, 7:30. Can't wait to talk to him. What do you want to ask Baldy? What's the first question you're going to ask him, Joe? Like, what are you curious to get Baldy's perspective on as we're heading to joint practices?
Well, I think, the way the league has shifted from exhibition games being important, where guys like LaDainian Tomlinson are playing in all 4 of them for multiple quarters, to why are these joint practices so important? Why is there an emphasis from the coaching staff on why today feels almost bigger than the actual game on Saturday, which is going to be televised? Why is that? That's number one. And then, what should we be looking for on a guy like CMC who's coming back from a major injury? What should we be, what are the little nuances? Is it the amount of reps that he gets? Is it burst? Is it vision? Is it just being out there? I think those things really matter. And then obviously quarterback play. Quarterback play. What's beautiful about the NFL, and, the boss was telling us at the break, hey, today's 8-7. Today's Dwight Clark Day. And I think, when I think of just the NBA as a whole, Steph Curry did an entire doc, and I'm not knocking Steph at all, but he's like underrated. Steph, you were drafted in the top 10.
He's a lottery pick.
Top 10. I think he was 7th overall.
He was a lottery, yeah.
All right. Now, look, he is like an underrated story. It's a great story for him. He was drafted in the top 10. The majority of your superstars are going to be coming out of the first handful of picks. And we almost feel like we can see them coming down the pipeline for years on end, which is why a Draymond Green or a Jokic being a second-round pick is such an outlier. Whereas in the NFL, the 2 greatest quarterbacks up until, Mahomes showed up, Brady, a 6th-round pick, and Joe Montana, a 3rd-round pick. And both guys fought to be starters in college and went back and forth on being starters in college. So as I think about Dwight Clark, and the reason why it's such an important story, he was a 10th-round pick. Came out of nowhere. If you look at his college career, he had so few catches and targets and looks. It's an incredible overlooked story. I'm not knocking the Ken Griffey Juniors, who were number 1 overall pick coming out of high school and ended up living up to the potential.
The Bryce Harpers.
Yeah. Those guys are incredible stories. Steph Curry's an incredible story. LeBron James, incredible story. There's something about football that is different. And you're going to see today, for example, when we go to the practice field, you're going to see some undrafted player outperform a first-round pick.
And that happens.
A lot. You don't see that much in the NBA.
Well, and that's the beauty about the NFL is the undrafted guys, or the quarterback himself. I know it's...
Well, that's where I was going to go.
It's beaten to death. We get it. Everyone gets mad. I saw the Tim Tebow clip the other day when Tim Tebow was on a podcast with Brock Purdy. He's like, it really bothers me when people call you Mr. Irrelevant. Like, I get upset about it. I was like, but it's ironic because he's not Mr. Irrelevant anymore. And that's going to be attached to him. And it's kind of like what Tyrion said in Game of Thrones. It's like, you make it your armor. They can never use it against you, like your height, whatever you're insecure about. Just make it your own.
Yeah.
I'd own the Mr. Irrelevant thing because I know I went from Mr. Irrelevant, Joe, the last pick in the NFL draft, Brock Purdy, to being the highest paid player on the San Francisco 49ers, one of the few storied franchises in the history of the National Football League. It's one of the all-time stories. If his career, and it's not going to be, if his career ended, he'd still have that story. He went to a Super Bowl.
There's nobody's story who's better outside of maybe Kurt Warner.
Exactly. And he did have a movie about it.
Bagging groceries, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about a very small list. And so, again, as I think about Dwight Clark Day and how special it is, I think that Brock shares many qualities that Dwight Clark possessed. I think Kittle also has the charisma, and who's, again, a 5th-round pick, which is crazy.
Iowa.
And I think about some of the NFL players on the Niners right now. Now, Trent was a top 5 pick. Bosa, top 5 pick. And you can see why. I mean, they have physical gifts that are unbelievable. Fred Warner was a 3rd-round pick. Name me a more physical specimen at the position in the game.
I saw him sitting down the other day on NFL Network. I think he was with David Carr. The guns were just out. Him and Kittle. We talk about just big people.
Bodies.
We don't. You just don't realize how massive these guys are.
They're humongous.
That's one thing when you're on if you're courtside, if you're lucky enough to be walking among some NBA players, they're huge. Hell, Festus Ezeli comes to the studio sometimes.
Gigantic.
He's 7 feet tall. It's massive. But football players, just the width and the girth of these guys is insane.
So
it is.
The boss kept asking me about the catch and the moment and Dwight Clark, because today's 8-7.
It might be the moment in NFL history. It's that, and I think of the immaculate deception, as I call it, or reception.
And he's asking me hey, look, there's a lot of people in our audience that don't know. They weren't alive for the catch.
I wasn't. Yeah.
And what it symbolizes and represents. And he started asking us a bunch of questions, but that's not where my mind's going. My mind's going is there's a reason why Dwight Clark is beloved the way that he is, and it's because he was the ultimate underdog, and he leaned into the persona in the way Kittle did, but the story is almost Brock Purdy-like, and I don't think people can understand. There's really almost no comp. Antonio Gates just went into the NFL and did not play college football.
Insane, by the way. I don't think we talked about that enough. Well, we did, because literally they would tell us every broadcast whenever he did a corner end zone touchdown. Oh, remember, guys, that he never played actual football in college. But still, that's insane,
It's
Joe.
insane. If I were to pull up Dwight Clark's, and I'm going to filibuster, or you can filibuster at any point.
No, you're good.
I want to pull up Dwight Clark's college stats, and I guarantee you they're going to be so underwhelming. I'm going to pull them up right here.
And I want Carter to get in the back. Let me know, Carter, in my ear.
This is what he did.
When you got the catch ready, because I do want to play that. We got Baldy joining us in 5 minutes. Brian Baldinger. Yeah.
Last year, Ricky Pearsall had 40 catches for 400 yards, basically, give or take. In his college career at Clemson, Dwight Clark, 33 catches, 500 yards, 3 touchdowns. Bill Walsh found him because he was duping everyone in the NFL to go pretend like he was going to trade up for this Clemson quarterback who was a first-round talent. He called the guy's dorm. Dwight picked up and answered the phone. He said, hey, I'm looking for the quarterback, and the quarterback's going to need somebody to throw passes to because I want to do a personal workout. He watched Dwight run routes and go, that's the guy. Then in the draft room, every one of the scouts, John McVay, who's obviously Sean McVay's grandfather, was like, dude, this guy's going to be an undrafted free agent. Anyone can have him.
Right.
And Bill says, no, I want to take him in the 10th round. So
there's a Purdy comp kind of there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But he also leaned into the charisma like a George Kittle and represented being one of the people like a Klay Thompson, where there was this relatability to him. And it's just, I think football is the greatest sport when it comes to these kinds of stories, because it gives us the everyman who makes the most of their opportunity and leans into it. And I'm not saying that the other sports don't have it. You get a Ryan Vogelsong, you get a Tim Lincecum, but again, football is just so different, and Dwight represents all the great stories of football.
What I appreciate about football too is guys that were counted out, like Jalen Hurts, who won the Super Bowl last year, and I get it, we hate the Eagles, but his story's incredible.
He got replaced by Tua.
He got replaced by Tua.
And then went and replaced Tua after Tua got hurt and won it all and had the dignity in class. I mean, the whole story is unreal.
It's incredible, but he plays, and he kind of gets forgotten about because he has Saquon, top 5 pick, right? Devontae Smith, Heisman, top 10 pick. You have all these A.J. Brown. I don't know if he was a first-rounder, but first-round talent.
Yeah, he was.
He was a first-round pick, right?
Or maybe he was high second.
Something
it was
like
him
that.
and DK.
Right, and just incredible stories like that. And you got, for the Chiefs, right? Patrick Mahomes was a first-round pick. But you know what? Travis Kelce was, third-rounder? Yeah. Cincinnati, right? They didn't even know if they were going to take him. He thought he was going somewhere else.
Mahomes wasn't even the first quarterback taken.
He wasn't.
It was Mitch Trubisky.
Which, again, insane. But we were talking about that draft yesterday, and it brings up old wounds for you, Joe. And we got Baldy joining us in a couple minutes. But I want to make you feel good because we have the play. It is Dwight Clark Day, 8-7. Carter, give it to me, please.
They're 6 yards away from Pontiac. 3rd and 3.
We'll see a pickup some kind on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark! It's a madhouse at Candlestick with 51 seconds left. Dwight Clark is 6'4". He stands about 10 feet tall in this crowd's estimation.
God, Vince Scully's just so good.
It's the best.
He's so good.
And, I got this DVD when I was a season ticket holder. It came out like 04, 05, okay, way back when.
Well, you just had to say I got a DVD, and that tells me about when you were.
So it was like 04, 05, and it was basically Bill Walsh recounting all the glory days, and it was like part of the history. And at the very end of the video, and they're all retired at the time, but it's Roger, it's Brent Jones, it's Joe Montana, and they're going through certain plays, and he's talking about footwork and this and the other. And long story short, but Bill and Dwight are talking about the play. And he goes, we used to work on that play every single day to end practice for like a year and a half, 2 years. And Freddie Solomon was supposed to be the little inside out route where Joe, when he first sprints out on that play, is supposed to hit him on a quick hitter. And Dwight was kind of the last option on that play. But when you run the play every single day for a calendar year or two, you kind of figure out every single part of that play. And he said Joe pumping, getting Ed Too Tall Jones to jump up in the air, and him firing. I mean, yeah, the throw was super high and everything. It's just they had been practicing that play a gazillion times, and it shows in how they executed it.
Well, it's those subtle things. As you mentioned, Joe Montana, with the pump fakes, that's an element of the game that you add later on, right?
Yeah.
The snap count, the hard count, stuff like that. That's why Aaron Rodgers for so long was so damn good. It's those little subtle things, the Patrick Mahomes, the pump fakes, Tom Brady, right? Peyton Manning was so damn good at it. Brock Purdy, we're looking at things for him to add on to his game. I thought he did it a little bit last year, more of the pump fakes, right? Trying to get that defense to bite. And I'm very curious to see how he's going to look today in joint practices against that Denver Broncos first team, secondary, their edges, all of it. I'm very curious to see. We're going to be talking with Brian Baldinger about it momentarily.
Dwight Clark, I never got a chance to meet him. I don't know. Yeah, I never met him at any point in my life or anything like that, but he is one of the seminal characters in Bay Area sports who will always be remembered, and his story is like a Forrest Gump-like story. It's just an incredible come-up story.
It absolutely is. We got Baldy in my ear, thumbs up, correct? We good? We got the open, we good to go? We got Brian Baldinger, hit it.
Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
And I was actually locked into Jaws because it's the 50th anniversary this year, Joe. I don't know if you knew that. I'm sure Baldy knows. 50 years ago, Jaws was released, a summer blockbuster, and it is summer winding down as Brian Baldinger joins us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Brian Baldinger, former NFL offensive lineman, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider. Baldy, good morning. It's been far too long. Football is back. We got joint practices today in Santa Clara. Niners, Broncos. Doesn't get any better than that. And like that, it was off to a great start. Waiting on Baldy right there. It's okay. We'll get him when we got him. Just get in my ear when we do. But I am curious to ask Brian Baldinger, who's going to join us momentarily, because this guy, he is so tight with everyone around the league. The Nick Bosa's. We had Nick Bosa's dad on the other day, John Bosa, obviously, father of Nick and Joey. And he kind of had a bone to pick with Baldy a little bit, but what I appreciate about Baldy is...
Forgot about that.
But what I appreciate about Baldy is not only is he tight with these players, but he keeps it real. Just because there's so much, when it comes to relationships around the league, Joe, when it comes to the media members, like they don't want to say anything negative. As we see the NFL media now owning 10% of ESPN, there's going to be a lot of, slanted, biased views, whatever. We got Baldy. We good? We got you, Baldy?
Hey, is this Spadoni? What's going on, brother?
Oh, there he is. That's the voice. Man. I needed it. He's back, baby.
It, Joe. Chasky, Spadoni, man, this is going to be us, every single week here for up until Super Bowl Sunday, I hope.
Well, hopefully it's at Levi Stadium too, Baldy. So to be coming out here to talk some Niners in the Super Bowl, come on, it starts today with against the Broncos, right?
I think so. I mean, you always have to have a beginning, and so it's got to start somewhere, somehow. And who knows? Maybe we're going to find some new stars with the 49ers at this point.
Baldy, I was kind of waxing poetically. Today, I don't know if you know this, but today's 8/7, and in honor of 87, Dwight Clark, the 49ers do a big charitable donation, and they do a bunch of fundraising, and we just remember the individual that was. And I don't know if I've ever asked you, if you've ever had any run-ins, when Dwight was alive, but I was waxing poetically about how the NFL gives us these stories. This guy was someone who barely had a college career at Clemson and was found because the quarterback needed someone to throw to because he was going to be a first-round pick back in the day, and Bill Walsh takes him in the 10th round, and it's very similar to the Brock Purdy story, but he had the charisma of a George Kittle at that time, and he just made the most of it. And I feel like the sport of football gives us these kinds of stories. Not that the other sports don't, but like Steph Curry was underrated. He was a 7th overall pick, and in football, Fred Warner drafted in the 3rd round, has as much God-given talent as anyone. George Kittle, 5th-round pick, as much talent as anyone. The greatest quarterback ever, Tom Brady, 6th-round pick. Brock Purdy just signed a mega deal. He was the last pick in the draft. There's something special about football that provides these stories. I can't put my finger on why it is.
Joe, you're missing the Dwight Clark story here. You're missing the whole thing. Everything you said is true.
Yeah.
Dwight Clark came at, listen, I was at Duke when Dwight Clark was at Clemson. He's a little bit older than me, by a couple of years.
Yeah.
Joe, I'm a 21-year-old kid. Dwight Clark is coming out of Clemson. He's dating Miss Universe. He's dating Miss Universe. I don't care about the cat. Look up Miss Universe and what she looked like. To a 21-year-old guy, he was a god. I could care less if his hands were like feet, Joe. He's dating Miss Universe. He swag, forget it. You walk in the locker room, and he's got his arm around Miss Universe.
Oh, that's great.
That was the greatest. That's the greatest story of all time, right there.
I love it.
But no, look. When I came into the league in 1982, that was the year after the catch. The Cowboys get knocked off. And there's Dwight Clark in the back of the end zone with Everson Walls, who led the league in interceptions, got his hand in the air, and it goes right past his fingertip. And history is made. So when I came into the league the next year, Tom Landry, the coach of the Cowboys, we're one catch away, one drive away from going to a Super Bowl. I mean, he said his goal in 1982, my rookie year, this is going to be the toughest camp any of you are ever going to go through. We have to get tougher. We're not going to let. So my introduction to the NFL was the result of the Dwight Clark catch, which was this is going to be the toughest camp any of you. That was a speech when we first. This is going to be the toughest camp you've ever been to. We have got to get tougher. We've got to be able to get the 49ers or anybody else off the field in the final drive, regardless of who's throwing it and who's catching it. We got to make that play and stop that drive.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the River Islands guest line, 95.7 The Game, NFL insider and Baldy breakdowns. It's just, football's back when Brian Baldinger is on the airwaves. I have an
ear-to-ear smile.
4 weeks away from the start of the NFL regular season. 4 weeks from today on Thursday Night Football. Can't freaking wait. And it really does start today, Baldy, at joint practices. Shasky and I are going to be there right after the show ends. We're going to go over to Levi Stadium, and it's going to be Bo Nix. It's going to be Sean Payton. It's going to be Pat Surtain. I don't know if we'll see Dre Greenlaw. He's nursing his injury, obviously former Niner, Talanoa Hufanga. Why are joint practices so important, though, Baldy? If you can explain to the audience, because it does feel like it's overtaken the importance level when it comes to preseason football, where we really don't see any of the ones.
Well, I mean, so you need a combination of the two. You need the games for the young players for a chance to compete and show what they can do. Like I was a free agent. I needed games. All right. Maybe Randy White, who was an all-pro defensive tackle, he could, so you need a combination. And the joint practices, I just finished going to 14 teams in 13 days. All right. I mean, I just literally got off the plane from Minnesota, was with the Vikings yesterday. Almost every single team I visited had scrimmages planned. All right. So this is really the new era right now. And when we cut down to 2 preseason games, it's going to make the importance of scrimmages even more. One, the coaches can control the amount of, the tempo, the contact. It's going to be contact, unique contact. You can't evaluate offensive linemen or running backs without assimilated real game conditions, because you got to see if running backs have any vision. Offensive linemen, you got to see if they can move big bodies, if they have anything, and defensive linemen as well. And so it's really important for the trenches and for running backs, I believe, to go out there and compete and show what you can do against other players. And you got to do it with your pads and your helmet and the whole thing. You got to simulate game. So it's really important, these practices. And then, look, the coaches can control it. Like, we used to, when I was with the Cowboys, we scrimmaged Raiders every year, and it was just a massive brawl. All we did was fight. It was kind of fun. It was kind of fun for me. But to be honest with you, like, if it gets to those type of heated things, it really works against what it's all about. So I think going up against the Broncos today, I mean, that was as good a defensive front as there was in football last year. Every single offensive lineman, going up against Nick Benito or Zach Allen or, DJ Jones that is from San Francisco. I mean, these are really good football players. Jonathan Franklin Myers is a great player. You're going to get good one-on-one work against that defensive front.
So, Baldy, if you and I were to walk out onto that field today, all right, and I know there's different periods and there's going to be different things going on, what would be the first player that you would want to put your eyes on and why?
Honestly, I would want to go watch Trent Williams just to see. He's 37. He's had some injuries here. I want to see if Trent Williams is still Trent Williams. They need him to be. So that's the first guy. 'Cause I know what Trent Williams is like in one-on-ones. I've watched him for years since his beginning days in Washington. I know how dominant he can be in that environment. I'd like to see if he's still that dominant right now against a guy like Zach Allen or Nick Benito today.
Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands guest line at Spadoni and Chasky. We are coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing down here in Sunnyvale ahead of joint practices between the 49ers and Broncos. I should say practice because, Baldy, I don't know if you heard Kyle Shanahan say, he's like, yeah, we just limited it to 1 practice this year because what I've found in the past when we have 2, second day it's just all brawls, as you mentioned, and we don't get anything done, obviously. But what's the player you're looking at, but what's the matchup that you're looking at potentially between the ones of the Broncos and the Niners? I'm looking at, is this like the most slept-on DPOY we've seen? Because maybe he's just a secondary player, but Pat Surtain, I mean, what an incredible player. Like, I'm looking at him today. Is he going to bait Brock Purdy? Is he going to bait any of these receivers? Ricky Pearsall, all of a sudden, Juwan Jennings dealing with the calf injury, Baldy. I don't know what to make of that. Is he holding in? Is it the calf? Kyle Shanahan doesn't really know, it sounds like, when he's talking to the media. But this is an opportunity for Ricky Pearsall to, I think, shine today.
Well, I mean, first of all, Patrick Surtain is just one of those people that wakes up with a smile on his face every day. He's just a very positive guy, and he loves a challenge. So Ricky Pearsall against, the Defensive Player of the Year, Surtain, is a great matchup. Ricky Pearsall against Jahdae Barron, who might have been the best corner in this draft, is a great matchup. I mean, you want to see his route running. You want to see his ability to separate. He has a chance, with Ayuk on the shelf and Juwan Jennings here, on the shelf, like to go out there and shine and show why he was number 1 draft pick. I thought when he came out last year, I thought him and Ladd McConkey were very similar. He was actually my comp. And you saw what Ladd McConkey did for the Chargers last year. Like, he was a stud. I watched him warm up last Thursday night in Canton. I was at the Hall of Fame game. And all the Chargers and Lions warmed up. And I watched Ladd McConkey just run routes and warm up. And it was fun to watch. And I thought Ricky Pearsall could be all of that. So I want to see that today.
What should I be looking for from CMC? I mean, he played only in the 3 games last year. And I don't know what to make of CMC right now. I don't know if anyone knows what to make. So what should I be looking for today, Baldy?
You're right, Joe. I mean, he had 50 carries last year. after basically being the best player in the league the year before. We talked about it. I don't know if you're going to be able to see. I mean, I watched him warm up before the Green Bay game last year, and he looked fine. But he wasn't fine. He looked like he was the same guy warming up, all of the drills that he does and all the things he puts himself through. I thought he missed a hole last year, the week before Green Bay, and I put it on tape. And Christian was like, he came up to me, and he's like, he watches this stuff. He's like, man, I missed that, Baldy. You were right. He goes, I should have done this. And so is he right? I was talking to Aaron Jones yesterday for the Minnesota Vikings. And the thing about Aaron and Christian together, they both came out the same year, all right? Came out 2017. Those guys have tremendous vision. It's their greatest strength. They don't miss holes. I don't know how they do it, but Aaron Jones, these guys going in their ninth year now. I don't know if you could tell in a scrimmage situation if Christian is going to hit every hole, if he's going to hit it like, Superman, with his cape on. I don't know if he is that guy yet or not. I don't know if he knows that, because usually most guys don't recognize either the loss of step or anything else until they do. I played with Eric Dickerson. I didn't know he lost a step, but he lost a step after an injury in 1989. He wasn't the same guy the last few years of his career. So I'm not sure what we're going to be able to make out of it right now.
Well, okay, so we were actually having a conversation about losing a step just in general. And I think of guys like Kevin Falk, who stayed in the league forever and were very, very, very productive. Now, there's a big drop-off from what CMC was in 2023 to a Kevin Falk third down back type of a guy. But do you think he's the kind of guy, if he did lose a step, who can make the adjustment and still be the important cog that we know that he is for this team? Because I feel like so much rides on him in this offense.
Well, he's still going to be able to catch the ball. He's still going to be able to run his option routes. He's still going to be really good at all that stuff. I saw Derrick Henry last week, and, he's in his 10th year in this league, and he has more carries than any other running back in this league right now over those 10-year period of time. And I don't believe he's lost any speed. I mean, he's just an alien. He hasn't suffered the injuries that other backs have suffered. And so, Christian has had, his body has worn down. I mean, that's what all of that inflammation he had last year is a result of. Did he shake that all off? I mean, I don't know if you can lose a step, because we've seen Dalvin Cook lose a step and he wasn't very good, and he went to a couple different teams and he's out of the league. I mean, there's just so many hits that any of these guys have in them, and you just don't know when the drop-off is going to happen, because I have a feeling it's going to be pretty severe. 50 carries isn't much of a sample. Let's see. I think we got to get into the season, Joe, before we realize what he is or what he isn't at this point.
Previewing the 49ers' upcoming season with Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni and Chasky coming to you live from Laughing Among Brewing here in Sunnyvale. Baldy, we've had all these question marks right now, and we haven't even bring up maybe the biggest one. Brock Purdy, it's the quarterback, right? And any other team, it feels like, contender, it always starts with the quarterback. For Brock, for whatever reason, ever since he's gotten his contract, Baldy, it's been kind of all quiet when it comes to the chatter around him, the expectations around him. Seems like maybe we're sleeping on Brock a little bit, but I'm not going to ask you about that right now. I want to ask you, what's the next step for Brock Purdy in his game, in his evolution as a quarterback? This is a guy that came in as basically the third quarterback. Lance goes down. Garoppolo goes down. Gets all the way to the NFC Championship game. Obviously hurts his elbow. The rest was history there. Comes back, right? Still gets doubted a little bit. Oh, it's a Darnold versus him. Gets to the Super Bowl and is an overtime period away from winning said Super Bowl. Then kind of comes back down to earth a little bit last year. Not everything's right around him. There was a lot of different drama and elements. Didn't have a horrible year, but didn't have an MVP kind of caliber season they had the year prior. Now we're in this third full season potentially, Baldy. What's the next evolution for Brock Purdy here to take that next step as a quarterback?
It's just to be as consistent as possible. I mean, you go around this league right now and you talk to Lamar, Josh Allen. Like, they've got the MVPs. They've got the hardware from that. But they all want a Super Bowl. They got to play bigger and better in big games. And so really the question becomes, and it's like Joe Burrow as well, I mean, the question is, give your team a chance to win it all every year. That means to play at the highest and most elite level. That means making everybody else better around you. And how you do that is you convert your third downs. You finish in the red zone, in the end zone. Like those kind of things. You look at the years that some of these guys had last year. Baker Mayfield had one of the top 10 seasons of all time. 41 touchdowns, over 4,500 yards. Only 9 other quarterbacks in the history have done it. But he didn't win a Super Bowl. He got beat in the playoffs. All right, he fumbled a snap in the fourth quarter, against the Rams, and didn't get that opportunity. But for Brock at this point, he's paid to be in that same company of all the guys I just mentioned. Okay, Burrow, Josh, Lamar, obviously Patrick is Patrick, but he's paid to be in that category. They paid Trevor Lawrence to be in that category. He hasn't done it yet. Like, the evolution is to be in that top echelon of quarterbacks every year and giving your team a chance to win every year and to go in and to get to the playoffs every year. That's what he's paid to do, and that's the evolution. That's what the expectations are.
Baldy, I rewatched all the games. I mean, I'm a sick person. I have a sickness. No, but I wanted to get myself right for this year, and I'm thinking all my notes, especially early in the year, 22, 59, and 30, just getting abused. I'm talking about Devondre Campbell, George Odom at safety, and Isaac Yedem. Their personnel was so bad. And up front, I couldn't even make notes because there was no one other than Bosa that was doing anything. They have so many young players on defense right now, and there's so many moving parts. How should I view today and the beginning part of the season for this young unit that is really new? I mean, there's so many fresh young faces. The first rounder, Michael Williams. What would your approach be as a fan if you go today or you're just watching the first couple weeks of the season?
Well, last year the Rams drafted Braden Fisk and they drafted Jared Verse in the first and second round, and they hit on both of them. They hit on the two guys the year before in Kobe Turner and Byron Young. They have struck gold where they've got an immediate return on investment immediately. Now, most defensive linemen take a year. You almost need a redshirt year for most linemen to figure it out before they really turn the corner. But they don't have a year to wait. Like, they need one of these three guys, whether it's Collins, whether it's Williams, whether it's West. They need at least one of these guys to pop right now. And then if they can get, two of these guys by midseason to look like veterans, like they'll have struck gold. Saleh will be doing his job. They will have drafted well and done their job. I remember seeing John Lynch at the Senior Bowl this year, and I knew it was a talented defensive line group. We all did. Vrabel saw it. I saw it. Tomlin saw it, and they all drafted defensive linemen because this was a rare group. Well, let's just see if they got the right guys, because there's going to be a couple of these guys from this class that are going to make a name for themselves this year. Let's just see if the 49ers got at least one, if not two, and if they hit on three of them this year, they're going to be in good shape up front.
So, in saying what you just said, and you kind of get my feel, I'm having a hard time understanding where this team is hierarchy-wise in the NFC and how to predict what they're going to look like this year. I'm very up in the air. Where do you place them heading into the year in the NFC right now? I have the Rams up front right now. Out front, we'll see what Stafford looks like. I mean, he's this condition of his right now doesn't sound good. But there's a month to go before the season, so I don't think there's cause for concern. But there is the fact that he's not practicing. But I think the Rams, because of the way they drafted and developed and rebuilt on the fly, I think the Rams are a little bit above. But Seattle won 10 games last year. They've got Mike McDonald it takes a year to figure that defense out. They should be better as a group, but they did win 10 games. And so I feel like the 49ers and Seattle are right there. And I'm not putting Arizona that much further behind. They've added a lot of defensive components that were necessary,
but they're very well coached. They've got a good defensive coordinator that teams have a hard time figuring out. The 49ers did last year against them. They get home. I've seen it too many. Nick Rallis is really talented. I like him a lot. So I feel like the 49ers are right there at around the 10-win mark. And but, at some point, Joe, this is what's going to happen. This thing is either going to come together and click, and you're going to see a good team, or it's just going to be an up-and-down season. And you're going to go, they're not the same 49ers that we saw for 3 years. So, but I don't know. And teams that come together, you know it. You just can feel it. The camaraderie, the chemistry, how they win games. You're not questioning the coach on Monday or Sunday night. That's going to happen. It's either going to happen at some point or it's not going to happen. You're going to go, boy, that was a lousy year.
Well, it brings me to my next question, Baldy, as Brian Baldinger has been great with us right here on the River Islands guest line, Spadoni and Shasky, live from Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Baldy, how big of a year is this for Kyle Shanahan? It does feel like this is kind of a crossroads of a season because the last thing anyone wants is back-to-back years of sub-500 football, non-playoff appearances after you come off, a couple Super Bowl things. You're right there to win it, but it could close right like that, a window, right? How massive a year is this for the head coach, Kyle Shanahan?
I think it's big because, look, this offense that he runs, and it's not like it's new. It's not like people don't understand the motions and the shifts and the creativity that we once gave Kyle a ton of credit for because it was innovative. But, what they're doing now, a lot of teams are doing. And a lot of teams have copied it, and they're putting their spin on it. And so I don't think you could count on just, great play calling, great scheme to get guys open, to move the football. You need more than that in this business right now. That's why the running game is so important and leaning on the run game. And it's not just wide zone. It's just everything. Teams that are running the football right now are winning. Philadelphia ran it 725 times last year, the third most in NFL history. Detroit, Baltimore. These teams are running it 55% of the time. Just in between 55 to 60% of the time. I feel like there's a shift. And so the 49ers can be involved in that because they have been able to run it. And that's why your first question, Joe, about, Christian McCaffrey is so important. Being able to finish games running it, finishing on third, completing third downs, finishing it in the red zone, finishing it from the 2-yard line. That's why the Eagles, with this push was so important. They held on to the ball. They finished drives. They finished, they scored rushing touchdowns. These defenses are so good right now and so talented that in these matchup zones that teams are doing, these windows are small, they're sitting on top of these routes. You better find a way to run the football right now to be successful.
Baldy, we are so up against it. What is one thing that Robert Saleh brings to the table very quickly?
He brings juice. He's back where he belongs as defense coordinator. And the guys are going to play at fast and play at a high tempo. And they need that because last year was dreadful to watch.
You're the best.
There it is. That's
I love
Brian
you, buddy.
Baldinger.
I miss you.
Baldy, we appreciate it. Yes, every single week going forward. For 4 weeks away from the start of the NFL season, and it's going to come before you know it. Baldy, greatly appreciate your time, man.
All right, guys. I look forward to talking to you every week now. You bet.
See you soon.
There he goes. That's Brian Baldinger, courtesy of River Islands. Now it's time for the injury report. God, so many things I want to chew on there with Brian Baldinger on the other side. But in the meantime, Gerard Encarnacion had to leave yesterday's Giants win over the Pirates with a hamstring injury. He injured his hamstring running out a ground ball in the 7th inning and had to be helped off the field from trainer Dave Greshner. Encarnacion will undergo an MRI today, but manager Bob Melvin said after the game that the outlook for Gerard does not look good. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. You just heard from Brian Baldinger. his outlook on the 49ers season. How does that make you feel, Niner fans, hearing from Baldy in regards to Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan, kind of talking about the league maybe catching up to Kyle, and he has to reinvent himself a little bit. We were touching on that the last couple of days, Joe. So 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're halfway home here on a Thursday, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Come out, join the party. We're going to be here till 2 o'clock. After our show's done, Steiny, E-Dog, Evan Giddings is going to be out here as well. Come on down on 95.7 The Game.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey homeowners, can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854. 888-780-6854 or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
DQ presents the sound of happy. Hear that? That's the DQ chicken strip basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ's signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ chicken strip basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. At participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery. Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
What is one thing that Robert Saleh brings to the table very quickly?
He brings juice. Like, he's back where he belongs as defensive coordinator. And the guy's going to play at fast and play at a high tempo.
That was Brian Baldinger on 95.7 The Game, NFL Insider. It is Spadoni and Shasky, the Morning Roast, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing here in Sunnyvale. We'll be live here at 95.7 The Game up till 2 o'clock, so come down, say hi, grab some grub, grab a brewski, and chill with us because 49ers football is officially back. Starting today because we got joint practices with the Denver Broncos starting today, and we're going to be out there, Joe.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped up, and there's 5 49ers that I want to see, and I also want to get into Robert Saleh and what Baldy said about CMC. Let's just get off the rip. I'm going to give you the 5 guys that I want to see today at 49er joint practices with the Broncos. Play some freaking music, Carter. Get this bed rocking and rolling. Let's go. Let's start with number 5. Are you ready, Joe Spadoni? Number 5. Let's go. Number 5. The number 5 guy that I want to see today, Nick Bosa. He's a specimen. I'm in love with the guy. You know that. He had a down year by his own standards. He's still one of the top 7 or 8 guys in the entire league on the defensive line. And when you walk up on a guy who has a physique like a G.I. Joe character, there is just something jaw-dropping, if you will, when you see him. And I want to see him go up against another team. Not Trent Williams, not Colt McKivitz. I want to see what he's going to do against the Denver Broncos.
Well, and we were joined by his dad, a couple weeks ago, John Bosa, an NFL player in his own right, and obviously father of Joey and Nick. And he was saying the importance of Robert Saleh for Nick. He underrated how much he missed him as a rookie, and he leaned on that for sure these last couple of years because Steve Wilkes didn't really garner a lot of enthusiasm for that defensive line. Nick Sorensen, God bless the guy. I don't even think I remember him speaking at all last year. So now you got a familiar face back there. I'm sure Nick's happy. I'm sure Fred's happy. But specifically with Nick, you talked about being more of a leader this year, Joe. And what does that look like? First and foremost, you got to produce on the field. That's where leadership comes from. You can say whatever you want, but if you're not producing on the field, it falls on deaf ears. So I'm looking at him, and then who's that running mate next to him? But it starts with Nick. He's got to set the tone, because if he has another DPOY kind of season, Joe, that changes everything for this team on the defensive end.
Well, and it tells me that they've got leads, and they're pinning their ears back, and they're able to sack. And so, I got Nick Bosa at number 5. Let's go to number 4.
Number 4.
I'm going to go to the first-round draft pick, the kid from Georgia, Mykel Williams. I haven't had a chance to see him up close and personal. I'm pumped to see what he looks like. Is he playing inside? Is he playing outside? Is it early down stuff? Is it late down stuff? Is he setting the edge? This team had 0 impact outside of Nick Bosa on the defensive line. That's why 3 consecutive players essentially were taken on that defensive line. I want to see Mykel Williams. To a lesser degree, I want to see Collins and obviously C.J. West. But I'm going to say Mykel Williams because he's the first-round draft pick. And I bet you if he's good, Bosa's good, the D-line's good.
Well, that's going to be the ultimate question because there's been a lot of whiffs when it comes to the defensive line and first-round picks with the San Francisco 49ers. Obviously, you mentioned Nick Bosa. The guy, if he stays healthy, probably going to go to the Hall of Fame if he keeps it consistently, right? But you have the Solomon Thomases of the world. You've had the Javon Kinlaws of the world, the Reuben Fosters of the world in defense. Like, they need someone to step up here. And Nick Bosa needs help, for God's sakes. Leonard Floyd, with the most hollow numbers I've ever seen in my life last year, wasn't doing anything. Obviously, you had like Randy Gregory. Stop. We need someone here in San Francisco to step up alongside Nick Bosa. Finally.
Well, and like Kinlaw was such a massive human being in practice, but he had high pads the whole time. You could tell like he's got to really work on getting low.
Well, and another guy that we haven't really talked about, and it goes hand in hand with Michael Williams, is Bryce Huff, a guy that obviously had a lot of pressures with Robert Saleh. Can that be a guy that flashes here in these next couple of days?
I didn't even think of Huff. That's actually a really good call. All right, let's go to number 3.
Number 3.
Who are we kidding ourselves? We want to see quarterbacks.
Of course.
I want to see Bo Nix. I want to see Mac Jones.
I love how you started. I want to see Bo Nix. That's the guy.
Don't you want to get a look at him?
I do. I
want to see Brock Purdy. Like, I want to see what these quarterbacks look like. We're pretending and fooling ourselves like we don't. We all want to get a look at the quarterbacks.
Maybe I'm just a hater. I don't know. I'm dying on the hill of I just don't believe in Bo Nix.
What is it you don't believe in?
I just don't believe that guy is ever going to get over the hump in that conference. I don't.
That's a different. You can still be an excellent player and not. I mean, your boy Phillip Rivers, who you're campaigning for the Hall of Fame, didn't win a goddamn thing.
It wasn't his fault.
And you're over here like
Marlon McCree hanging on to the football.
About?
He would have upset the Patriots.
Come on,
Let's all relax on my guy Phillip Rivers and his 20 kids. All right, but I'll say this about Bo Nix. Okay, I'll say this about Bo Nix. He's basically Tommy Boy. He was in college for 10 years. He wasn't a doctor. He's an accident waiting to happen. And I want to see them get after him today at joint practices. That's what I want to see.
Joe,
okay?
the new 5 years
I'm never
going to
believe in him, Joe. I'm dying on that hill.
I hear you.
Okay, I'm dying on it.
But you got to remember, the new thing in college is you play on multiple teams and you stay for 5 years. I mean, look at Jaden Daniels. So, all right, so that's my quarterback. I want to see the quarterbacks. I want to see Mac Jones today.
Yeah, no,
there is some weird intrigue with Mac Jones. More so like if Brock misses a game or two, can they win one of them?
Well, Mac Jones was the guy that, again, talking about conspiracy theories, I kind of thought Shanahan always wanted Mac Jones and not Trey Lance. People can say what they want. They can disagree. But I'm very curious to see if there is, kind of what's going on with Matt Stafford and Jimmy Garoppolo's in the waiting. If Mac Jones is in the waiting. That matters. Josh Dobbs last year wasn't going to get it done. Brandon Allen.
Didn't trust either of them.
You need someone that you could trust behind the. Because guys go down. We see it with Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, the Chad Henneys of the world, right? You got to be able to step in and step up when your number's called.
And they need Brock to play well. So that's why I want to see Brock as well. I don't want to leave him out of this. I just want to see what does the $200 million man look like today. Does he look rhythmic and good? Is he trusting his offensive line? Are they protecting for him? Is he able to hit those intermediate routes? Is he using his legs? All the little checklists that I'm looking for. I have a feeling Brock's going to be Brock. All right, now we got to get to number 2.
Number 2.
It's Ricky Pearsall. Does all of the hype that I'm seeing and reading and the video clips that I'm watching from other people that cover this team on a daily basis, am I seeing that with my own eyes? What is going on with Ricky Pearsall? If Ricky Pearsall is a good player, I think the Niners are good this year, and we know how deep their wide receiver room is. It's not. It's like the kiddie pool. I mean, it literally is so razor thin right now. I'm worried. I'm starting to get as worried as you are. Juwan Jennings, I don't know if he's going to participate today. I don't know where his calf is at. I don't know if I trust any other receiver. Ricky Pearsall is vital to what the Niners want to do. It is vital for the quarterback. It's vital for the play caller. Is Ricky Pearsall good?
I don't think the skill set is in question when it comes to Ricky. It's the medical. It's the physical nature of it. Can the guy stay on the field? And I see too many on this depth chart right now, too many Qs, too many Os. That's another thing about this team going on this season. Can they stay healthy? And it comes down to CMC and it comes down to Ricky Pearsall. But Ricky in particular, I'm very curious to see how he's going to look. We just had Baldy on. He likened him to Ladd McConkey, who had an incredible year with the Chargers. He was incredible. But the thing with McConkey that's different, we saw him ball in Georgia too.
He was hurt at Georgia, though.
He was hurt at Georgia, but it was him. It was Brock Bowers.
Yes.
We saw those guys on high levels, year in and year out. You mentioned it. It's Ricky Pearsall and who? He had Anthony Richardson in Florida. Now, he did have Jaden Daniels, I believe, at Arizona State for a cup of coffee, too. They were young, though. I'm very curious to see what Ricky has in store. And that's another guy. as we're talking about people that need to have some reps, I wouldn't mind seeing Ricky have some reps with Mac Jones in some preseason games. I would like to see him going up against other corners still. That's another guy.
Surtain and him today is going to be an interesting watch.
Surtain, but he needs all the reps he can get too. Ricky, obviously the tragedy that happened, like the guy got shot. Like it was a redshirt season for him. Some viewing
we have to move beyond that.
But no, we have to. But this is kind of a redshirt year for him.
Yep.
Like, so all the excuses, you got to be on the field, man. He's got to be on the field. And as you mentioned, Juwan Jennings, is he going to be on the field? The hold in, the hold out, the calf? I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, and then, Carter, you can get in my ear because we're doing remote here from Laughing Monk because more people are popping in. What's up, brother? The number one guy, Baldy referenced it. I want to get into it right after I say who it is. It's Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey, I told you yesterday. I told you all week. I told you the week before that. Christian McCaffrey's the most important 49er heading into this year by a country mile. I don't know who any of the running backs are behind him. I don't really trust any of the running backs behind him. I know when he's good, they're good. When he's good, Brock's amazing. When he's good, defenses have to honor him in the passing game. It opens up the middle of the field for George Kittle and these power slants and all the things that they want to do. CMC was the best player on the planet just 2 years ago. He was a shade of what we even thought he was going to be last year. Is CMC right?
And we're going to see him in action today. Doesn't mean we're going to see him getting tackled. Doesn't know if we're going to hit holes. That we're going to find out in week 1 against the Seahawks, really, because I don't think he's going to play in any of these preseason games. They're going to want to put him in bubble wrap. Absolutely. And they can say all they want, right? Christian can tell me he feels good. Shanahan can say, oh, we talked to the doctors. Everything's all good to go. When you're dealing with bilateral Achilles tendinitis, I feel like a Dr. Nirav Pandya, UCSF Health, using those big words, scares the hell out of me. I don't think that just goes away. So you got to monitor that going forward. Do you limit the touches in the passing game, in the run game? How do you do that? Who's his backup? He might be the other, like the sixth man, as you're saying, the top 5. That might be the 6th most important thing. Who's the backup for Christian McCaffrey?
We're going to get a look at, I guess, Patrick Taylor and Corey Kiner.
Yeah, Amir Abdullah. Let's go.
Amir Abdullah.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, Joe. You're saying names that in Madden, as we're playing like the primetime user on ESPN, 2K, whatever, like they're having like 40 or 50 ratings. CMC was on the cover of Madden last year.
I know.
He was the cover athlete, guys. Cover.
Everything in this offense is predicated.
How about the Madden curse, by the way? There is right there.
Yeah, who's on the cover this year?
Boy, great question.
I don't even know.
We'll look into it.
Saquon.
Well,
couldn't have happened to a better team.
Well, I don't wish ill on anyone.
No, I'm not. Who said that?
But it would be the worst thing if Saquon had a down year in comparison.
Yeah, knowing Philadelphia, they'll somehow evade the curse. This team right now has so many question marks, but you heard Baldy talking about, hey, the best teams in the league are actually running it 55 to 60% of the time, or something along those lines. And he was referencing CMC. Do we have the cut, Carter? You can get in my ear at any point as I'm filibustering on air live from a remote and you guys are working in the studio. But I want to know, is Christian right? And his point, Baldy, was basically I don't think we're going to know until the middle of the season. That's a hard thing to kind of navigate and plan for as an organization. I know everyone's mad, how could John Lynch not get a backup? Well, how could he not get a backup running back? And you invested $17 million into the guy, and yeah, you have some draft picks like Garendo and Corey Kiner, I believe was a 7th round pick this year, Jordan James, and you've got guys that you've brought in. How can you account for knowing whether this guy's going to be healthy or not? I think it's a total crapshoot.
We have the cut. Let's play it. Brian Baldinger on his expectations for Christian McCaffrey this upcoming season.
He had 50 carries last year after basically being the best player in the league the year before. We talked about it. I don't know if you're going to be able to see. I watched him warm up before the Green Bay game last year, and he looked fine. But he wasn't fine. He looked like he was the same guy warming up, all of the drills that he does and all the things he puts himself through. I thought he missed a hole last year, the week before Green Bay, and I put it on tape. And Christian was he came up to me, and he's he watches this stuff. He's like, man, I missed that, Baldy. You were right. He goes, I should have done this. And so, is he right?
Is he right? Brian Baldinger, who joined us last segment. By the way, if you missed any of that, you can find it on YouTube. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter right now. We are streaming all day long. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's Spadoni and Chassis coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale.
Was there a second part of that?
There's a couple cuts right here. So there's the first one. We have another one on if CMC is losing a step or not?
I was talking to Aaron Jones yesterday for the Minnesota Vikings. And the thing about Aaron and Christian together, they both came out the same year, came out 2017. Those guys have tremendous vision. It's their greatest strength. They don't miss holes. I don't know how they do it. Aaron Jones, these guys going in their 9th year now. I don't know if you could tell in a scrimmage situation if Christian is going to hit every hole, if he's going to hit it like Superman, with his cape on. I don't know if he is that guy yet or not. I don't know if he knows that, because usually most guys don't recognize either the loss of step or anything else until they do. I played with Eric Dickerson. I didn't know he lost a step, but he lost a step after an injury in 1989. He wasn't the same guy the last few years of his career. So I'm not sure what we're going to be able to make out of it right now.
That is terrifying.
Well, I mean, it's true, though. Like, we don't know what he's going to look like. He barely played last year, and this is a guy in a position where, outside of Derrick Henry, these guys start falling off. Like, that's just the reality of the position.
Very few are Frank and Emmett and
Hall of Famers.
Adrian Peterson. I know. Well, but I guess what I would say to you is he's not just a good back. When he's healthy, he is a Hall of Famer.
No, he is.
But I know his resume does not speak to that yet. I think he falls, obviously, way short right now, today. But
he's fringe, yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like his talent, though, is Hall of Fame talent.
Absolutely.
You have to actually go out and put in more years. He's multiple years away from me.
Well, and this is the thing, too, when it comes to the trust level and how do you initiate that workload at the start of the season? Do you just feed the hot hand and you keep feeding it? Do you tailor it back? Is he on a snap count?
I don't know.
Like, these are the questions that need to be answered, but we don't know the answers until maybe you're saying week 3, 4, 5, 6. You don't even know if this is going to be the CMC going forward because he has to play into himself, play into game shape, regular game shape, because he missed so much damn time last year, Joe.
Yeah, and then there's this whole question of where would you get him touches on the field, and I hear people well, just do a bunch of tosses to the outside. Well, I mean, that sounds a lot better than it is. Part of the beauty of him is his vision to cut back in between the tackles and to be able to stop, plant, accelerate, and push through. I don't know, man. I think this is a really tricky one, and I don't think we're going to have an answer until about week 6 or 7.
You mentioned it last year. Jordan Mason, for as great as a running back he was early on, and he was awesome. If you were in fantasy, he was winning you some of those games early on in the season. But that breakaway speed was missing. That's just that one element. Is that breakaway speed still there with Christian McCaffrey? I have a feeling it is, but again, is it going to be the same? Because if you lose a step, there's these young guns coming out of college that are just as fast, if not faster.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm very curious to see how that's going to look early on.
And then the whole broken tackle factor, when he would catch the ball in the flat on those option routes, he would just break that first tackle time and time again. It just felt like he didn't break tackles like he did the years prior. And again, maybe it's just he's just ever so hesitating because he's not 100% sure about accelerating. And then I go back to the first half against Buffalo. It looked decisive. Are we going to get that version of CMC? Because that looked a hell of a lot better than anything I saw the couple weeks prior. I don't know.
And we're talking about him wearing down. Brian Baldinger talked about it with us last segment on CMC wearing down potentially.
Christian has had, his body has worn down. I mean, that's what all of that inflammation he had last year is a result of. Did he shake that all off? I mean, I don't know if you can lose a step, because we've seen Dalvin Cook lose a step and he wasn't very good, and he went to a couple different teams and he's out of the league. I mean, there's just so many hits that any of these guys have in them, and you just don't know when the drop-off is going to happen, because I have a feeling it's going to be pretty severe. 50 carries isn't much of a sample. Let's see. I think we got to get into the season, Joe, before we realize what he is or what he isn't at this point.
Now, Baldy could be taking the most cautious, pessimistic point of view because of just the history of the game, and I understand his point of view. Or are we just being too optimistic thinking this guy's going to bounce back?
Well, he was on it earlier, more so than anyone, when CMC was having that MVP Offensive Player of the Year kind of a season a couple years ago, Joe. He was saying the next year he's worried about him. During his Offensive Player of the Year campaign, while those games were happening, while the Niners were going to the Super Bowl, he was saying, yeah, you probably don't want to keep running and using Christian McCaffrey all this much if you're Kyle Shanahan. But what do? They kept leaning on him and leaning on him and leaning on him until we're at training camp this time last year, Joe, saying, what's going on with Christian McCaffrey? And then it kept trickling down and trickling down, and the season kept creeping and creeping. And then all of a sudden, we're at the first week of the season, it's Monday Night Football, and Jordan Mason is getting the nod. So it's like, I would like to see him show out today and show up and just look like he has that burst. That's what I want to see.
I wonder behind him, who gets the second chances?
It's a good question. I would say it was Garendo, but he's not healthy right now.
Garendo. How can anyone trust Garendo?
I mean, he showed flashes last year, and they had, obviously...
He's a scat back at best.
Yeah, and then Jordan Mason's gone. Is it going to be Patrick Taylor Jr.? Again, another guy that I don't... Jordan James?
Joe, I haven't seen any of these guys. It's hard for me to come with any, take on people I haven't seen play. That's why I think those guys, it's going to be more important to see them in Saturday's game than maybe even today.
Well, and you can say all you will, college is college. So, you can say how great these guys looked in college.
I mean, Michael James looked amazing in college, and he was nothing.
And you don't know. That's the thing with all these. And I'm very curious to see the Michael Williams of the world, the first-round talent out of Georgia. And you can shove it down my throat all you want. The SEC football, it's basically like the AAA of the NFL. No, it's not. It's college. All right? I don't care if it's, the old Pac-12. I don't care if it's
great backs come from anywhere.
Correct.
Great quarterbacks come from anywhere.
Exactly. Exactly. But the talent is the talent, and the NFL is just different. And they're going to have those joint practices today, and we're going to be there, Joe, and I can't freaking wait. 10 o'clock, as soon as we're out of here, before 10, 9:55, we're going to be booking it on to Levi's Stadium. And what do you want to see? People today, 888-957-9570. By the way, we are at Laughing Monk Brewing down here at Sunnyvale, all the way up till 2 o'clock. So after the morning roast is over, Steiny and E-Dog, Evan Giddings in for Goo, is going to be here. Come down, get some grub, say what's up, take some pictures. Got a couple people filling in here already alongside the great Matt Nahigian, who's locked in over there alongside the great Tim Jordan.
The great San Jose Jazz fan from the YouTube chat is in the building, so he is ready to go.
We're locked in. We got Dave Fleming joining us in about 6 minutes, by the way. Dave Fleming, you know what's great about Dave? And we'll touch on a little bit Giants with Dave, but Dave's locked in on the San Francisco 49ers. You don't think he's locked in on Brock Purdy? And Dave is going to get ready for college football season because he's going to be doing games for ESPN there. So he's going to be locked into football as well. So I'm curious to ask Dave Fleming, who he's kind of curious to see in these joint practices and preseason.
It's a lot of curiosity.
Well, you have to be. I'm very, because that's kind of the word. I don't know a lot about.
I know.
There's a lot of unknown about this team, which is exciting.
You know what I do know?
But it's also scary.
You know what I do know? That Dave humble brag dropped during the broadcast the other night that he shot a 75 at the lake course just the other day.
Were you jealous when you heard that?
Well, I hope that Carter and Sam pulled the audio I asked them to pull because I want to play it, and I have to ask him some questions about it.
Have you ever played with golf with Dave Fleming?
No, but I know that he's a very good player.
Do you want to play?
Those that I know have played.
Are you one of those people that wants to play with people that are better than them or worse than them?
Well, no, you always play better when you play with better people around you.
Well, that's iron sharpens
Playing with
iron.
scrubs actually drops you down. That's why I don't want to play with Nahigian anymore.
Or me, for that matter. We played the scramble, and my guy, I couldn't even tee the ball off. That was horrible.
Honestly,
but my
to me,
short game was okay.
Vibes. It's all about vibes. If you are a good vibe person, I'll play with just about anyone. And just play with some pace.
That's it. You have to.
Don't be slow.
Don't be Patrick Cantlay out there, is what you're saying, who's the slowest player of all time.
Don't be Lucas Alexander, who my dad called the pace car because he's the slowest person of all time.
That's the director.
Hit the ball, doggy.
That's the director of sports right there. You better show some respect. Fight on.
That guy's the director of nothing.
We got Dave Fleming coming up here next, courtesy of River Islands, our 95.7 Giants. Go get some sunglasses there.
The sun's in my eye.
We're going to take a quick break. It's Spadoni and Shasky coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing down here in Sunnyvale. And again, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First North Car Credit Union. Dave Fleming next. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back to the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 19th. Enjoy them at their best with a crisp skin and juicy center. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
O'Reilly. Stay cool this summer with AC Pro refrigerant at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
Been crushing the brakes, Sam. Shout out, Sam, Laughing Monk Brewing. That's where we are right now in Sunnyvale. Come down, say what's up. We got TJ, we got Sam, a Jazz fan, Tim Jordan, Matt Egan. Come down, say what's up. We're going to be here up till 2 o'clock, but you can stay later. The party's always here. I have a feeling Steiny's going to be hanging out here for a little bit longer, too. And one E-Dog, Evan Giddings, in for Dale the Guru Johnson.
Would you think that, like, Steiny's one of the greatest number 2s of all time?
Wow, you're saying he's a number 2? He's not number 1?
Well, no, Guru. I mean,
it starts Steiny and Guru, right?
I know, yeah, but there's been lots of shows that have been named certain things, and we understand that they're not necessarily that, right? The star might be driven from.
So you're saying they should rename it the Daryl the Guru Johnson Show with Matt Steinmetz. I always thought that's so disrespectful, by the way, when shows do that, when they say it's this person's show, and we're going to let this other person speak.
It depends on who. Anyway,
it's just
whatever.
egos
it's
involved. You stroke the ego of the one host.
It's just a name.
It's just a name.
I don't view it that way. I mean, Goo's the star of that show, and I'll tell that to Steiny's face.
You will, and he's going to be strolling in here in about 20 minutes with 50 pens and pencils.
In honor of, and he knows, Steiny knows I love him. In honor of that, I do want to get into Robert Saleh because I think Robert Saleh might be one of the better 2s.
Oh, that's where you're going
in
with
the
it.
league.
Okay, that's a nice little transition.
And we always have this who's the greatest Bay Area head coach of all time? Let me ask you this one, audience, and chew on this for a bit. Who's the best number 2? As we talk about Howard Stern, I always think of Artie Lang and the different characters that he's had on his show. And then obviously, Ed McMahon and him being number 2 to Johnny Carson. There's something about being a number 2. That doesn't mean you can't go somewhere else and be a number 1. But who are the greatest number 2s when it comes to coaching staffs in Bay Area sports history? I have a list. I'll let you guys chew on it. I could even ask, right now, Dave Fleming about that.
Let's do it, because Dave is joining us right here, courtesy of River Islands. Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider and broadcaster for the team, as the Giants get a massive series win in Pittsburgh, a team that had just swept them a week ago. And Dave, good morning. And
I'll just ask right away. I mean, you've been a part of so many great teams, and I don't just mean the broadcast team, because there's so many people working behind the scenes that people just don't understand, and we have the luxury of being able to explain to our audience about our boss and our technical producers and stuff. But when the Giants are winning championships, that staff Bochy had, and it goes back, those guys go back to Dusty Baker, Dave Vergetti, and Ron Wotus, and Flannery, and all the guys, Mark Gardner, that were a part of that. I think that we dramatically underrated how important the staff of Bochy's was. Dave, just speak to that. And when you're traveling with the team and you know how deep those coaching staffs are, we just never give them their just due, I feel like.
Yeah, I think that's right. But it's hard to, because especially in baseball, it's just hard to understand the impact of coaching. In football, you see schemes and play calls. Basketball, you see, okay, you got a defensive coach and you see the defense improve. You have an offensive assistant coach and you see the out-of-bounds plays get better, or the shooting coach helps a guy refine his mechanics. Baseball, look, pitching coaches, you can sort of see pitching coaches' impact, I think, over the years with repertoire, with refining the crafts of these guys. But baseball is a sport where it's a lot harder to understand the importance of coaching and how much impact those guys can make. They make a huge impact, and it's really important. And you got to get the mix right. You got to get the emotional part of it right. So much of coaching in baseball is supporting players through what is just an unbelievably grueling season. And it's a sport that it's the hardest sport. Baseball's the hardest sport. It is. I'm not saying, playing quarterback is easier than, like, being an NFL quarterback at a really high level is super hard, but the hardest sport to play consistently well is baseball. And it's just the cliche of sport of failure. It's a sport that beats you down. And so coaching, even for the athletes, as great as they are, so much of it is emotional support and, reinforcement of the stuff that you've worked on and finding the right way to approach a player. I always thought Ron Wotus was really good at that, like finding the right way to approach a player who'd done something dumb or made a mistake or forgotten stuff, and not make them feel like the world is ending, but turn it into a real teaching moment. I mean, obviously Dave Vergetti's one of the great pitching coaches in the history of baseball. I'll give you one other number 2 just for your list.
Yeah, give it to me.
Number 2.
Dick Tidrow was one of Brian Sabian's right-hand men over those years. And he had a very specific job, and it was to identify pitching talent. And Dick Tidrow was the guy who had the Giants draft Lincecum and Kane and Bumgarner and Romo and Wilson and all these guys. And the Giants would never have had the success that they had without the input of that guy. And, he died too young, and all of us around the Giants really miss him a lot. And he was a secret weapon for the Giants for all those championship teams. I don't know that there was a person in the game better at identifying pitching than Dick Tidrow.
What a great call on that.
Dave Fleming joining us here on the Morning Roast, obviously voice of the San Francisco Giants and our 95 The Game Giants Insiders. They have won back-to-back series now. And how massive a swing game was that yesterday, Dave? Potentially losing the series, coming back to win it. Obviously, the loss of Gerard Castellón, that stinks. But Dom Smith coming through late. Jung-Hoo Lee's been showing up lately. How massive of a swing game was that for the Giants to get that win in Pittsburgh before heading home now to take on the Nationals?
Yeah, every game now is so big, and you just got to win as many of these as you possibly can. So all these close games are important for the Giants to win. And look, I hesitate to say like any one game because we've seen this team fluctuate so much up and down. You're ready to write them off, they come back. You're ready to celebrate, here they go. They're churning for a championship, and then they stumble. So it's been a really hard team to kind of figure out over the course of the year. But yesterday, I think framing it by saying winning series is a good way to approach this. Like, it takes away the edge of you lose one game and the world is ending, but it also sort of emphasizes the urgency of the situation. So it is a good way to frame winning series. I just think it's this whole week leading up to those Padres games, like, you want to be playing your absolute. So much of this sport, and gosh, you can watch this Giants team just is emblematic of this as much as any team I can ever remember. So much of this sport is like hot, cold, when you catch a team, how a team's playing, and they got to catch these Padres games at the right time. They have to. They have to build some momentum in it because that's their path to head-to-head matchups. It's not to say that they can't catch the Mets, and maybe the Mets stumble, although the Mets are a really talented team. It's hard for me to see. I know they're scuffling a little bit right now, but hard for me to see them just, going down in flames. But the Padres are the team they have the most head-to-head matchups with that they can catch. And so those games are so important. You got to build that momentum, that good feeling, that, the lineup's got to be feeling good. Individual hitters got to be feeling good. And that's where yesterday you got a couple more guys with some positive feeling. It's the best I think the offense has felt in months. And if they can just keep that going, yesterday was a great part of that. Like, rally late against a really good reliever, a guy who's been one of the best relievers in the league. Keep that going this weekend. They can feel really good going into Monday.
Dave, they've got so many options at first base. I watch every inning of every game, and I'm telling you, this guy, Dom Smith, is a ball player. I don't know if he's a starter every single day on any team in the league, but I know for this team, he just makes positivity happen, whether that's dig outs at first, unbelievable plays down the line to stop an extra base hit, clutch base hits. I mean, he's had multiple big knocks when this team is dying for a hit with a runner in scoring position, and they need to carve out some playing time. I don't care if there's a lefty on the mound. If he's swinging it well, freaking play him. Like, I don't know, man. Dave, I really like Dom Smith, and I want this guy on the team, not just for the remainder of this year, but moving forward next year. And I know there's a logjam of guys at first, but you got to play this guy. Am I tripping here? Like, I love Dom Smith.
Yeah, I don't think you are. I think you should. I knew nothing. I should say, knew nothing. I mean, I've watched this guy play a lot of games over the years. I knew nothing about his personality. I knew nothing about how popular this guy is. Those guys love this guy. He is so positive. He's got a Wilmer vibe to him. He gets along with everybody. He's got the Wilmer heartbeat late in games where he can shorten up. This guy, Dom Smith, understands who he is as a player as well as anybody on that team. Like, he's not trying to launch home runs when he's up there. He understands who he is as a hitter. He understands situations. He changes his approach based on situation, count, who's on the mound as well as anybody on this team. He is a good defensive player. I never knew that about him. I never appreciated his defense as much as I probably should have. I'm with you. There's a great role for him on this team. It's hard to be a regular first baseman without power. So it's hard to be like a 500 at-bat first baseman if you're not going to provide some power. It's possible, but it's hard. But that's where I think this guy can be such an important role player, guy off the bench. Somebody gets hurt, he's right there ready to play for a week. He's just a really solid, fundamentally sound player who's a delight to be around. And the Giants marketing team is going to be giving him an extra award too, because every time this guy's doing an interview, I hear him, hey, Giants fans, we need you. This team isn't out of it. He's like the best cheerleader for what's going on right now. It's fun.
He's just a great dude.
We just had him on a couple days ago, and he's just so cultured with Bay Area when it comes to music, California. He's from Compton. He spoke to that and all of it. He's just such a down-to-earth guy, and we appreciated it so much. And, when I went to some of the games this year, Flem, and just talking to him, in the locker room, he just waxes poetically about leaning on guys like Barry Bonds, right? Some of the legends of the game and how much he appreciates to lean on those guys because you can't speak to it enough, right? You got Barry freaking Bonds, the greatest player maybe of all time, and you get to use him as like a coach going forward and leaning on. It's incredible. We have Dave Fleming here joining us right now on River Island's guest line, voice of the Giants. And Dave, another guy, a lot of questions, and he's been tearing the cover off the ball in AAA, but they want to see him. Bryce Eldridge. You think there's any chance the Giants call him up at all in these final 2 months, in this final stretch of the season?
Well, I think two things. Number one, it's very exciting to watch him. Bryce is doing everything you could possibly want from a kid who is 20. He's 20 years old, and he's just pummeling home runs at the highest level of the minor leagues. Really exciting. He's learning. This guy's a super fast learner. But I think if all of us, not that I didn't know this before, but if all of us needed a refresher about Buster Posey, like if there's one thing we've learned about Buster this year, it's that when he says something, he means it. He's not trying to throw somebody off the scent. He's not trying to mislead. When you ask him a question and he answers, you should listen to that answer. And he was asked the other day about Bryce Eldridge, and he said, we believe he needs some more time. And we're going to be patient with this guy because we don't want to rush it because we think he's a big part of our future. So I think we should just listen to those words and probably assume that Eldridge is going to be, at least for this month, down in AAA. He just hasn't had much experience. I think the Giants want to put him in a position where he can be ready to go, truly ready to go. It's impossible. You're always going to have to learn at this level. You can't fully prepare for being a big leaguer until you get here. But I think everybody needs to just have a little patience with him. And if Encarnacion's going to go on the injured list, which he is, they do have a decision to make. But there was a game last night. There's a minor league game tonight. They can watch those games, sort of see how they feel about the roster. Wilmer, I guess, is a risk. I think they don't think he's going to go on the IL, but, Wilmer's a risk. There could be two spots potentially opening up this weekend if Wilmer doesn't get any better. But I would not anticipate right now one of those being Bryce. It's just going to be a little longer.
Yeah, they got the two kids from the Mets, the pitcher and the outfielder, who have already had some immediate impact. So that's really exciting. It's funny how these things all come together. Casey Schmidt at one point, everybody was down on him. Guy's been having great at-bats for months now, it feels like. Christian Koss was on fire, and then he goes away, and you just forget about him. And he comes back, and it's funny how these things work out. I'm folding laundry. I call it the goofy hour, 5:30 to 6:30. It's like right around feeding time. My little guy's losing his mind in the downstairs room. I'm folding laundry. We're watching the Giants. I love the early starts. And I'm listening to you and Hunter kind of humble brag and talk a little, late in the game. And I couldn't believe what I hear. Boys, can you play the sound from the game just the other night?
Can you remember your best score on that course? I played some good golf. Last time I was out there, I maybe shot a 75.
on the lake course. That's pretty good.
What's par for course?
I think the championship course at Olympic is a par 72.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Okay, so I was floored, and I grabbed the phone, I text you right away, and then this morning, Steiny's texting me about the humble brag last night, because Steiny's right over my right shoulder right here, Dave. A 75 at the lake course, like it was, I think I shot a 75. The greatest humble brag drop of all time.
During a game.
Number one, who was in the foursome to corroborate said score? And then number two, Steiny wants to know when you're going to take him out in a foursome and show him the ropes at the lake course.
Well, I'm not a member out there, so Steiny's going to have to find a actual member to host us. I was with a good friend of mine who, when they finished this most recent renovation.
Yes, go
I will
Hans.
say this. This is not. They did an awesome job, but it is a little gentler for members than it used to be.
I would agree.
It is a little softer than it was. So maybe, I played well. I took advantage of that. I didn't get in as much trouble. Look, I can play. I'm a good golfer. I'm not a great golfer. I am not a spectacular, wow you with a bunch of, but I'm pretty steady. I keep it in play. I don't lose a ball. I make some putts. I drive George Contos crazy because George is way more talented than I am, but I still beat him on the golf course because I make some putts, and I just am sort of Mr. Steady, and it drives him nuts. Yeah, you got to be able to get the ball in the hole. Sometimes I'm pretty good at that.
I'm a member out there. We can go play at some point. We will set up a group outing at some point. Bonds is famous for playing out there alone. Very famous for playing out there alone, and a lot of members get frustrated at the pace of play for Barry. He takes as much time as he did on a home run trot as he does out there to play 18. So we're going to have to get out there soon. But look,
now
more than
deal breaker for me, by the way. If we're playing golf, we're going fast. I am a
100%. So you're not a fan of Patrick Cantlay, is what you're telling me, Dave
100%. Hit the ball.
I'm not a fan of almost any player out on tour in that.
Did you catch Happy Gilmore too yet? Out of curiosity, we've been very hotly debating it.
People are crushing
it's pretty bad.
No, come on.
It's pretty bad.
If you expected it to be an Oscar-winning film, it's Happy
was
Gilmore
just so
2.
bad.
Come
it was
on.
so bad.
Did you see it, Dave?
What's that?
Happy Gilmore 2. Did you see Happy Gilmore 2?
I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it. I got to see it because my buddy Zalatoris has a good
he's the best part.
Yeah.
He's the best part of the whole thing, so I won't ruin it for you. All right, this weekend, Giants. We know every game is big. What are you looking for this weekend with the Giants? I feel like things are coming together. The guy I'm most pumped about right now is Jung-Hoo Lee, Dave. The way he's using his speed. He went second to third the other day. I don't think he does that a month ago. He stole that bag against the Mets, and then the ball trickles away, and he takes that extra bag going second to third again. I am loving the speed element from him and taking command in center field defensively. You're seeing him be way more demonstrative. I think Jung-Hoo Lee, it's starting to click for him. Use the speed. So I'm looking forward to him. Who are you looking at right now this weekend as the key catalyst?
Yeah, it's a good call by you. I mean, I think it's possible that fly ball that dropped in Atlanta on that Monday night was sort of like a wake-up call for Jung-Hoo. Not that, Jung-Hoo is incredibly professional. He cares. I think he cares almost too much. Like, it's killing him when he doesn't produce the way he thinks he can. And some of that he's got to get over. Like, relax a little bit. Game is hard. You have an offer. That doesn't mean you let everybody down. Like, I do think Jung-Hoo puts a ton on his own shoulders, and that is not helpful in this sport. So, but I think that in terms of like taking charge and being a little more assertive, it's possible we look back at that embarrassing moment in Atlanta and think that is where he just sort of decided, all right, I got to be a little more forceful with my personality. It's maybe not who he is naturally. So anyway, that's one. I think the big storyline of the weekend is the Giants have, it's probably going to be Kaiwei Tang on tomorrow night, and Carson Whisenhunt on Saturday. So you got your young guys, and they've shown a lot of positive things in the last week plus. But these are big games, and you're counting on guys who, in front of a big home crowd, there's extra pressure, I think, sometimes when you play at home. I think the big story is against a Nats team that's struggling, but still they've got Abrams, they've got Wood, they've got some guys who can do some damage. Like the Giants need solid out of those guys. It's a lot to ask in a pennant race of really inexperienced arms. I think, to me, that's the story of the weekend. If those guys come out and pitch with confidence and are aggressive and the Giants support them with some solid defense, I think it's going to be a really good weekend. It's hard. Nobody wants to be asking these guys making their second and third starts respectively in their careers. Nobody wants – it's not the ideal scenario, like August pennant race, super important games. That's just the way it is right now until Roop and Birdsong and a couple others can get back healthy and up to speed. So they're leaning on these guys, and they don't need them to be, pitching a complete game. They just need them to be solid.
Okay, so before we end this, we've got a verbal agreement on air for the whole Barry audience to know. You'll host me at San Francisco Golf Club. I'll host you at Olympic Club, a little home-and-home action. I'm teasing.
No, he's
but not really.
No, he's not. Absolutely not. Dave,
I would
appreciate
love to play some golf with you. I would, and I will say this: a moment I will never forget. I'm not going to tell all the details of the story, but Mike Yastrzemski and I on Thursday on the off day, we were playing at a truly great, one of the great golf courses in the world. And we finished our round, and we were, sort of winding down and having a drink after the round. And that's when he got the ping from Buster Posey that he had been traded. And
wow.
So I was with Yaz in a golf course locker room when he got traded, which, was a unique golf experience for me and something I'll never forget.
So catch Dave and Yaz at Cypress Point in Pebble Beach. There you go. Hey, Dave, we appreciate the time.
We were in New York. We were in New York on the wrong.
He was at National.
No, he flew over there.
Bethpage or National. He was at one of those. Dave, I'm so jealous. Just keep living your life to the fullest.
We appreciate it, Dave.
I live a pretty good life. I got to say, my trip this last week, I did a lot of fun things the last week. I have it pretty good.
There you go.
I love it.
Hey, Dave,
have a good one, buddy.
Stuff,
Go
man.
Giants.
There you go. We appreciate it.
Yeah. See you guys.
See,
oh my goodness.
Dave Fleming joining us on the Morning Roast here as we are coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale.
Was standing up, getting close to the speakers. A, because he's old, and B,
well, he's got the Mr. Magoo Uncle Junior glasses on from The Sopranos right now. They age him 15+ years, but people keep telling him it's a good look. Although he's wearing the shorts, he's wearing the polo. Bonte's here, E-Dog, everyone's looking trim.
You know what's funny is Bonte slipped in. I didn't hear trumpets, so I didn't know that the king was making an appearance.
Yeah, the King's Tale. Well, that's coming up in a couple minutes, Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands, by the way, as we are coming to you live again from Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Come down, say what's up. Bonte's going to be joining us here at Laughing Monk. And plus, starting at 10 o'clock, you got Steiny and Evan Giddings. So come by, say what's up to them.
Evan, I know, it's good to see that you're wearing the same polo from 7th grade. That thing's a little tight on you, doggy.
Well,
we're going to have to get you some...
That's right, because he's got the arms, he's got the guns.
It's the mid-drift, though, that I don't need to see.
Well, it's just gay. Well, if you hit the gym like Evan Giddings, why not?
Well, I know. I mean, he's got all that free time. I'm jealous.
Well, you can't work out, too? You tell me all the time you're working out in the morning every time. I don't see the results. I'm just saying.
I've got life weighing me down.
Oh, life weighing you down, right? Yeah. It's not laying down Evan Giddings, Bonte, or Steiny, obviously. 888-957-9570.
With more weights, life gets lighter.
There you go. Well, Sam Lubman. Between Lubman and Evan Giddings, who's got the biggest arms at 95.7 the game? Well, Guru's going to say himself, of course, by the way.
Hey, Guru does have giant arms.
He does. He's a big guy.
Guru's very strong.
Hey. Speaking of big arms, you got Nick Bosa out there today. You got Fred Warner out there practicing.
Nick Bosa and Guru in the same. I love Guru. Guru's super strong. Nick Bosa is genetic freak.
Who's the greatest physique on the Niners you're looking at? Is it Fred Warner or is it Nick Bosa?
Ooh, I don't know. Bosa's...
It's not going to be Bo Nix and Brock Purdy. God bless them. It's not going to be...
Brock Purdy has got big legs,
I'll say this.
McCaffrey's up there.
George Kittle is looking great.
Well, he's a monster.
He's got his smelling salts back, by the way, so he's fired up for that.
Monster.
And we're fired up for that. We had Brian Baldinger joining us earlier. We got Bonte joining us here in a second, get his thoughts on who's he's most excited to see at joint practices today between the Denver Broncos and San Francisco 49ers. You gave me your top 5. So you had Bosa you're looking for. You got Michael Williams, the first-round pick out of Georgia. You got Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, the quarterback play today, obviously. Ricky Pearsall, but the number one guy you're looking forward to seeing today was who, Joe?
I want to see CMC. I want to see, but I also want to see this guy. I want to get into something before the King cuts in here because I want his perspective as well as yours on this one. Number 2s. Robert Saleh coming back, being a number 2. Some people are just better number 2s, right? And that doesn't mean they're the second in command per se.
I think we saw that with Philadelphia Eagles and Vic Fangio. He's not a number 1.
Okay, great call.
He's a number 2.
I was going to say like Norv Turner is a great example. Ray Rhodes is a great example.
I'll go recent, so yeah.
You know, if I were to go Bay Area sports, greatest number 2s or assistant-type coaches, I referenced a few on the Giants. Ron Wotus, Dave Righetti. These are 3-time champions. Went to the World Series 4 different times because they were a part of Dusty's staff. Right. Ron Wotus has 2,000 wins as a manager. That is like John, or not, as a part of the management team. Sure. That's John McGraw territory. Bench coach from 99 through 2017. I think of a guy like, to a way lesser degree, Mike Holmgren, Mike Shanahan, who were part of championship teams as number 2s. Yeah. Jim Moore Jr., Vic Fangio with the Niners going to so many championship games. Mike Brown, Luke Waldner, guys that have been on the Warriors staff for a long time. I think it comes down to these 2, though. And these are the 2, and it's tough for me to kind of pick which one is more important. Is it Ron Adams, 4-time assistant head coach champion? They went immediately to 67-15, top defensive type of guru dude, push KD, push Draymond Green, Iguodala, push Curry to be better defensive players individually, and then came up with all of the different concepts on whatnot of flashing and full switching, all that? Or is it George Seifert, 3-time Super Bowl assistant head coach, promoted to D.C. in 1983. He had 6 consecutive top 10 teams on defense, first and third in fewest yards allowed, back-to-back years. Like, to me, those are 2, and George Seifert also won 2 Super Bowls as a head coach. Those are like on a short list of guys, and I'm sure I'm omitting someone.
Well, and should be a Hall of Famer, by the way, as we're bringing up George Seifert. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
That he should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame, as we just had the Hall of Fame inductions over the week.
Like, having Robert Saleh back gives you a guy who was a head coach who is a great number 2. I don't know if he's a great head coach, but he's a hell of a number 2 in command. Like, who are we omitting from this list? Am I forgetting anyone?
Well, you're not going to mention the great Steve Wilkes, of course, who got to a Super Bowl. I'm kidding, Shasky. I know it triggers you so much because you blame him for the Super Bowl loss somewhat, which is ridiculous.
I blame everyone. When you lose a Super Bowl, everyone gets blamed.
But I'll say this in regards to Robert Saleh, because that's why you started the conversation.
Yeah, because I'm pumped to see Saleh again.
There was clearly a lot made the last couple seasons about whether it was energy, lack of energy, being in the booth, being on the sideline. Nick Bosa made a tiff about it. You know, Fred Warner, all these guys. Well, you got your guy back. You got there. I don't want any excuses now when it comes to that part of I'm not fired up, or the guys don't know what they're doing, or we have new schemes. You know this guy. And Robert Saleh knows you. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to get from Nick Bosa, from Fred Warner, from Demo Lenore, from Michael Williams is the guy I'm looking at today too. Like, this is your first-round pick. We need someone else to step up alongside Nick Bosa, but Nick Bosa in particular. Can he get back to a DPOY kind of a level as we're joined now?
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
DC 2017 to 2020, so 4 years.
Yeah.
2019 was a magical year for Saleh in the defense. 6th in forced fumbles, 2nd in total defense, 1st in passing defense, 48 sacks as a team. And it was the first time since 2003 they were top 10 in scoring and yards per game. It was one of the best Niner defenses of all time, by the numbers.
By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Tough L for the Valkyries yesterday. It's WNBA trade deadline today as I welcome in Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands, and I welcome you not to the Laughing Monk studios, but to Laughing Monk here in Sunnyvale. Where's the trumpets? Where's the applause? Bonte Hill is in here, ladies and gentlemen.
You know,
there you go.
You guys got some nerve right now. I'm just going to come in here hot. First of all, Shasky wearing the glasses. Who always got on me for wearing glasses indoors?
The sun was in my eyes.
please.
He does have blue eyes.
The
Bonte.
name
It's
dropping about the
sensitive.
Olympic Club. And then throwing Steiny under the bus. Because this is true. If Steiny said, no, I want to play with Fleming, and I want to know what he scored. He always gets on Guru for begging personnel members for free gear and tickets. You guys are shameless around here. What has gone around here? No, I don't have to ask. People come to me.
Oh, there's the difference. Well, the king doesn't. They approach the king.
I don't have to ask.
You don't have to ask. Steiny used to be that guy. He gets on Guru. Now he's begging. You're begging. Barry Bonds, I'm sure, doesn't want people to know he's playing golf, and you're busting him out. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Good for Barry.
Plays by himself, too, by the way. When you play golf, Bonte, do you play by yourself?
I mean, sure.
Sure. Have you been hitting the links at all?
I have
Remember
not.
that was starting? I remember his social media was creeping up. Bonte was at the leaks. He was at Top Golf. He was hitting up these places.
We do putt at NBC Sports Bay Area. We got this little putting competition, so I got the bug still. Just don't have the time.
Does E-Dog play golf? That's one sport I don't know if he plays.
Yeah,
No.
so.
Yeah, I bet as a baseball player, I would bet he has good short game because most baseball players are good golfers.
Bonte, will you be going to joint practices later? Right?
No,
after this is done?
I just came to Laughing Buck just to come. I just made the drive to do a 30-minute hit to see Tim Jordan and Steiny in. I mean, San Jose Jazz fan.
So I don't know. Were you listening to Baldy on the way in?
I listened to a little Baldy.
Okay.
Well, I was still in the house.
Okay,
still at the house.
Baldy is he's just up in the air on CMC, which I think everyone is, and I understand that. You have been here. I have not been to any of these practices. Today's a big one. It's a joint practice. I don't even know if I could glean a whole lot because it's not about just being good today. It's about week 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and like stacking all those weeks. What does CMC look like to you?
He looks like Christian McCaffrey.
Really?
Now, is he as fast as he was a couple seasons ago? It's hard to tell in practice because once he gets through the hole, guys kind of just let him. He jogs it out, slows it down, tempers. But I'm looking at him taking every rep. When it comes out of the backfield, catching the ball, being a receiver, he's just as good as he was at Stanford and 2 years ago when he's the offensive player of the year. So to me, and if he's the same guy that we saw in the Buffalo game when he did mess up his Achilles, I take that guy all day long. Now, the worry is, can he last through 17 games? And then what does the backup running back room look like? And the backup running back room right now doesn't look pretty. Isaac Guerendo's out probably until week 1 with a shoulder injury. He's had like 6 or 7 injuries, and he's been in the league for a year and a half.
I just can't trust him.
I mean, he blew a hammy on the first day of camp last year, and they weren't even in shoulder pads. Jordan James has been out with a knee injury. I like Corey Kiner. He's a rookie out of Cincinnati. People are telling me, hey, pump the brakes. He's just a camp body. But Corey Kiner's made some plays out there. But the backup running back room, I mean, if Jordan Mason was here, I feel a hell of a lot better about the prospects of CMC and Jordan Mason. But right now, if anything happens to CMC, and that's the key because he scored 18 touchdowns in the red zone a couple years ago, 18 inside the 20. And so he's equally important as Brock Purdy. But he looks like CMC to me so far.
Well, and that's going to be the question ultimately is how the touches look with this guy too, because a lot was made, Bonte, a couple years ago. As we had Baldy on, he was talking to you, he was talking to Shasky, the number 370 touches, all right? That's what we go to. Is this guy going to be on a snap count early on? Is he going to look like CMC in the first couple of weeks? Like, we were getting into the conversation yesterday, and CMC dominated the conversation because a lot of people believe that this season will only go as far as Christian McCaffrey will take them. I don't know how many teams you say that about when it comes to the running back being that guy. Now, you have Derrick Henry, obviously, with the Baltimore Ravens, but it starts with Lamar for me there. Saquon maybe, but even for me, I thought Jalen Hurts put that team on his back when push came to shove in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs were like, no, we're going to force him to beat us in the pocket, and he did that. That being said, Baldy talked about it. Running the ball with this team is going to dictate everything, and whether they could keep the bodies on the field, off the field, offense, defense. Christian McCaffrey, is he the most important player for the 49ers this season, which is insane because you just paid Brock Purdy to kind of be that guy, right? He's the highest paid player in the franchise, Monte.
You paid him to stabilize the offense. George Kittle, if he goes down, what happens? He's equally as important. And George Kittle's been he's been the best player on the field in training camp.
He's got to smell himself's back. That's okay.
He's got to sell his but I'm seriously. Look, he's running all the routes. He's catching everything. He looks like a monster out there. But it was George Kittle. Okay. There was a play in training camp last week where they ran an end around to DeMarcus Robinson. And it's Fred Warner in space lurking. And George Kittle comes around, bam, stonewalls him. And this is Fred Warner, who's going to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame one day. And I said, okay, George Kittle's ready to roll. So if he goes down, what does your passing game look like?
Well, I think
he's equally important. They all mesh together.
Yeah.
It's just like the Warriors when they had Clay and Katie and Steph. One of them goes down, it looks a lot different. So when you talk about the Eagles in the Super Bowl and everybody's giving Jalen Hurts was great in that game. But let's not forget the Eagles defense won that game. Their defense won that game. The pick six in the first half, the interception inside the 10-yard line, gave them a 17-0 lead. They were playing easy football. So yeah, Saquon Barkley is important to them. They lose Saquon Barkley, that offense looks different. The Ravens lose Derrick Henry, the offense looks different. The Buccaneers lose Mike Evans or Bucky Irving. The offense looks different. So if you take a piece away from any one of these NFL teams, it's going to look different. So Brock Purdy's important because if he goes down, I don't think a lot of Niner fans will have the confidence in Mac Jones to lead them deep into the playoffs. We've seen Brock Purdy do that already. As bad as last year looked at times, Brock Purdy has helped his team get to 2 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl, so they're all equally important.
You've been at almost all of these practices, Bonte. What's the vibe like right now? Because a lot was made from fans, from the players last year about all the drama, right? All the holdouts, all of everything that went hell. Your first-round pick got shot. And you were coming off a Super Bowl loss. What's the vibe been like at camp, and what are we going to see today when they start going up against another team? This is when it starts to pump up. We got 4 weeks, Bonte, 4 weeks until the start of regular season. 4 weeks today is game 1 of the National Football League. So what are the vibes like in Santa Clara thus far?
Vibes have been good. I mean, look, Juwan Jennings is not practicing right now. Is it the calf, or does he want new money? But they've gone on as business as usual, and they haven't skipped a beat offensively in practice. Now, you've had your starting corners out for the most part, Renardo Green and Deommodore Lenoir, but Purdy's been on point with DeMarcus Robinson. He's been on point with Ricky Pearsall. He's been on point with George Kittle. And I don't keep training camp stats because you don't know what's going on. You don't know what the primary is or what they're working on. But the offense has been flawless so far for the most part. They moved the ball when they're healthy and got all their guys in there. So the vibe's been good because all the distractions, even Brandon Ayuk, for example, and it was all about Brandon Ayuk last year, wanting new money, and we know how that went down. He got sent off the field with the shorts and everything. He's been out there at practice every single day with the receivers, basically coaching them up and then running on the side. He's engaged this year. It's a new Brandon Ayuk, or maybe it's the same Brandon Ayuk. I don't know, but he's been out there every single day helping these young receivers try to catch up to speed and get up to speed within this offense. So the vibe has been really, really good. It's been a good, clean camp. Now the injuries, they stink. You've had to cut guys left and right, but the camp has been fun, and you got the influx of youngsters with this new defensive line. They've brought the energy. Michael Williams and C.J. West, and then Alfred Collins is getting better by the day. I'm not saying he's a day one starter. He's not going to be a pass rush specialist, but he's getting better and better as he learns the NFL game.
So we're talking about all the different, position groups, offense, defense, wide receiver. The depth is the name of the game right now when it comes to this team. And I think that's why a lot of people are skeptical about them. But when I just look at the NFC in general, Bonte, I do feel like outside of the Eagles, it is kind of wide open. There's a lot. Show me again, Washington. It was great. It was an awesome first year. Show me again. Dan Campbell and the Lions, they just lost both their coordinators. Aaron Glenn's gone. Ben Johnson's gone. Let's see it again. And in your own division, is Matt Stafford even going to be ready week 1? Guy's got
It'd be kind of fun to see. Wouldn't it be fun to see Jimmy against the Niners with those weapons?
That'd
be good. Licking my chops.
Yeah, no doubt.
Devontae Adams deserves Jimmy Garoppolo again. I'll just say that.
I'll just say it right now. It's hard for me to see the Eagles not being in the Super Bowl right now. And you know how much I hate Philadelphia, but they're stacked. If they're healthy, they're in a different stratosphere right now. They got both defense. They got defensive line, offensive line. They got the skill sets with A.J. Brown, skill position with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. But yes, the NFC is kind of wide open there. I don't know what Chicago's going to look like. I don't know what J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota is going to look like. He's never played a snap in the NFL. Green Bay, what are their receivers going to look like? What's their defense going to look like? Is Jordan Love going to take that next step? Then you look at the NFC West. I don't believe in Sam Darnold in Seattle, but they're going to be tough. Yeah. I believe in that head coach. I don't necessarily believe in Sam Darnold, but I believe in that head coach. And they got Witherspoon at corner, who's going to see a lot of Ricky Pearsall in week 1 at Lumen Field. What's Arizona cooking up in the desert? They made moves this offseason. Hassan Reddick is coming to the desert. They're a sneaky good team. They were in it last year, Shasky, for a long portion of the season. So, yes, the rest of the NFC is wide open, but it feels like it's the Eagles' conference to lose right now. That's just how I feel right now.
Absolutely. And when I look at, the totality of the AFC, right, and we're going to see one of those teams here today in the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton and Bo Nix, right? And listen, Bo Nix, I was out on Bo Nix when he came out of college. I'm going to be honest. I'm not falling down on the sword quite yet when it comes to the Bo Nix narratives. He was really good. He shut me up last year. He was good. Outside of Jane Daniels, best rookie quarterback, I thought. Okay? I'm looking at Brock Purdy. And it does feel like we're not talking a lot about the quarterback, Monte. Do you feel that at all? He's kind of sliding under the radar. No?
I mean, come week one, we're all going to be talking about Brock Purdy. It's training camp. It's the quarterback of the Niners.
But that's been...
because it's training camp,
No, but we've been talking about it for training camp for like the last 5, 6, 7 years. All throughout Kyle Shanahan's tenure, we've been talking about it. Is it because he just got the contract and it's shut up everyone?
We know he's going to be the quarterback, and we know that when he has his weapons around him, he's able to function at a high level. Now, last year went awry, right? You had musical chairs on the offensive line. Christian McCaffrey's out. Debo, Ayuk, and Christian McCaffrey did not play one single game together.
That's crazy.
In 2023, they combined for 40 touchdowns. Last year, they combined for 4. McCaffrey, think about that. McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Debo never played one game together all season long. So I think fans know that, hey, when Brock Purdy has his weapons and he can process everything, he's going to be fine. But don't think because it's quiet right now that it's going to be quiet heading into Seattle. We're going to be hyper-focused on – don't get it twisted. It's going to be about Shanahan, Brock Purdy, and this defense. So it may be quiet on the airwaves right now, but everybody's watching number 13 to see how he's throwing the ball. And some people, and I told you this, some people think – Mac Jones, oh, man, he's having a hell of a camp, and he is. Mac Jones can win you a game or two, but don't get it twisted. By week one, it'll be focused on Brock Purdy and what he does with this team moving forward.
And he's going up against who in week one? Sam Darnold, who a lot of people...
Well, he's not going against Sam Darnold. He's going against McDonald and that defense.
But how
and Witherspoon. I'm schooling you youngsters.
This is how we talk about sports now.
No. That's how you talk about sports.
Okay.
That's how... and that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem with you sports fans these days. It's not Jalen Hurts going against Patrick Mahomes. It's not Purdy going against Patrick Mahomes. It's Purdy going against Spagnuolo. It's Hurts going against Spagnuolo. It's it's Purdy going against McDonald and that defensive coordinator when I still got nightmares on Christmas Day with the Baltimore Ravens.
Well, he threw like 9 picks.
Exactly. It could have been 7. It could have been 7. It was a nightmare.
Oh, the ref that tripped Lamar Jackson?
No, that was...
So Darnold's going against Saleh. He's going against that defense. Now, we do the comparative stats. I don't know why you youngsters do that, which is what's ruining sports fandom these days on social media. Got to stop with that.
Comparing quarterbacks is ruining the league. Is that what you're saying?
Comparing, he's saying, hey, this guy's going against this guy. They don't face each other. It's like a pitcher, right? Oh, Maddox is going against now. They're going pitch for pitch, and they're trying to match pitch for pitch. But they're not facing each other. So quarterbacks aren't facing each other.
So if Brock Purdy throws 2 pick sixes and Sam Darnold throws for 300 yards, it's going to be
Sam
nothing.
Darnold had a better game. He had a better game against Saleh's defense.
You don't think there's going to be conversations?
Well, that's what you guys do. It's a lazy conversation. That's all I'm saying.
This is the highest paid player in the history of the organization. He has to carry this team this year.
No, he doesn't have to carry the team. He has to get the ball to George Kittle and get him to make plays. You got to get the ball to McCaffrey. Use your playmakers. You don't have to carry the team. A quarterback cannot carry the team. But Tom Brady did not carry the Patriots. He used his weapons, and early on with Tom Brady, it was all about the defense. Tom Brady would use his checkdowns left and right. Purdy just run the offense. Don't turn the ball over. Get the team in the right set. Score points. He doesn't have to carry
it. Starts with the red zone, too, for me, though, as we're talking about this. Like, that's where you have to improve. And it's Christian McCaffrey,
Speaking of the red zone, speaking of it, what's up with the kicker?
Well, competition's not over. And Shanahan said that.
Well, Greg Joseph's gone. What are you talking about?
He looked at me with a straight face, and he said, the competition's not over.
Booty misses 3 kicks.
Most serious. Oh, have you heard my kicker? Play it again.
Play it one more time.
Okay, kicker watch. You have defended the Jake Moody selection for so long.
Well, he was good in the Super Bowl.
What's going on with the kicker?
Up to the block extra point.
Listen,
I watched back the first 6 games alone, and I would have fired everyone on the special teams. I actually think it was worse than I remember.
It was bad. And you know what? The competition's not over because if he misses 3 kicks on Saturday, Greg Jokes is on speed dial. He's on speed dial. The kicker Jake Moody's not sleeping well right now. He's not getting a full 8 hours of sleep. He's waking up in the middle of the night thinking, dang, I got to make that 55-yarder. Boy, I hope this new technique works.
His delivery on kicks is different?
It's 2 steps instead of 3 steps. He explained it to us that he's going 2 steps instead of 3 steps, and he says, look, I'm not losing a lot of distance, maybe a yard or two here and there, but he's trying to tweak some things. But when I see Greg Joseph, they are having a competition in front of the media last week, and I said, boy, look at Moody, man. He's pressing a little bit. Just the way he's moving. So, listen, he's the kicker. And nobody wants to give the kicker credit. Nobody wants to do this, and I can't believe I'm going to say this.
No.
But he did rush himself back from a dislocated ankle. He should not have been playing. He should not have been playing. Come on.
I've been telling him that. He's had an ankle sprain all year.
No, he didn't all year.
Not all year.
The miss against the Rams, he was 100% fine.
He did have 6 in week 1 against the Jets. He did look good. What, you're rolling your eyes? He won you week 1 when Christian McCaffrey wasn't there.
They win the Rams game if he just kicks the field goal properly.
And the Rams sell everybody.
The whole
Cooper
season
Kupp is
plays
gone.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, defensive players are gone.
How bad that game was.
That game was bad. Well, Roddy Bell, but then Moody too.
They were up 14-0, and they ran a fake punt
on 4th and 7 with no containment.
And got it by like an inch.
Dude, you knew the Rams were desperate. I think everybody in their house was yelling, watch the fake. Watch the fake. So the whole special teams, they all got blown out. And Boyer, who's not a special teams coordinator, he's all got his new guys in. So he's doing things his way. But there's by no means should Jake Moody be comfortable. Shanahan said it. Listen to Shanahan. I heard Fleming on. He was like, listen to Buster. Well, listen to Shanahan. Competition's not over. We just need bodies in training camp.
He says he's competing against everybody.
He is.
That's just a hilarious
There's a kicker right now at a high school field practicing 55-yarder saying, Shanahan, they called me and he did it.
Oh, my God.
We're talking about Bonta Hill here at Lafayette Brew in Sunnyvale. We are live 6 to 10 here, the morning roast. And we got Steiny and Evan Giddings from 10 to 2. Come down, say what's up. We got joint practices starting today.
I know, I'm ready to get some food over there.
Your boy Sean Payton's going to be there, Joe. Are you excited to see Sean Payton?
I still have residuals from when, he did Bounty Gate. I just don't like Sean Payton. When he blitzed Alex Smith game 1 preseason against Harbaugh, Harbaugh's like, I've never seen anyone blitz in preseason. I don't know what we're doing. He was blitzing over and over again. I'll never forget it.
He was destroying the Niners.
I hate him.
He made blitz today. Vance Joseph's the defensive coordinator.
Wow, look at I keep getting blown up on the roast chat right now.
What is it?
It says we have a special guest on the line, courtesy of River Islands, that wants to join the to talk to Bonta Hill in particular. Special guest. Good morning.
It better not be BPA.
Is this Greg
It
Joseph?
better not be BPA.
Who is it?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Oh God! Way to ruin my morning.
Brian Palo Alto. Good morning, Brian.
Bonta.
How you doing?
Yeah, you're looking good. Looking good as you always are, as you know, as you well know. So, yeah, I mean, Jake Moody is going to be Kyle Shanahan's undoing, and I said a while ago, Shanahan has like sort of non-logical loyalties to certain guys that are on some other span of reason. And Moody, I can't look at Moody's face anymore, right? Like you look at his face and you're like, this guy is done mentally. He's done. And, like all you had to do is cut the guy, man. And like,
hey, BPA,
like
you know what? To your point,
Yeah.
there's a lot of kickers who resurface at their second stop. So Jake Moody may become a 15-year pro, but it just may not be in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
It might be.
Yeah, that's why you don't blow a third-round pick on them, like that.
Exactly.
Like that's part of the reason why.
He would have been in the conversation for Super Bowl MVP had they won it a couple years ago.
John Jennings.
I'm kidding, man.
Come on, Bonta.
Hey, longest kicks in the Super Bowl.
He doesn't even believe
he nailed him. He nailed him. Calm the waters.
Don't let him get to you, Bonta. Come on.
No, he's not. Trust me.
Anyway.
Hey, BPA, I watch a young man. He is pressing, man. I said, boy, the weight of the world is on his shoulders, man.
I mean, come on, dude. I mean, what are we doing?
Brian, any other questions you have for the King, Bonta Hill?
How about those Giants, BPA?
Oh, my
what a win
God.
yesterday.
No, he wants to talk about Kuminga, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, Kuminga.
No,
Please don't
I
Kuminga talk.
don't want to talk about it. Come on.
People think I'm on the payroll now when I defend
Kuminga.
Kuminga.
Yeah.
Malik Monk.
No.
Come on.
It doesn't even make sense. You got to take back half the salary.
Hey, Brian, the next update I get.
I did hear they're about to sign Al Horford though, so that's exciting.
I've been hearing that for 90 days.
We're waiting on JK right now, man. BP, how about the Buster Posey-led Giants, man? What a win yesterday.
Oh God, I don't have any no comment. I'm neither angry nor euphoric. It's I'm Farhan.
Kaiway team Friday night against the Nationals. Let's go.
Brian Palomalco joining us here on the River Islands.
I can't even look at you.
I miss your tweets. BP. I don't see him anymore. I see him cursing out other people on Twitter.
Well, if you just unblock them, you'll probably be able to see them.
I didn't block him.
Who is his picture? He had
Pajemski with the braids. I think got the braids back, by the way. Did you see that, Bonte?
Yeah, I did see that.
How do you feel about that?
I didn't block him. I just unfollowed him. For the seventh time. Pajemski with the braids. I mean, it's a look. He's on Turkish Keiko's got to protect the hair. I'm not mad at it.
Malibu's Most Wanted.
Malibu's Most Wanted. Hey, man.
Who's that, Jamie Kennedy?
I'm nobody be talking about somebody's appearance, man. I'm not doing that.
You got the Tiger Woods shirt on. You got the shorts
Sunday,
going.
Right? It's training camp.
You got a haircut?
Florida State Burgundy.
Dude, Florida State Burgundy playing Alabama week 1. 3 top 10 games August 30th. So you know what I did. Taking chairs up to Calistoga for a few days. Mama gets the day off or a week off. Yeah. No mud baths. We'll just be in the hot springs.
I know that's what they're known for up there.
But you got to think it's the way I think. So Anna's like, Chester, what are we going to do? She's going to be out of school that week, blah, blah, blah. I got it. And I set everything up to where things are going to be good during the week. And then by August 30th, when there's 3 top 10 football games on, hey, babe, you know what? Just go to Kilroy Cards or something. Or here's some money for the go get a Manny Patty, whatever you need to do. I need to watch Ohio State, Texas, LSU, Clemson, Florida State, Bama, the whole 9.
We got Matt Nahigian with a picture. Don't spill it, Matt. Careful.
Are you guys down on the Giants? You guys really down?
No, I'm
pumped. I know you're pumped.
They got to stack some series here. They got 2 in a row now. That's big. Now 2 against the Nationals. Does that sound too pessimistic? I don't think it is.
9-game homestand. You got the Padres seven times, I think, in the next 13.
And that's going to be at the Padres, who had made huge moves, obviously. You got Nestor Cortez giving up a bomb yesterday against the Corbin Carroll. But they still won, right? Mason Miller, they got that acquisition, obviously.
He tied up the game the other day. He was a 5-3. He came in late in the game and gave up a 2-run homer. He's all over the place right now.
He hasn't had the same season he had last year at the A's, and I thought the A's, they got their number 3 prospect out of San Diego, DeVries or whatever, DeVries University.
I heard he's legit
too.
Shooty Babbitt speaks highly of him.
I'm very curious to see how that's going to look out. But the Giants, let's see, right? But as far as I'm concerned, we got joint practice today. I'm all in on the Niners right now.
I'm not ready to put the stake through the heart.
No, it's not yet. I've seen the Padres choke before. They're a cursed organization.
You never know.
You just never know. And the resiliency yesterday, Tom Smith.
I love
Tom Smith.
He's the best.
The guy's unbelievable. But Jung-Hoo Lee, I got to give him credit. I've been very skeptical. That guy's causing havoc on the base pass. Maybe just leave him in the 7-hole. 6 extra base hit in every game of their road trip out there in New York City and Pittsburgh.
I think they're going to call the kid up that they got from the Mets, Gilbert, and I think we're going to have an opportunity to see him.
Yep.
Would you maybe bat him lead off? I know Ramos has looked pretty good.
Ramos 20-game on base streak.
But he doesn't have the power that he used to. I don't know if he's changed his approach or what.
He just needs to fix the errors in the base running and everything.
How about him cutting off Jung-Hoo Lee in left field the other day?
I just I'm not going to lie. Yesterday was driving me crazy for a while.
I'm going to go eat some food. Let's go to break.
I'm getting out of here. Enjoy practice, man. You guys coming out there?
We are, right after.
Oh, wow. Spinoni coming to a practice?
That's right. And
wow.
You're talking about Allen Iverson.
So you'll be able to learn about sports. Now, sports didn't get invented 15 years ago, right?
Well, they just perfected 15 years ago. When it came to Thomas Edward Patrick Brady, me and him came onto the scene at the same time, basically, when it came to our sports fandom and knowledge. So there you go. That's Bonte Hill. Appreciate you stopping by, Bonte. Laughing Monk Brewery down here in Sunnyvale. Come down, say what's up to all of us. We got Steiny Guru coming up. Thank you to Bonte here. We're going to wrap it up on the other side before we head out to joint practices. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by... Oh, I have it right here, Sam. Don't worry. Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser.
The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year. You guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I always love when producer and technical producer Carter's in our ear heading back. You're hot. You're hot. Thank you, Carter. It's going to be hot today at the field for joint practice out in Santa Clara at Levi's Stadium, Joe. The sun is shining here in Sunnyvale as we are coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing here, 95.7 The Game. And we got Steiny and E-Dog coming up in about less than 30 minutes. Bonte just joined us. He's heading out right now, so I can't freaking wait. I got to follow you, though, there. I don't know where I'm going, Joe. I don't know. I feel like Ricky Bobby when we're driving over to Levi's. I don't know what to do with my hands. So there you go.
We're going to figure it out. I would say to you, you need to figure out what you're doing with your head because you're going to want to wear a hat.
I'm wearing sunscreen.
It's not going to be enough.
Why?
It's
science. It's literally, it's going to reflect back at the sun.
What is the anti-hat thing? I'm just curious.
I just don't like wearing hats. I just don't like wearing them.
Okay.
I don't want them on my head. Is that okay? Do you have a problem with that?
Well, no, we will recalibrate tomorrow.
I don't wear hats when I golf either. I don't like wearing hats.
Again, we will recalibrate tomorrow morning.
We'll see what shade I am is what you're saying.
We will see if you regret not wearing a hat or not.
We will find out. If we were out there for 5 or 6 hours, maybe more so, but we're not going to be out there that long.
Again, did you bring sunglasses?
I don't wear sunglasses.
Wait a minute, so you don't wear sunglasses or hats?
I don't. I got this thing on my face. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called a nose. It's very big and large. It's very regal, Tim Jordan. When I wear glasses
I don't wear sunglasses.
If I wear sunglasses, all you see is a beak when I'm walking around,
What
Joe.
year is
it's
it?
not a good look on me.
I don't wear sunglasses?
I wear regular glasses, but not the transition ones because those are pretty dorky. No offense to anyone that wears transition ones.
What?
I
You're
don't.
like 7 takes in this.
See, you're asking.
Where are we going?
You're asking, and I'm telling you, brother. Come on.
I don't think I've ever met anyone who said the line, I don't wear sunglasses.
It's not.
Tim, is that me? Am I?
Tim, do you wear sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
that's fine. Carter, I guess, Sam, maybe I'm the only one.
Carter wears Chanel's or Pradas or something. I mean, of course.
I wear my face, and I'm very proud of it, all right?
Carter's going to get in here like, actually, my family half owns Ray-Ban.
I actually heard his name is Cartier, but he goes by
there
Carter.
You go.
Well, that's what the butler calls me, of course.
That's what the butler calls you, Alfred. Oh, that's great. It's good stuff back there in the studio. So we got joint practice coming up here, Joe. We got about 20 minutes to go here. What are you most looking forward to when you get out onto that field? The first thing that Joe Shasky is going to do is what?
Oh, I'm going to stand there and I'm going to soak it all in.
Okay.
Because that's what I like to do.
Okay.
And then the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find my spot.
Okay.
So, you're going to try to, talk to me, and I'm going to be like, nah, dude, I got to go find my spot so I can hole up to take my notes.
Okay, so I'm going to have my phone, I'll have the notes app, but you're going to have the handy-dandy one, like you're from Blue's Clues, Steve from Blue's Clues. I'm going to go out there, and, I'm going to take a lay of the land, and I'm probably going to introduce myself. I'm probably going to see people we both know.
Yes.
Say what's up, say hi.
Oh, there'll be a lot of that. I call it the unofficial head nods.
Of course, yeah, that's what you got to do.
Lean-ins, things like that.
And people we're going to be talking to throughout the season, too. Talk to them and say, hey, how you doing? Because a lot of these people I've spoken to on air, Joe.
Yeah.
I haven't met them in person. It's different.
I see.
Yeah. So I did
you're
that.
in the introductory
I did that
phase.
the last couple months with the Alex Pavloviches of the world, the Shayna Rubins of the world, the Ron Wotuses of the world.
Yeah.
You talk to these people, you get a face. The Dave Flemings of the world, right? So you got to put a face to the name and a name to the face, and that's what I want to do, and I'm looking forward to. But I'm most looking forward to just hearing the pads popping, just seeing these freak athletes, the best that has to offer in the National Football League. Nick Bosa, Pat Surtain, Sean Payton out there.
You're really excited.
Chewing that gum.
You're really excited.
It's the little things.
Love it.
I am, because it's the little things, right? What drives you nuts about these other coaches? It's the little subtle things. It was Pete Carroll chomping on that gum on the sidelines, right?
Which lost all its flavor.
Right. Same with Sean Payton. It's the same thing. It's a juicy fruit guy, I think.
Well, he's also a low visor guy.
Right?
Which is a very specific look.
Are you in or out in the visor?
Well, a high crown, yes.
Okay.
So you got that's basically Kirby Smart is the SEC is the high crown.
Right.
Lane Kiffin and Sean Payton wear the low one. Dennis Allen wears the low one.
Right.
To me, there's a loser in the low.
Well, there's also I'm
a high crown guy. If I'm going to wear a visor.
Crown Royal as well. But I'll also say this: Brian Schottenheimer, the head coach of the Cowboys, to get a backwards visor.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Are you out in that? I know
well,
Calvin
that's
was.
frat, bro.
That's frat boy?
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Someone gifted us a while ago at the station.
I'm out on frats.
Yeah, well, I'm with you on that one. Someone gifted like a Miami.
I don't pay to have friends.
No. Like, don't, people don't want to do their frats. That's fine.
No,
it is
I know.
What it
I'm
is.
just telling you my prerogative.
That's fine. Bobby Brown. Someone gifted you, Bonte, and I, like, Miami University gear.
Oh, that's my boy Rob McDonald.
And I have a Miami visor.
Yeah.
I should have busted it out. Why not? Just to
I
make
gave
you
mine
feel
to
better.
Sam.
You did.
Yeah.
And maybe Bonte gave me that one. Maybe it wasn't even gifted to me all the
Sam
time.
probably looks creepy in the visor with the long red hair, though.
He looks great. No, the hair's popping. I'm sad I'm not going to see it out there on the field today. I'll see George Kittle's locks flowing. I'll see that. I'll see Nick Bosa.
Oh, he's a big fraternizer on the field.
Oh, yeah.
He's networking.
Are you looking forward to some of the scuffles that are going to be happening?
What do you mean?
Oh, that's what the brawls happen in the joint practices.
Yeah,
Are we going to see Kyle Shanahan pull people? No, nothing real.
No. I'm excited to just feel the vibe and the music and 50 drills going on simultaneously and everyone kind of flocking to the specific position group scenes. And I'm ready for 11 on 11s.
A guy we haven't really talked about much, and I asked Baldy about this, and if you missed any of that interview, Brian Baldinger joined us in 7:30. Find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app.
God, Baldy's the best.
He's so good, but
that's when you know football season's back when Baldy's here.
Absolutely, and we kind of touched on it when it came to the head coach, but Kyle Shanahan, there's a lot riding on this season, I think, for him. Like, this is kind of a crossroads where either you get back into contention or all of a sudden you were in the Super Bowl a year ago and then you have 2 straight losing seasons. Well, that's what you can't have.
It's his 3.0 version of the team.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the upstart expansion team, essentially. Then you had the, hey, let's rebuild on the fly team after the Super Bowl lost the first time. And now you have like a 3.0. This is a completely different version. There are some similar parts. There's so much new. I mean, when was the last time the Niners had 9 spots open for starters?
It's been maybe since his first year, second year.
Second or third year.
Yeah, right? That's
second or third year.
Yeah. So
I mean, we're in year 9.
And he doesn't have a Super Bowl win yet. How many other are longer tenured right now in the NFL that doesn't have a Super Bowl attached to them? Is there any? Like, that's like
9,
right? Like Sean McVay, but he's won one. Obviously, you got Sirianni's been there, but not as long because you had Doug Peterson prior to him. So he's got Kevin O'Connell. I think it's been that long. Looking around,
Mike Tomlin has a Super Bowl.
Mike Tomlin, it's been a long time.
Yeah, they haven't won a playoff game since 2016,
which is crazy, right? Now you got Aaron Rodgers. That's why also all these different training camp storylines are so exciting because it does start here with all the different joint practices. Baldy was talking about how he's been to 14 different ones in 13 days, which is insane in and of itself.
He was wearing flip-flops at the last one he was at.
Is that allowed? God, see, Baldy can pull it off.
And it was also Florida.
I asked about that too. He was like, "You think I can rock like shorts and flip-flops?" And then I was like, "No, you can't do that." I was like, "Why not?" Well, first off, I don't want to get cleated and stepped on. Like, you don't want to get hurt. But why? That is my look, though, is it not, Joe? When I'm at my most comfortable, what am I in? What am I in?
Jeans and flip-flops.
There you go. That's what I'm rocking.
Yeah, but that's not a professional look.
It's a look. I can pull it off. You're looking at me. You just think I'm full of what. You want to
just a SoCal.
It's just California casual, buddy.
It's not California
you can pull it off.
It's a SoCal thing.
It's okay. It's okay. We're rocking it. Bonte's over there. He's wearing the shorts. He's got the Jordans on. We're all going to be looking great. We're going to be looking fresh. Apparently, you have like an outfit that you're going to change into, which is interesting.
Okay, first off,
you can do the Superman change in the phone booth.
Yeah, that's something.
When you leave the house at 4 a.m. and it's cold and it's in San Francisco, there are different weather conditions than when you get to San Jose, Santa Clara.
It's been nice, actually. San Francisco was warm yesterday.
I'm aware, but at 4 in the morning, 3:45 in the morning, it's pretty frigid. And so I'm wearing the pants now, but I'm going to throw on some shorts. I got a nice button-down Hawaiian shirt that I'm going to wear with my giant ping golf hat that I wear so that I don't get a sunburn.
Okay, fair enough.
Then I'm going to bust out my baseball shades.
There you go.
The obnoxious ones.
What SPF are you on, by the way?
I'm not doing no sunscreen.
Oh, that's not safe.
No.
Not for you.
No.
That's not. You definitely got to. You got the freckles
my
everywhere.
arms are significantly more tan than yours. Come on, man. Look at that. Look at that. But no, look at the difference.
I mean, not really.
I think I am.
It's okay. I mean, this is great radio right here when we're talking about our skin tones with the camera and everything. This is enlightening stuff here at Laughing Monk Brewing down in Sunnyvale. We got about 10 minutes before we hit Fast 5. Yeah, based? You mean base coat. There you go. Or are you basting in the sun?
That's what I am.
Like Kramer and Seinfeld, right, when it comes to the chicken. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or weigh in. What training camp storyline are you looking forward to? What player are you isolating here and you're most curious to see at these joint practices? Because you had the top 5 there, Joe, when it came to Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, Mike Hill Williams. I don't think we brought up the first-round pick enough. Michael Williams, there's a lot on his shoulders this year, I think. He looks the part by all accounts. Everyone's telling me the size, the body, the explosiveness. He played on Georgia. He played on a national champion. He played in the SEC. That's all well and good. You got to produce, though. We need someone else to step up alongside Nick Bosa this season. And I'm looking at Michael Williams. If he could be that dude to step up, that would be huge because Baldy referenced it. The Rams, the reason they went on a run in the playoffs and they won the division was because they hit on these first and second round picks. The Braden Fisks, the Jared Verses, right?
Byron Young,
Byron Young, right? The years prior. Like, they've been able to hit. So we could laugh at Les Snead and them and saying, oh, F them picks. Yeah, but with the picks they've actually had, they've nailed them. And that's why it's important.
Yeah, and I want to see the young linebackers playing alongside Fred Warner. So much been made of D Winters, and so many people are hyped up. And with good point. Like, I get why they're hyped up. Him, Nick Martin, the competition is up in the air. Replacing Dre Greenlaw, who I don't know if he's going to practice today for the Broncos, but if he's on the other side, like, he's going to bring it. So that is something that I am extremely fascinated to see.
You know who else is going to bring it? It's Nick in Berkeley. He brings it all the time. He wants to join us right here at 95.7 The Game. What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, I'm pumped up that y'all going down there, man. It's an exciting day for y'all. And Laughing Monk Brewery, they got fat eats. As you guys know, I put down a few plates at Disney World. Check it out. Hey, I tried every one of those platters, man, off the chain. Spadone, if you do not put on a hat, you're going to be as pink as Shasky's golf hat. By the end of the day, they're going to be mad. Dude, it's the power of the sun.
It's the power of the sun.
Stop at Dick's Sporting Goods or whoever, and stop at the sporting goods store and make sure that man gets a golf hat like one of those Maui Joes or whatever, sunglasses to go with. Dude, protect yourself. I've been coaching 30 years, bro.
That's
I've been
true.
coaching 30 years. I'm telling you, wear a hat, bro.
He's right.
Man, I want to see that Ferrari linebacker guy from Florida State or Florida who came off the bench and was smashing because Salah picked him up. And, man, if we get somebody fast next to Warner, it's lights out, man, because we lost Bowman. So if we can get a decent replacement for Bowman who can learn quick and smash and cover from side to side, man, our defense is going to be in great shape. And I'm so glad Salah's back, man. And I just want y'all to go down there and check out the special teams because the special teams be killing us, man. Somebody got to watch the special teams. So if it ain't Shanahan, it's got to be y'all.
We don't even know who the kick returner is
Nick
right
in Berkeley. Well,
Who's
that's
the punt returner?
Well, exactly, and that's just something that Kyle Shanahan, even one of his own comments, he's basically said, yeah, he doesn't care about special teams. Like, and that's again,
well, he better because it cost him 3 or 4 games last year.
And the best coaches are tightened up in all 3 phases. I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan's a bad coach. I've already waxed poetically about the guy, but if there is a hole in his game, it comes at special teams. And Jake Moody, yes, he's competing against everyone else in the league right now. And Greg Joseph's not there, but it doesn't matter. They're waiting for him to fail, it sounds like, so they can move off of him. And I know Kyle Shanahan spent a 3rd-round pick on him, so we'll see. But I'll say this in regards to what Nick and Berkeley's talking about with Navarro Bowman. No. You're not replacing Bowman. You're trying to replace Dre Greenlaw. Like, that's the guy you're trying to replace.
That's sweet, Matt.
And I know. But there are people that even go back to Bowman and trying to find that running mate. It's so important, right? Willis, Bowman. But for a while, it was Greenlaw and Warner. Now who's going to be there alongside Nick Warner? Hell, even when Greenlaw was out, you got Azeez Al-Shaair. He was reliable at times. You need someone else to step up there. So we keep talking about the defense. Who's stepping up in all 3 of those phases? Whether it's the line, is it going to be Michael Williams? Hell, in the middle linebacking core, is it going to be a D. Winters, right? It seems like they all want him to take control of it. Will he? It's up to him. And then in the secondary, it's Lenore and who?
Pinnock and Grant, 2 guys that most of us aren't familiar with. Right. And we get a chance to see 2 different safeties. Are they done with Jair Brown?
I mean, that's crazy. Like, he can't be. He had a pretty good rookie season, right?
Yeah, but he was awful last year.
He was awful last year, but, man, he had an interception in the Super Bowl. Like,
Malik Mustafa kind of, like, made him redundant, you know?
And he's hurt, right?
I know. All these positions are up in the air. Upton Stout is the name that everyone's talking about.
It's a great name, first of all. Upton Stout. It sounds like a logger or something like that.
Yeah, he's...
You get it here at Laughing Monk Brewing.
5'8", nickelback, who seems to be extremely physical and just wearing on people. And him and Ricky Pearsall went at it one-on-ones. Finally, Pearsall did a bunch of one-on-ones, and it sounds like from everybody that I've read the reporting on, Upton Stout was like mauling him. So I want to see what he looks like against some bigger body guys like Cortland Sutton today.
Absolutely. And Cortland Sutton obviously re-signing with the Denver Broncos, a guy that's reliable for Bo Nix. Can Ricky Pearsall be reliable for Brock Purdy this year? And part of reliability, Joe, is being on the field. And right now, I think Big Boss Man told me the latest was C.J. Gardner-Johnson getting carted off in Houston with their practice. Like, that is what you don't want. The one thing to come away from this being a success is no one getting hurt.
Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson plays on the Texans now?
Formerly
he's been
the
on
Eagles.
so many teams.
I know, but that's what you don't want in these next couple days. Is anyone getting seriously hurt? Because that could throw away whole season hell.
If you say that name, you know what I automatically think of?
What?
The play with George Kittle.
With George Kittle.
Against New Orleans. I mean, that's one of the all-time signature plays for Kittle's career.
Well, I think of him, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, talking smack with Deebo Samuel, right? And then just snatching his soul a couple of years ago in Philly. And
that too.
All of that. But that's something you don't want happening. I think the poster child for what could go wrong in training camp and preseason, all of that, is Teddy Bridgewater, man. Like, that was probably the guy that it was kind of a freak injury when it happened. Michael Vick,
breaking his leg.
You see these things happen, and it could put such a damper on a season that has yet to start. J.J. McCarthy last year's first preseason game, I think it was against the Raiders, tore his meniscus. He was done.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold, here you go. But even saying that, who had Sam Darnold, the Vikings, doing what they did last year?
No one.
No one. We were laughing. It was week 2 matchup, Joe. We were laughing about it.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm not.
Yeah, you're not laughing anymore.
And that's why I don't laugh at Darnold anymore.
Not in week 1, you learned your lesson?
Again, and then I rewatched it, and I'm like, damn, he was really good in that game.
The
he climbed in the pocket.
The scrambling late, right?
I mean, he was unbelievable.
And that's another aspect that's killed the Niners in the past when it comes to the defense. Mobile quarterbacks. And just containment. Whether it's Patrick Mahomes, even when he's not even that mobile, but he's just mobile enough to just zigzag his way out of the end zone. And then, of course, he does that fake juke, so he gets the extra 15-yard penalty on top of that. We're not asking about Lamar Jackson out here, but guys that can be just mobile enough. And that's an element Brock Purdy, I think, improved a lot last year. But even then, probably ran a little bit too much for my liking, because that was a product of the lack of trust in the offensive line. And who he's throwing to, Joe? The trust element with this offense is going to be massive.
We're going to get a look at all these young receivers that they've got. And Russell Gage, it sounds like, has really made a name for himself. And, Robinson, who most people aren't high on outside of the camp, but the people in camp.
He's a veteran.
They're telling me he looks good. So, he has these weird infatuations with veterans, whether it's Chris Conley, whether it's
Mohamed Sanu.
Yeah, he goes around and he does his thing, Shanahan, when it comes to those guys. He's very particular about wide receiver spot. So I want to see a lot of these young wide receivers because you get a good look at them. I kind of knew right away, like Danny Gray's weak.
Are we going to see his father, Mike Shanahan, there when we go out there?
They're 100%. They're playing the Broncos.
Of course. Well, John Elway, is he going to be there? The Hall of Famer there? Is Terrell Davis?
I would assume.
Right?
I would assume McCaffrey. Well, I don't know if McCaffrey's
McCaffrey?
But
There you go.
He's got ties to both areas.
Ed McCaffrey with a great drop from Steiny Guru, and Steiny just wants to talk basketball, don't you? Steiny and E-Dog Evan Giddings are going to be coming up here in about 12 minutes.
Is that what he said?
He did. It was during Super Bowl week a couple of years ago, and you're talking basketball in Pennsylvania. Of course, only Steiny could do that. Do we got Fast Five? Is it time for that, boys? Oh, there you go.
Xfinity Fast Five.
All right, the matchup you are looking for the most today, Joe, is what? Between the Broncos and Niners, as we're coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing here in Sunnyvale. Spadoni and Chasky, it's been a great time. Come on out, 10-2. You got Steiny and E-Dog. Come down, get some grub, get some brews. It's going to be gorgeous out today. It's already, the sun is shining, got the pine.
Beautiful.
Got a nice pond back here. The ducks, it's been awesome.
Matchup I'm looking most forward to, you said?
Yes.
Offensive line, defensive line. Offensive line for the Broncos versus the defensive line of the 49ers. CJ West.
McGlinchey there,
Collins, yes. And Michael Williams with Nick Bosa, and then seeing Bryce Huff get rotated in there. I want to see this young, untested defensive line against an offensive line that is going to be ready to play.
Do we got Sam Lubman and or Carter in the back?
I have a special shout out for my final thought.
Please.
Happy birthday to my mom, Jamie. It's her birthday today.
Happy birthday,
and going out
Jamie.
for pizza tonight at Pinky's in Walnut Creek, and I probably shouldn't have put that out there. But happy birthday to you, Mom. I love you so much. Thanks for being the best mom in the world.
Happy birthday, Sam's mom.
Same birthday as my nephew Blake Spadoni. Happy birthday. And Mike Trout turning 34 today. One of the greatest of all time.
Only 34.
Mike Trout. There you go, only 34. 34 years young. Felt like we were robbed a little bit of Mike Trout the last couple of years. It sucks.
Hence why you should let the career play out a little, bud.
Well, Gabe Kapler, who played 10-plus years, won a World Series, told me he's the greatest player he's ever seen.
Yeah, okay. If I want recommendations on a
clearly
authentic burger and a brandy,
you know more than Gabe Kapler when it comes to Major League Baseball, so
I have a little more perspective than him.
Clearly you do. You're a guy that managed, coached, won a division. Yeah, no, totally. It's okay. I'm just ribbing you a little bit. It's all right.
Playing 10 years in the bigs does not equate to a 15 to 25-year career that, if you're going to have an argument as one of the greatest of all time, part of it is Stan Musial, Barry Bonds, Willie Mays, Hank Aaron. They did it for 20 years.
Fine, we'll just say era. Best of his era.
Okay, that's a totally different conversation.
Okay, well, let's just do eras then. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it might be.
Okay, there you go. That's all we need to say.
Yeah.
Cartier in the back?
Like, I was never ready to concede that he was better than Ken Griffey Jr. You have to let it play out.
Well, we'll let it play out. He's 34. Happy birthday, Mike Trout, to Jamie and to Blake Spadoni. Carter, is it your birthday, too?
I wish, Spadoni, but my final thought of the day is I'd really like a full report from you two tomorrow on what your thoughts on the linebacker situation is tomorrow. Today, excuse me. I'd like to know... Nick Martin, your thoughts? I feel like it's been very, very quiet on the Western Front surrounding him, and D. Winters. So just be prepared to give me a full report tomorrow.
God, book reports again, summer reading, it's all of that. I hate reports.
Will D. Winters melt in the Santa Clara sun?
Wow,
not like
look
Spadoni.
At you. Not like me, that's right. I don't melt. I don't.
No.
I'm not a big sweater usually, but maybe I'll be sweating today. Sweating bullets, Shasky. I'm looking forward to most today. Ricky Pearsall. How's he going to look against that secondary at Mile High, the no-fly zone? I don't think it's called that right now, but Pat Surtain is the reigning DPOY. Not going to say he's going to be lined up against him all the time. There's going to get some looks. And is Brock Purdy going to get baited? How's Brock going to look? It's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. We're not talking a lot about Brock Purdy. How's he going to look against Denver? I'm very curious because week 1, it's against Seattle. It's Mike McDonald. What do they specialize in? Defense. Devin Witherspoon. They got all those dogs out there. I'm very curious to see how Brock Purdy and that Pearsall connection look as well.
Shout out to Laughing Monk for having us here.
Awesome.
They're the best.
Look at this.
And thank you guys for showing up. I know it's not a full crowd today. It's random. It was last minute.
Thursday.
It's great to see everybody.
But we're going to be here every away game. Is that every
E-Dog.
E-Dog and Lorenzo Neal are going to be
home
here.
Game.
Home games? Away games?
Matt, every home game or every
home game. Okay, so come on and hang out with E-Dog.
I'd come for every away game as well.
Well, just to hang out with and look at the guns of Evan Giddings. Are you kidding me?
Thank you to TJ, Tim Jordan, the second best engineer on the planet.
He had one of the greatest speeches as we said goodbye to one of our longtime radio engineers, the admiral of the engineering room, one might say, the captain. I thought you were on radio when you were giving that speech yesterday, Tim. It was incredible. Chuck Bullet. You got a cake, by the way. Did you get a slice of that?
No, I laughed.
It was actually really good. I think it was Safeway cake. For Safeway cake, it was like a 10 out of 10. It was like a nice jelly in the middle.
You were getting your Loveman on?
I was. I'm usually not a cake guy. I have pie for my birthday generally, but I had cake yesterday. It was very good. I had like 2.5 sandwiches. I was starving.
There's a cream pie joke in here somewhere.
Relax. Smelling salt joke. Are we going to take a smelling salt before we go out there?
We are efforting getting smelling salts.
We are efforting to get that? That's good.
It's great for reducing sunburn.
There you go.
Bonte likes to eat the grass, so maybe you can go out there and eat the grass.
That's a Les Miles thing and Novak Djokovic. I don't think I'm going to do that, but that's going to be it for us today.
Right. We got to hustle.
We got to get up out of here. We're going to go to practice. We got Steiny and Evan Giddings coming up next, and that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk here in Sunnyvale. Steiny and Goo next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I'm fired up. I love your point about Lenoir. I call him Lenoir.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 1H 2025.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Ugh, kitchen ants, runaway roaches, a spider. A spider. A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People-friendly, bug-deadly.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit. Because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us.
Real peachy.
Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
We are hot. We've been hot for a few minutes.
Oh, flag on the play early.
And let me tell you, the best part is we still have a job. We're at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, and if you got some time today, come down. 49ers and Broncos are having a joint practice today in Santa Clara, and we're going to be heavy on football today. But what's up, Evan? How you doing, man?
Fantastic. This place is legitimately awesome. Like, you get off the freeway, hang a left. I'm seeing we got a freaking fountain right behind us. I mean, I'm looking forward to football season, obviously, but this is also the site for the Red and Gold pregame show. Myself and Lorenzo Neal are going to be here for every single home game. So this is my first time here, and although we got to see it during the Doobie Awards, I know we've done other events down here and partnered with them before, but this is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, it's really a great spot, and people already asking me what kind of beer I like here, and it's obviously the Holy Ghost Pilsner.
Yeah,
that's
the
the
answer
one.
is yes.
Hey, by the way, we had a question before the show come up, and I'm going to help you out here. My suggestion to you is if you're given a nickname and you don't like it, just keep your mouth shut. Don't make a big deal out of it, and then it'll fade away. The problem is if you get a nickname, you don't like it, and you make it clear you don't like it, then it's going to stick, and you're going to have to deal with it. That would be my suggestion. For example, I've had 2 or 3 nicknames in my life that absolutely, positively unacceptable. And
would you like to reveal them?
I'll never tell you what they were, ever.
Why?
Because I know you, and I know, the kind of people that go on the internet and make fun of Little League players. They do the same thing with people like me and a bad nickname. I'm not gonna allow it to happen.
Well, the thing about nicknames is you can't control them. Once you are bestowed a nickname, it spreads like wildfire. So whether I like it or not, I can't do anything about it. And me revealing this in private is not something I'm going to bring to the air. So I appreciate your suggestions, Steiny, but I'm 3 steps ahead.
I got you. Hey, the 49ers, one question that we were tossing around a little bit before the show is if I said, and I opened it up to front office, coaching staff, and all the players, because it does feel like the start of the 49ers season is upon us, and there's a lot of question marks. If I were to say to you, who's got the most pressure on him? Which 49er player has the most pressure on him heading into this season? And it can be a coach, it can be a front office person, and obviously it can be any player. How would you start to answer that question?
Well, I think we got to first define pressure. I mean, pressure as far as losing a job, pressure from the fans, pressure to perform in regards to being an important member, like the most important member, pardon me, of this season. How would you like to define pressure? Because I think there's levels to this, Steiny. And when we're getting into the 49ers, I think pressure is something that, in a weird way, doesn't apply to the quarterback in his first season after getting a contract. And he hasn't even technically hit it yet. But I do think that one of the reasons I was listening to Joe and Joe driving in, and they're talking about, McCaffrey and the defensive side of the football, Salah, and there wasn't a lot of Purdy. And I completely understand why, because he's the guy now. And while there's clearly going to be a lot of noise from the fans about being better and he's got to do better than last year, I kind of don't think pressure applies to number 13.
Okay, that's fair enough. And you brought up a bunch of different stuff. So let's go through it kind of one by one. I think we could put it into three categories. Fan pressure. Mm-hmm. Like what player is going to have the most pressure on him from the fan base? Then I would say, what player has the most pressure on him in terms of they need to have a great year because they, as that player, impact the success of the team more than anybody else. Mm-hmm. And then the last one I would say, maybe who's got the most pressure after specifically looking at last year's 6-11 and how it was so disappointing and all the players who contributed to that, kind of who has the most pressure to bounce back.
Okay, so let's start with the first one. So
you know what, let me just throw it out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Three types of pressure. Pressure that is put on by the fans, the pressure of a player that's got to play well for this team to succeed, and then who's got to bounce back from a bad year last year and is feeling that kind of pressure.
Well, pressure from the fans, I think we can start there. And obviously there's always pressure on the quarterback from the fans, but I think this might be the first season where there's more pressure on Kyle Shanahan than his quarterback. I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibility that Brock Purdy finishes his contract with a different head coach if this ship isn't righted, because Shanahan has had, sure, a long history in San Francisco of producing winning football teams. But last year did not go well. If this year doesn't go well, you're married to your guy. You're not going to get off of Purdy before you even start the 5-year extension. Kyle Shanahan, meanwhile, is somebody that I don't think is going anywhere. But this I do believe is the first year where fans are looking at the head coach more than the quarterback.
You might be right about that. You might be right. I would say, as it relates to the fans, I'm not going to dig too deep. I think it's Jake Moody. And if
you think the fans care about Jake Moody?
Oh, my God. Are you kidding? Are you serious?
Dude, we could just get another kick in here after tomorrow.
Well, we're talking about pressure from the fans. And if Moody misses some kicks early, it's sayonara.
Well, that's a pressure to lose his job.
Yeah, and it's going to come from the fans.
The fans don't fire people.
I get the sense you're disagreeing.
Well, the fans don't fire people.
Well, but the fans boo.
Yeah, but if the fans had their way, Brock Purdy would be in Siberia.
What does that mean?
It means they didn't want to pay him this offseason.
Who?
The fans.
Oh, the fans wanted to pay him.
$50 million?
Yeah, 45.
We got 40? People at this station that don't want to pay him $50 million.
It's an opinion, so I can't be wrong.
Well, that's fair, but...
No, Jake. Here's the other reason why it's Moody, is because as a kicker, he can really mess things up. Like, they can play a good game, but if Moody doesn't make some kicks, they're going to end up losing games, and they cannot lose multiple games because of their kicker. And every time Moody comes out onto the field at Levi Stadium, he's gonna feel it, and I'm interested to see if he can come through or not. But what percentage of the fan base do you think didn't want to pay Purdy?
Probably like 30 to 40%.
All right, okay.
I mean, Jake Moody's a kicker. Like, there's always pressure on the guy that's trying to make a game-winning kick, and yeah, he's going to be goated, but. The fact is, I guess, and maybe people really do think a ton about the kicker. To me, there's so many more questions on this roster that Jake Moody is somebody who plays an important role, but I guess I kind of keep towards the bottom of the list. I mean, special teams is something that impacted everything last year. You didn't have great kick returners. You didn't have great kick coverages, specifically punt coverages that cost you some games. Like, to me, Jake Moody is the face of the special teams failure from last season. But there was so much else that went wrong.
No, there was a lot that went wrong. But as I'm looking at, let's say, 49er fans, do they have Do some of them have questions about Purdy? Yeah, probably. But I think after 3 years, we pretty much know who Brock Purdy is. I just think the guy who's coming into the season feeling the most pressure is Jake Moody. Because, yes, it's for his job, but he's also he also may have to fight through negativity if he misses an early kick. I don't know. And I get it. There are other players more important on the 49ers, but in terms of pressure, I mean, Kyle Shanahan basically also said yesterday, yeah, I mean, the competition's over, but it's not really over. So I feel like he's going to be under a ton of scrutiny every single game, and he's never going to be more than one bad kick away from people talking about his job.
Oh, I think his job is absolutely on the line. I guess I just separate that from how the fans feel about him. I think
the fans are worried about him.
Well, they should be, but that's because he could lose his job. I just assume that when we're talking about football teams, fans feel more strongly about players that actually are on the field for more than 4 snaps a game.
That's kind of why I put him in this boat, is because he's just a kicker. But so much depends on him. I mean, how many games did it come down to last year that he could have, been the difference in? 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Evan Giddings with you. We are at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. If you're not doing anything, come on down. Great food, great drink, and this is where the 49ers Red and Gold pregame show is going to emanate from every Sunday during home games. So come check it out. Get a head start on it. 888-957-9570. What 49ers facing the most pressure, and you can define what pressure means to you. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Football is back. Even though it's preseason, we got a chance to see the newest players in the league hit the field for the first time. One to watch, Las Vegas' new rookie running back, who was highly touted coming into the draft. He'll have a chance to prove his worth early, as the new coaching regime will lean on him heavily throughout the season. And we'll keep an eye on the new Vegas head coach, who looks for revenge against his former team in Seattle. No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, and we're joining you live from Laughing Monk Brewing. It is in Sunnyvale, and it is close to the Santa Clara practice facility and the Levi Stadium. And the 49ers are having a joint practice today with the Denver Broncos, and apparently, to Kyle Shanahan, these are more important than the exhibition games themselves. So if today's a big day and you're a 49er fan and you can't be down here, what are you looking at? What do you want to read on the internet after this practice? What do you want to see on television in terms of something that's going to reaffirm your positivity for this team?
Well, it's funny. Like, I was listening to I think it was inside NFL training camp yesterday, and Aaron Rodgers, his quote that's kind of flooded throughout the league. Preseason games are not real football. You know, it doesn't really matter for the guys that have been there before. It does for the 49ers, because the 49ers have a lot of youth on their team. Joint practices absolutely matter for the youthful players on their team. And as much as you would love to hear about Brock Purdy dicing up the Broncos secondary, and, you know, it's really, to me, Steiny, about the players that are in their first, second, or third season that are looking to make those steps. The guys that Robert Saleh is talking about developing every day. This is where this practice is most important for them. And I also think it's a sign, hopefully, that the Niners are a group that at least has some more injury luck going their way than 365 days ago, when they could literally not field a team to practice against the New Orleans Saints.
If I ask 49er fans how much pressure they think is on, let's say, the quarterback, Brock Purdy, because I do think there's two ways of looking at it. One is, well, I get the contract hasn't kicked in, but he signed it, and he's now a big money quarterback. So does that put more pressure on a quarterback, or does that put a quarterback more at ease? And I think it depends, obviously, on the quarterback, but I don't, like, Brock Purdy's not going to underachieve because he got a big contract. That's not why he'll underachieve. He'll underachieve because he just isn't good enough. I'm not worried about how the money affects him in terms of his approach, because I don't think that's going to change. But the perception of Purdy now is going to change because he's a quarterback who's going to be considered a $40 or $50 million quarterback, regardless of whether that contract kicks in next year or not.
Yeah, I find that interesting because I think that after 3 years, don't we kind of know who this guy is? I mean, we know that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. I think most people feel safe saying he's not a great quarterback, and there's somewhat of a high floor and a relatively low ceiling. Like, you know what you're going to get from this player. The only difference is how much money he makes now.
Yeah. Let's go out to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland, and we're talking about what 49er players got the most pressure on him, either created by the fans or created by the expectations of this team. What's going on, Leroy?
Steiny, Evan, hey, great to be on with you guys, man. You guys are killing it already. Real quick, Steiny, I don't think, Brock is going to have much pressure, maybe for another, 2 years. I think he's playing with house money just because he was Mr. Irrelevant. So I think he's got another 2 years to play with before we start saying, oh, the pressure is on him, because we're always going to be able to go back to, oh, he was Mr. Irrelevant, give him some rope, X, Y, and Z. But what I call for is this. I think the most pressure is going to be, and this isn't fair for him because I think this is going to be his first year, but Demarcus Robinson, the wide receiver, he's the veteran, right? He's 30 years old. He's coming in to a receiving core that, man, Ayuk is hurt. He's probably not going to play the first week. You look at Pearshaw, he's hurt. You look at Jennings, he's hurt. It's like, man, you're stepping into a unit where you might not see some receivers playing every week. So I think he's going to be important, and especially with people coming down Shanahan's road, you need to get more creative in the offense. You need to throw the ball more. People have picked up your offense. Your stuff is stale, Shanahan. You need to throw more. You need to do this more. So in a year where he's going to have to get creative with this offense and I think throw the ball a little more, Demarcus Robinson, I'm hoping he develops a nice rapport with Brock Purdy. But I think the pressure is going to be on him to get open and to be, I hope he's the number one, number two receiver that Brock Purdy looks for when he gets in trouble, because I think he can freaking play. And I actually think he's a little better than Jawan Jennings. And that's all I wanted to say, guys. Have a great day. Enjoy your time down there. Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Steiny.
Yes, sir.
You need to have their morning buzz beer. It's a blonde beer. It's like 5.5 on the volume, and it's called Morning Buzz. It's really good.
Okay, and I'll make sure to get that before noon.
Yes.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate the call.
3 o'clock somewhere, baby.
It's funny because early in the season, my question would be, how are they going to rely on the passing game, at least early in the season? I feel like they're going to have to run the ball a lot and try to stack a few wins early without their full arsenal of receivers. And you don't have to look too deep. I mean, then it becomes all about McCaffrey.
I mean, and this is why you want to call in and call me crazy, 888-957-9570, especially early in the season. I'm sorry. I cannot put the pressure on Brock Purdy. I just can't. I don't think there's pressure on him. He's not going to have Brandon Ayuk, most likely not going to have Demarcus Robinson, who's going to be out. They still have to figure out how many games. Okay, so that's 3 to 4 games in which you don't have 2 of your top 4 receivers. What am I expecting from my quarterback? Am I expecting him to be at his best? Now, by the end of the season, if he's not playing great and he's got a full cast of characters and all of his weapons, that's one thing. But combined with the fact that he just got paid, the pressure in a way has sort of been... It's been more on him, I think, the first 3 years of his career than his 4th season. We know exactly what he is. And I believe that without everything at his disposal, kind of like at the end of last season, do people expect him to be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson? We know he's not one of those guys. So to me, the pressure kind of is relieved from Brock Purdy, especially through those first few games where Leroy's talking about he doesn't have 2 of his top 4 receivers.
See, I find that interesting. And the reason I find it interesting is because the discussion we've had about Purdy has often centered on, oh, well, when he's got a lot of weapons, he's good. And when he doesn't have a lot of weapons, not only is he not as good, but he's not the kind of quarterback that can, quote, unquote, carry you. So I actually think, regardless of how banged up their receivers are early in the year, that one way or the other, Brock's going to play into that stereotype. Either it's going to start to become a narrative or it's going to be a narrative that's kind of broken. But if he comes out and they are decimated at wide receiver and they can't move the ball through the air, I think that's going to be a big, big problem for Brock Purdy. Now, if they get healthy and that starts to turn around, I guess what I'm saying is the last thing you want is this team getting off to a 2-4 start and Purdy doesn't look good because the wide receivers aren't really in sync. And I think that'll get people talking about, is he worth it? And is he a star or is he a system type of quarterback?
But we know he's not the system. We have 3 years of evidence to tell you that he's not the system.
Okay, well then, in fairness, what you're saying is then we can't really continue, or what I'm hearing you say then is, the early season's going to be rough for him, and he won't have Ayuk, Pearsall's young, Robinson won't be playing early, who knows what's going on with Jennings. I see the conundrum. Because, okay, how can he be great in that situation? But he's the guy you gave $50 million to. So he's got to figure out a way to kind of make it work.
$50 million is the going rate for starting quarterbacks on your first big contract. Unless you're a rookie and you're a starter, most of those guys are making $50 million. He's not the only one. And to me, Steiny, expecting a non-top 5 quarterback to play like a top 5 quarterback just because he makes $50 million or will starting next season is completely ridiculous to me. We know that he's not Lamar, Patrick, Josh, Burrow. We know that. So when he's been successful, it's because he's had a lot of talent around him and he's been allowed to conduct it, and he's done it well. He's orchestrated an offense that has been number one in this league. He's helped get them to the precipice of a Super Bowl. We know he can do that when he's got guys around him. But I'm looking at a roster on both sides of the football, frankly, that don't have either a ton of dudes or yet to be seen type of characters. Mykel Williams might be a stud. He might not be. CJ West is impressed at camp. We're going to look for him today during practices. I don't know if he's going to be great. Upton Stout looks like he's the starting third cornerback. Might have to play 2 if Bernardo Green's out. I don't know what he's going to be. But there's all these guys that are question marks for the 49ers who could help Brock Purdy, in my opinion, be the best version of himself. But we saw last season that without a lot of help around him, that he's not someone that's going to uplift this team. And if he does, quite frankly, it would be a massive surprise to me. So that's how I'm going into the season and why I think that the pressure is not on Brock Purdy in comparison to other players on this team, because I think I know exactly who Brock Purdy is.
Boy, I think there's a lot of people that view it the opposite of you. And it's not that he needs to be Mahomes or Josh Allen, but he needs to be somebody who, if, let's say the wide receivers are decimated through the first four or 5 games, he's got to figure out a way to win a few of those games. I don't know how.
I think he will. I'm not expecting him to start 0-5.
He probably will. But I feel like you're saying they've signed Brock Purdy. We know what he is. And if he is that and he continues to be that, we will have gotten our money's worth, rather. I feel like I know who Purdy is. He's been pretty good. Now he's got 50. And this is going to be a vague statement, but now he's got to get better. He's got to get a little better. He's got to start winning them a few games here and there. Like, has Brock Purdy been responsible? Like, are there games where he's put the 49ers on his back? And I know you don't do that 10, 12 games a year. But do any games come to mind where, like, you felt like Purdy lifted this team on his own, even though that's kind of an unfair question?
I mean, last season it would had to be earlier in the year because they were 5-4 and then they fell apart. But 2023, I mean, Sunday Night Football against the Dallas Cowboys, when he threw 4 touchdowns, I would describe that as a game where he put him on his back. But again, he was playing with a ridiculous amount of talent. And I think that Purdy is somebody, I'm not trying to say, like, if they go 3-14 that he's not going to be at the center, he's not going to be on the bullseye of everybody. I don't expect them to be a 6-11 team. I just don't. Like, to me, Brock Purdy is a floor quarterback. And the floor, when you don't have all your best players hurt, is going to be, I think a wild card squad, someone maybe that could challenge for the division. But to me, Brock Purdy is not going to uplift a 49ers team with a lot of questions into Super Bowl contention, which is what I think a lot of people expect from a $50 million quarterback. And to me, that is ridiculous.
Well, yes, it's too much to ask Brock Purdy right now to carry a team, I think. And I don't know if he'll ever be able to do it. But let's say hypothetically you could just based on the talent of this team alone, and you graded every team in the NFC West just on talent. That's all. And you would say, well, the Rams have the most talent. Okay. If you decided that the 49ers have, right now with all their question marks, they're an 8-9 team. They're about a 500 team, let's just say.
Sure.
Okay. Well, can Brock Purdy help you win a couple more games? Can he be the difference between 11-6 and 9-8, or 8-9 and 10-7? Like, can he win you a couple games that maybe you didn't deserve to win because he came up with some key plays here and there over the course of the season when he's been pretty consistent?
Sure, I think he can when Christian McCaffrey is healthy, when Trent Williams is healthy. If we find out this defense has some talent in their rookies, in their sophomore class characters, if Ricky Pearsall turns out to be a pretty damn good receiver, if Juwan Jennings is able to put this catfish behind them, like, that's what I'm talking about. If all of those things go wrong like they did last year, yes, I'm not expecting Brock Purdy to uplift a squad that's a 6-win team at best to a 10 or 11-win team. But can he be the difference in a couple of games? Sure. I think he has proven that he can be that guy. But he's not somebody that's going to take, like last year, the Bills got rid of Stephon Diggs. And they said, here, Josh Allen, you got a rookie receiver in Khalil Shakir. You have a couple of guys, and you got to make something happen. And he did. I'm not expecting Brock Purdy to be the MVP of the NFL, which is what everyone just assumes their quarterback has to be once they make $50 million. We know what he is, which is a pretty damn good quarterback when he has healthy weapons to throw to and a good set of talent around him. I think if things go right for the Niners, he can be the difference in a couple of games. But he's also paid to be here for the next 5-6 seasons if you include this one. And so to me, he's got a lot of time. I mean, he just does.
No, he does have a lot of time. I just think, okay, you named those best 5 quarterbacks. Okay, no, he's not one of those. But to me, he can't be Trevor Lawrence or Tua or Daniel Jones. Like, he's got to be, let's say, 5 to 10. Like, if you list the quarterbacks, he always falls around, I don't know, 10 to 12, something like that, 9 to 12. Mm-hmm. I mean, can he butt up against the Lamar Jacksons and the Mahomes and the Josh Allens, knowing he'll probably never be them, but can he get up to right below them? And to me, that would be the next goal. If he's never going to be Josh Allen or those guys, then he's got to be noticeably better than the mid-tier quarterbacks.
Well, to me, he has to. If this season is going to go anywhere, you would like him to be the best quarterback in the division. And that's going to be hard to do. Matt Stafford just got Devontae Adams. That's an offense that has been geared to run the football well. And maybe McCaffrey's the difference for Brock Purdy, but I'm looking at the weapons and defense that Matthew Stafford has at his disposal, plus, perhaps a superior arm, which is, I don't think, unfair to say. And Brock Purdy's got to be better than him, I think, for the Niners to get to where they want to go. I mean, is that just what people expect?
Well, I would say this.
I think he can be better than Sam Darnold. I think he's better than Kyler Murray, because Kyler Murray, while he's more talented, is more erratic than Brock Purdy. But expecting him to outplay Matthew Stafford over a 17-game season, I have questions about that.
That's fair. I'll channel my inner guru here a little bit, because it sounds to me like what you're saying is, Brock Purdy is who he is, and it just so happens that, he was the next in line, so he gets $50 million, but that doesn't mean he needs to be a $50 million quarterback like some other, or the elite $50 million quarterback. So he's just going to do what he's going to do, and if the guys around him do what they're going to do, then the Niners will be pretty good. But if it almost feels like you're taking a little control away from Purdy, and you're saying he's just kind of a quarterback who everybody else is going to determine whether he has a good year or not.
I mean, I think he can get better, but again, when he's been at his best, he's had the freaking Avengers around him. And so for him to throw 35 touchdowns is going to be really, really difficult. I think this offense is going to be, can Purdy be the difference in a couple of late game situations? Sure, but this offense is, to me, it is going to be geared to run the football effectively far more than it has maybe even in 2023. They are going to have to rely, to me, on Christian McCaffrey, and maybe Brock Purdy is your closer. But again, I'm looking around at the players that he has to distribute the ball to, and outside of George Kittle, God love Juwan Jennings. He's not someone that is going to break a play open. He's there on third down, and that's about it for me. If he's your number one receiver, which he was last year, you're a 6-win team.
Well, it depends if they can run the ball or not. And
last year they couldn't run the football.
Right, but it feels like you're talking about Purdy and you're thinking about numbers, which is fine, because I agree with you. He's not going to be a 35 touchdown, 7 interception guy. It only matters if they win, and if they lead the league in rushing, and they're 27th in passing, but they're 7-1 or 7-2. Even if Purdy's numbers aren't great, I don't think anybody's going to care if they're 7-2, right? If they lead, let's say they like to lean on the run, they'll take some of the responsibility off Purdy's hands, and they start winning the 49er way, which is heavy on the run. As long as they win, I'm not sure how much people are going to care about Purdy's numbers, because 49er fans are smart enough to know that if they lead the league in rushing, they're probably not going to lead the league in passing.
No, but I think that's the way that the league is moving. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl largely on the back of their running back. The Baltimore Ravens, their quarterback is involved in the running game, but their running back just had 2,100 yards last year. Even a team in their division, like the Rams, are built off the run. They have a good quarterback who can go out there and make things happen, but you have to be able to run the football effectively, I believe now, in order to have a good offense. I mean, just every team does. Even someone like the Chiefs, they run the football. The Buffalo Bills, their quarterback is involved in the run game, but James Cook had a damn good season last year. The best teams run the football with effectiveness, and that's why I think that the 49ers were not in great positions last year. They weren't able to run the football, especially in the red zone. To me, they have to get back to basics. And that's why if we're talking about pressure, I understand that now Brock is paid and he's got all these eyes on him. He's here for 5 years. If he has a down season, he ain't going anywhere. I mean, to me, the pressure is going to be more on Kyle Shanahan to figure out, all right, how can you be a little more creative? How can we find different ways to run the football? How can we find different ways with a lesser receiving cast than years past to get guys open? I mean, it is on the quarterback, but to me, I'm also looking at the play caller, who last year was pretty bland. if we're going to be honest.
888-957-9570 is the number. We've spent a lot of time talking about the positions other than the quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. And I was listening to the morning show, and I do feel like they're right in a way. After 3 years of talking about Purdy incessantly, it does feel like this training camp, whether it's because he got paid or whether it's because it's obvious he's entrenched as the starter, he's not being talked about like in past years. So my question to 49er fans, do your expectations for Brock Purdy change knowing that he got that contract? And I do think it's a fair question. The 49ers didn't pay Brock Purdy because they didn't think he's been good for 3 years and now they think he's going to emerge. They've obviously seen enough in 3 years where they're comfortable, and they do think he's going to get better. But I think Purdy is going to be judged differently from this point on. For example, the Mr. Irrelevant thing. Like, what does that matter right now? I don't believe him being Mr. Irrelevant buys him one sliver of extra goodwill right now as he's 4 years into his career. But I'm interested to know what 49er fans are saying, knowing full well that Purdy might not be the quarterback that can carry you, but how much better does he have to get for the 49ers to get where either they need to be or to show the fan base that he's worth $50 million, and with him at quarterback, we hope to be a factor for the next, 3 to 5 years.
Well, just a quick 49ers update. They're going to have a little less defensive back help today against the Broncos in joint practice because they have cut Eli Apple in order to make room for defensive lineman, and I apologize if I butcher his name, Michael Dwumfor. The 1-year deal. So a little more D-line help for the Niners, who have had, in recent days, Kevin Givens go down with a pectoral injury. Evan Anderson has an ankle and is out. So they're prioritizing the defensive line right now, week 1 of preseason. Yeah,
and I'll just put it this way to 49er fans. I mean, do you think Evans already starting to build in some excuses for Brock Purdy? I mean, he hasn't even played a game yet under his new contract.
Talk to me.
Hey, let's take the pressure off him. No, I'm just kidding. 888-957-9570 is the number. We are at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. This is going to be the site of the 49ers pregame shows when they are hosting a team at Levi Stadium. Come down here, say hello. It's a great place. Great views, great beer, great food. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. That segment also sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back of the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Come down, join us. I want to shout out Anthony and Benny of Local 43. They are fire sprinkling fitters. They're working in the area. They popped down to see us. Thanks for coming. We also got
Appreciate you guys.
Richie W. coming down, saying hello. Appreciate him. If you're not doing anything, come on down, say hello. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. They're having a joint practice now with the Denver Broncos. Shasky and Spadoni were down here earlier. They're heading over to practice. We'll probably hear from Shasky at some point during the show after he's done watching, get his thoughts. But right now we're talking a little bit about Brock Purdy and one of 3 49ers that got a contract extension in the offseason and might simple question to 49er fans is, do you want to see Brock Purdy be the Brock Purdy he's been for 3 years, or do you think that he's got to get better? And if he's got to get better, what does he have to get better at?
Well, first of all, his first 3 years in totality since he stepped into the league, his numbers have been the best of any quarterback in the division, because Stafford's best year was the year before Brock Purdy got there in 2021 when he threw 41 touchdowns, was injured the year after. Brock Purdy's been the most consistent quarterback over 3 years in the division. Last year was the first year where he showed signs of slippage. And I don't think it's a coincidence that it's also the first year where he hasn't had a ton of talent around him. So this year, I believe that if it's a similar setup, I'm going to expect sort of similar results. Now, the one difference is, can Christian McCaffrey be the catalyst for this offense? I think Brock Purdy is really good, and even some of his numbers last year were not horrible. I think he was still a top 10 quarterback in terms of QBR rating, not in terms of wins, which is what really matters to a lot of people. But if I'm thinking about how he can get better, I mean, to me, it's got to be taking better care of the football, and really, I'd say late game situations. I don't think all of a sudden he's going to be able to throw the football in the rain or in hailstorms, because he seemingly can't do that no matter where he goes. But can he be better with the football, and can he make better decisions in crunch time, in clutch time? And that to me, where you're asking, can he be the difference for a couple of wins? That to me is where we're going to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that, and it does feel like, if I'm thinking back to last year, he got caught a couple times with by making a mistake that put a game away. Now, was it all his fault? Not really, because I seem to remember 3 or 4 games where the Niners were up 2 scores late. The other team goes boom, boom, and now they're up, and now all of a sudden Brock Purdy, who'd been playing with a 2-score lead, now has to put points on the board in 2 minutes. And he wasn't able to do that. Now, how much of that was on him, and how much of that was on the team being banged up by injury? I don't know. I'm just kind of fascinated with the idea that if he doesn't have the weapons, then, well, it's just going to be that kind of year. And I hear what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that Purdy's not a Lamar Jackson or a guy like that, but there does seem to be just a little bit of, I don't know, he's just kind of this robot, and he knows what to do, but it's going to come down to everybody around him. And I just kind of feel like in the NFL, whether we like it or not, whether guys has weapons or not, that we're going to judge Brock Purdy on wins and losses. And if he has the same kind of year as last year, and let's say they go 8-9, I don't think that's going to be good enough. I think that will get fans kind of on Brock Purdy.
No, but I'm looking at last year, the first 9 games of that season, in which they did start
last year
5-4, and then everything fell apart, including Brock Purdy, by the way. He was out during the Green Bay game. He was hurt for the Buffalo Bills game, in which they got decimated in both contests. But before that, all right, Brock Purdy against the Los Angeles Rams, 3-point loss. If Ronnie Bell is able to make a catch, you win that football game. If Jake Moody makes a kick, if you don't allow a 50-yard punt return, you win that game. Later against Arizona, I know that everyone makes it about, all right, well, you couldn't stop James Conner, who just ran it down your throat 11 times on the final drive. Brock Purdy did have a second-half interception in that football game that may have cost the 49ers an opportunity to separate themselves from the Cardinals. That's where I'm talking about him just being smarter with the football. In some of these games, especially early in the year, there were times where his turnovers cost them. And to me, if the Niners are going to be, I think, again, a get-back-to-basics kind of offense, it's going to be them running the football with efficiency. Brock Purdy basically, I don't want to say managing these games, but doing what he does best, which is being extremely accurate, making smart decisions, and getting everybody involved. I don't think that Brock Purdy, or what can he do better? A lot was made this camp about his deep ball. Like, I don't think he's going to all of a sudden walk into week one with a stronger arm and be delivering these 50-yard passes. Maybe they're more efficient over the middle of the field from the 15 to 20-yard range. How can he be better there? I feel like much of Brock Purdy's success, and last year, again, his numbers were fine, but they weren't good enough to get you to 9 or 10 wins and into the postseason. I feel like a lot of his early success this year is going to be predicated on how good Christian McCaffrey looks and how much pressure number 23 takes off of number 13.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers right now joint practicing with the Denver Broncos, and they're doing that today. I think they're just doing it one day. Kyle Shanahan didn't want to do it 2 days, and then they play the Broncos on Saturday here at Levi Stadium. I wanted to look at okay, so here's kind of the thing. Tell me if you remember some of these games.
Yeah.
All right, the loss to Minnesota.
Yep.
I remember the 99-yard touchdown. Did the 49ers have a shot to win that game with the last drive? They lost 23-17. You don't have, but
I don't know if they did have the ball, but I do remember that defense not being able to get off the field on Sam Darnold's final 2 drives.
I guess what I'm saying is this.
In fact, I'm pretty sure that game was out of reach. They scored late.
I think you're right.
They were down 2
right.
scores, and then they scored late.
All right, the Rams game. Didn't he end up throwing a pick?
No,
he threw
a ball to Ronnie Bell, and he hit him in the chest, and he dropped it.
Okay. The Cardinals game. I want to say there were 2 games last year.
He threw like a Hail Mary on a 4th and long that was intercepted on the final possession of that game.
Which
I think it was
okay. Here's what I'm getting at. Last year, it felt like the 49ers
Chiefs kicked their ass.
Yeah. Last year, it felt like
remember that game.
It felt like they blew some leads. Okay, late in the season. All right. So if you're up 20-10, okay, and Brock's playing pretty well, but the Rams scored 2 touchdowns to go up 23-20, and now there's 3 minutes left. Like, at that point, it doesn't matter how well or how poorly Purdy's played up to that point. Like, those are the situations that he's got, and they've got to figure out a way to score more often in those situations because they had so many games at their fingertips last year. So, like, I actually think, and I know his numbers weren't as good as they were the first 2 years, but I think last year would have been acceptable if they could have come up with some plays, probably 3 to 5 plays in fourth quarters a game that might have changed the outcome. Like, that's just when he's going to have to deliver.
No, I'm with you there, but what it sounds like you're saying is we're judging him based on a couple of plays. And to me, like, throwing a first-half interception on a drive that's looking like it's going to end in points is just as bad as giving up the football in the third quarter. Like, he has to be more careful with the ball at all times. If he throws double-digit interception, I think he had 12 last year. To me, 12 picks, like, that's going to cost you because Brock Purdy is not someone that is, I believe, to be a prolific aerial passer. He's just not. He's someone that needs a proficient run game. I think he needs a couple of pass catchers. And at the beginning of this season, the only guy that I really believe is going to be dominant through the air is George Kittle. I think it's very possible that we look at the end of this season as kind of a repeat, maybe not to the extent the yardage, but I think George Kittle is going to have another 1,000-yard season. I think he's going to be the leading receiver on this football team as the tight end. In 2018, it was the exact same. The only difference is you have some better talent around him, but on that team, George Kittle had 1,300 and nearly 40 yards or 50 yards and a tight end record at the time. Nobody else had more than 500. There's a scenario this year where Christian McCaffrey might look like their second leading receiver, and he's their running back. So right now, with the question marks they have at the receiving positions, because you don't have Ayuk, we don't know about Pearsall, Demarcus Robinson is going to be out for at least 3 games, most likely. Is Juwan Jennings going to be healthy all year? He's got this perceived nagging calf injury. I don't know if he's going to be 100%, but I don't think that he's a 1. To me, Brock Purdy is going to need some talent around him to be at his best, and I don't see it right now unless it comes from Kittle and McCaffrey.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're actually coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Brewing Company here in Sunnyvale. Laughing Monk Brewing, come down and join us. We are on location, and Shasky and Spadoni were here earlier doing their show. They're over at 49er practice. Hopefully we'll hear from Shasky at some point after that practice is over. But we are talking about the San Francisco 49ers, and one of the things that I've heard asked so much that I'll just ask you is, who's more important to the Niners? Let's just say offense. Who's more important to the Niners offense, Purdy or McCaffrey?
Well, Purdy because he's the quarterback, but I would argue that Christian McCaffrey's never been more important to the offense, and that includes the season that he ran and got, I think it was over 2,000 scrimmage yards, had close to 20 touchdowns in 2023. I think he's more important this year to this offense because that offense had Brandon Ayuk when he was at his best, had close to his prime, not in his prime, but close to Deebo Samuel. Juwan Jennings was the third receiver on that team. Juwan Jennings might be your number 1 this year. So I think Christian McCaffrey, in a season in which he's coming off of injury, is supposed to be 100%. Matt Barrows told us yesterday he's looking like 2023 form. He's got to make it through a full season at age 29, which is about the time where running backs tend to take a step back. I don't know if McCaffrey can handle 400 touches like he did between the regular and postseason in 2023. I just don't.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey obviously coming off an injury last year. Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show. He's our Odyssey NFL insider, and I got to tell you, he spent some time talking about Christian McCaffrey earlier today, and it's tough not to listen to this and start, I don't want to say thinking the worst, but you start realizing what they really maybe need McCaffrey to do. And it does sound daunting. So, Pasta, play the not sure if CMC's the same guy right now. This is Brian Baldinger from the Morning Roast earlier today.
He had 50 carries last year after basically being the best player in the league the year before. We talked about it. I don't know if you're going to be able to see. I mean, I watched him warm up before the Green Bay game last year, and he looked fine. But he wasn't fine. He looked like he was the same guy warming up, all of the drills that he does and all the things he puts himself through. I thought he missed a hole last year, the week before Green Bay, and I put it on tape. And Christian was like, he came up to me, and he's like, he watches this stuff. He's like, man, I missed that, Baldy. You're right. He goes, I should have done this. And so, is he right?
Is he right? I think is that the biggest question for the San Francisco 49ers this year? Both sides of the ball and special teams?
McCaffrey?
Yeah. Is he the biggest question mark right now for this team?
I would say it's an equally large question mark for him and Trent Williams because I think they're symbiotic. One, the Niners run really well behind Trent Williams, and they run really well when Christian McCaffrey's getting the ball. So if Trent Williams is healthy for a full season at age 37, and Christian McCaffrey at age 29, which is the running back equivalent of 37 for most players.
Is it really?
Well, not exactly. Okay. But I can give you some examples of guys that have taken steep declines at that age. Yeah, those are two equally large question marks for me, and I think that they're the most important ones for the 49ers. The only reason I guess I wouldn't put Brock Purdy in that category is because he's 25, and quarterbacks are generally able to stay upright. Though Brock Purdy has dealt with injuries the first few years of his career. He's played through some of them, caused him to miss a couple of important games last year. But, yeah, to me, McCaffrey and Williams, I think, are equally large question marks for the Niners.
Well, when I look at McCaffrey, I think about last year and how this year's going to play out. Like Brian Baldinger said, he had 50 carries last year, 50 touches. Mm-hmm. Well, that's good in a way. That means he didn't play a lot last year. That means he should be fresh. On the other hand, he's now coming off an injury that cost him most of the season. So I'm listening to Baldy and I'm thinking, boy, asking this guy to give you 17 games is asking a lot. And it almost feels like asking him for 17 games in his role from 2 or 3 years ago. I just don't. It doesn't sound realistic anymore. He can't lead the league in touches, can he?
I mean, he might, but that's where I think that there's pressure on Shanahan as well, because you got to figure out how to get this guy through a season healthy. Like, there were 4 running backs that last year at age 29 or older that played close to a full season, if not a full season. Derrick Henry's in a separate category because he's a physical freak. However, he had the most touches in the league with 344. And I do think we have to, especially for someone like McCaffrey, you can't look at rushing attempts. It's about touches. How many times do you get the football, because he does it through both the air and on the ground? Aaron Jones played 17 games last year. He's going to be 30 this year. 1,500 scrimmage yards, had 300 touches. James Conner, I would say kind of a similar boat to McCaffrey. 17 games last year, 1,500 scrimmage yards, got 285 touches. Alvin Kamara only played 14 games, but was right at 300 touches. If Christian McCaffrey is beyond that threshold, I think you're asking for trouble. If he's on pace to get the ball as much as he did in 2023, you're going to probably have some sort of injury befall him. And if this is a Niners team that expects to get to the postseason and do some damage, McCaffrey touched the ball over 400 times on their road to the Super Bowl in 2023. Maybe he can do it again, but to me, that is asking a whole hell of a lot for a guy at a stage in his career where that position typically tends to take a step back. And I think the other guys in the league who were able to stay healthy, were able to be RB1s and contributors for their team, are showing you with their workload that Kyle Shanahan has to be more careful with Christian McCaffrey. Otherwise, you might ask for trouble again, because CMC is somebody who's shown himself to be a bit brittle.
It's so interesting that I just said to you, I mean, McCaffrey can't lead the league in touches, can he? Well, if he does, doesn't that mean he was healthy for the whole year and contributing? But this is where I do worry about Kyle Shanahan, and I think a lot of coaches are like this. They're going to go with what's comfortable. And if they're in week 3 and he thinks that McCaffrey's got to carry 20 times, I think he's going to have McCaffrey carry 20 times. And then the following week, we'll see how he responds. But I kind of look at Kyle Shanahan holding McCaffrey back in the same way as Steve Kerr saying, yeah, we're going to give Kuminga a crack at it. Well, that's what you say in the offseason, but when push comes to shove and the 49ers are in the heat of a game, I don't think he's going to be able to go away from McCaffrey, because he loves him so much, and he loves what he contributes to this offense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why running back depth is important for this football team, and an injury to someone like Isaac Guerrero, who's not been able to make it through either, I think, of his first 2 training camps without getting hurt. Like, that's a question mark. You know, the Corey Kiners of the world, the backups at the running back position, these rookies that they've got, Jordan James, I believe, these guys are going to be important. And it's because I think that if the Niners are fully reliant on McCaffrey, you know, maybe this dude has got one more, maybe a couple more incredible years in him. But if he's touching the ball that much, I'm just tempering expectation, really. And that's kind of how I've looked at this 49ers team. I don't think they're going to stink. But expecting them to just 180 flip this 6-win season back into 11 or 12-win campaign, even with the schedule that they have, Steiny, to me, that's asking a lot for a team with a ton of question marks, even the ones at some incredibly important positions. The 2 players, maybe even 3, I think you could throw in there, that I feel the most solid about, that I know what I'm going to get, and it's going to be at an elite level, are George Kittle, Fred Warner, and Nick Bosa. I know Bosa hasn't been the top pass rusher like he was paid to be, but he's been a consistently top 4 or 5 guy each year that he's been healthy for the 49ers. So I think I know what I'm getting from those 3 dudes. I don't know what I'm going to get from McCaffrey this year. If he plays, I think it's going to be great, but he's got to stay healthy. I don't know what I'm going to get from Trent Williams, who is looking healthy. He's back at training camp. He only played 13 games last year, and the ones that he missed, it felt like a massive hole in the offensive line, literally and figuratively. So even some of the guys that they have that are future Hall of Famers, we have questions about.
Yeah, and that's where this season to me with the Niners is just so vastly different because the questions they have are kind of pervasive. Their veterans have to bounce back. Their first and second year players, their first year players have to be good. Their second year players have to improve from last year. Their kicking's got to get better. Their special teams has to get better. It feels like a lot of things need to fall into place for the Niners to get back to. I think they can win. I'm going to use I think there's a big difference between 10-7 and 11-6.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think they need virtually everything to go right to get to 11 wins. And I think they're good enough to get to 10, but maybe that's what we can talk about on the other side. Where does this team fit in the NFC West, talent-wise? Are they the best team in the division? Do they have the most talent, least talent? Maybe we get into that a little bit on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I think that entering this season compared to the last 5 or 6, outside of 2020 when guys are just dropping like flies, I would argue that this is
Well, it might be the first time they aren't the most talented team in the division.
No, well, I was going to say that, but also we have no idea where they could land in the division. Entering a season, like obviously last year they finished in the cellar, but I'm looking at the other teams in the league, and I think there's, in the division, I think there's a lot of parity in the NFC West, and this is the first time outside of 2020 that I'm looking at a 49ers team and saying, I don't know how good or bad they could be. I like to believe that they could be towards the top, but I don't know. And it's been a while since I've had that feeling, Steiny.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to jump back into Christian McCaffrey on the other side. And if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, how do you want Kyle Shanahan to go about utilizing Christian McCaffrey? And I guess the most important thing is, do you really think Shanahan's got the discipline to give him a pitch count and to adhere to it? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by the American Cancer Society.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win.
like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at sbaa.org. That's sbaa.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, and we're talking Niners. And we've already got some very, very troubling news from Santa Clara. And because it's bad news, I'll allow Evan to share it with you.
Good news, damn it.
Yeah, sorry,
Goo.
Jinx, you owe me a beer. All right, so according to well, actually, I don't know who posted this from our station account, but we got Shasky, Spadoni, Bonte is out there at practice. I have to imagine the great Whitley Sandretto's down there as well. Zach Green, perhaps. Someone just posted moments ago that Purdy has been picked off twice already by the Broncos secondary. We don't know how, when, what he was trying to do there, deep ball, short pass, pick six or not. But Brock Purdy's giving it away in joint practices. Steiny, you want to cut him?
Not yet, but he's on the clock. I mean, he's got to be on the clock.
Move over, Moody.
Yeah, no, it's funny because, we don't know what kind of throws they were, but one thing I'm really looking forward to when Guru gets back is, to keep giving him grief about the 49ers just don't have a deep threat. They still don't have a deep threat.
Well, Demarcus Robinson might be that guy. You do need a guy who could throw the ball deep down the field.
Nor a quarterback that can throw it down there. So they're going to have to do it incrementally, as it were. We're talking about Christian McCaffrey, who most believe is one of the most important San Francisco 49ers. But I want to throw this at you, Evan, and the listener. Just
and real quick, I do want to remind people that because Brock Purdy is throwing picks in joint practices does not mean the season is over.
What do you mean?
Well,
it's off to a terrible start.
He's still got some more throws.
Okay.
He's still got preseason, which he won't play in, but they'll play the games. And then in a month, I think, was it 4 weeks from today? Well, the season starts, and then on that following Sunday, the Niners actually will kick off, and then Brock Purdy's picks will count.
Well, I just, I'm a guy who looks at a day like today, and apparently he's thrown 2 picks. He doesn't have a touchdown.
3 and 14.
Are we headed toward a year in which Purdy throws no touchdowns and 34 interceptions? 2 a game.
That honestly, that'd be pretty impressive.
So just a little change of pace here. The boss was here earlier, and he threw this one out. And I'm going to throw it out to the listeners. If you want to have some fun with this, we can get into it in between other stuff. But I'm going to read a text that we got from the boss, Matt Nahigian, at about 8 o'clock this morning. He said, it's Dwight Clark Day. It's August 7th, 8-7. That was Dwight Clark's number. And he said, I thought this would be kind of fun to throw out there. If your sports memory starts about when you're 10 years old, okay, and the Dwight Clark catch is the number one memory for someone in their late 50s, what's the biggest memory for you at other ages? In other words, if you're 20 years old, that means you were born in 2005, so you probably have a memory around 2015. If you're 30, like you were born in 94.
Yep.
Your first memories probably surface around mid-2000s, 2005 or so. So we can have some fun talking about some of your greatest early sports memories. And he goes up to 60s. Like, if you're 60 years old, you were born in 1965. So your memories start at 75, which would be a guy like me. So if I were to ask you one of your greatest early sports memories, mid 2005 or so, what would you say?
Well, the first game I ever went to, my dad took me to Candlestick. First football game, I should say, was a 49ers game. They played the Packers in the 2002 season, in which they made the playoffs. But I do remember Brett Favre. I don't remember the score, but he threw a beautiful deep ball. I think it was to Donald Driver up the left sideline. And that was like my first real kind of memory of like an impressive football play that I saw, which also means that year I do remember watching the 2002 wild card comeback that Jeff Garcia engineered against Kerry Collins and the New York Giants. There's a Bay Area guy, Amani Toomer on that side, who I was aware of when I was 7 or 8. I think he caught like 3 first-half touchdowns. Giants went up big, and then T.O. had this like opening 80-yard get-off-me, shaking 2 receivers to the crib, and then Jeff Garcia just kind of walked the Giants down in the second half. And I think there was a controversial missed kick. It was like a 40-yarder, and they botched the snap, and a guy tried to throw it downfield, and there was no PI called. Niners win, game over, 39-38 in the wild card round. That was kind of the first real big Niners moment or game that I can recall.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're my age, your memories probably come in the mid-70s. If you're, let's say, 50, it probably comes in the mid-80s. If you're 40, probably in the late to mid-90s. So I wrote a couple down here. The catch, of course, was in 1982. Which puts me at 18, so it's not my first memory, but I do remember watching that game, and I was back east at the time. But, the one memory I have as a kid, one of the big ones, was Carlton Fisk hitting a grand slam against the Cincinnati Reds in the 1976?
Oh, I thought we were talking 75. Niners memories.
Oh, we can talk anybody.
Any sports?
Yeah, any sports, I would think. But, when Fisk hit the home run in the 12th inning to force a Game 7, that was monumental with him coaxing it fair. Great moment, even though I hated the Red Sox. But I hated the Reds even more. So I was actually rooting for the Red Sox, but they didn't win it. But that's one of my memories.
Sox, actually, I thought the last couple of days, just as an aside, they're a lot classier than I would have expected. Apparently, every time that Mike Yastrzemski went to the plate, they gave him an applause for what his grandfather did for the Red Sox organization. I actually thought it was pretty cool. And he made like a home run robbery yesterday of Roman Anthony. They were cheering for him. I don't usually give Red Sox fans a lot of credit, but I thought that was pretty tight.
All right. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in to your favorite memory, sports memory growing up when you were a kid. But we'll get back to the Niners in a second. I want to play some more of this Brian Baldinger sound as it relates to Christian McCaffrey. And this is from today's morning show. Brian Baldinger is our Odyssey NFL insider. And he was asked if McCaffrey or a player at his age or of his stature knows if and when he's losing a step. Take a listen to Baldy.
I was talking to Aaron Jones yesterday for the Minnesota Vikings. And the thing about Aaron and Christian together, they both came out the same year, came out 2017. Those guys have tremendous vision. It's their greatest strength. They don't miss holes. I don't know how they do it. Aaron Jones, these guys going in their 9th year now. I don't know if you could tell in a scrimmage situation if Christian is going to hit every hole, if he's going to hit it like Superman, with his cape on. I don't know if he is that guy yet or not. I don't know if he knows that, because usually most guys don't recognize either the loss of step or anything else until they do. I played with Eric Dickerson. I didn't know he lost a step, but he lost a step after an injury in 1989. He wasn't the same guy the last few years of his career. So I'm not sure what we're going to be able to make out of it right now.
That was Brian Baldinger from the morning show, and specifically was talking about what to look for in today's joint practice with the Broncos. And Baldy was saying, even something like today, it's going to be tough to figure out kind of where McCaffrey is, and we're not going to be able to find that out until he gets some games under his belt. But the way Baldy was talking about McCaffrey, it was a little bit sobering because it felt like we were hearing an ex-football player talk about when a player just loses a little something, and it doesn't mean they're not effective. It doesn't mean they're useless, but they're not quite playing at the level that we're used to seeing them play. And I feel like that might be where we're at with McCaffrey. I think there's a chance he looks pretty good, but I think it might be a Klay Thompson type, but he's not the guy he used to be. Yeah, but the difference is that Klay Thompson could be Klay Thompson. Christian McCaffrey has to be Steph Curry. Okay. To me, he may lose a step, but that's going to hurt in a season in which you need him to be Christian McCaffrey.
You know what I'm saying? And we're talking about, we discussed this during, I think it was the second segment, but I believe that McCaffrey has to be maybe even more important to this offense than he was in 2023. And that's a lot to ask for a guy that's coming off a PCL injury and is 2 years older than he was. And you need him to be that version. And so that's what I think, what I hear Baldy doing is tempering expectations, and I would like to take a lead from him. It's not that McCaffrey isn't going to be awesome this year. It's that they need him to be, not exactly, but kind of what Saquon was for the Eagles last year. I mean, he was the biggest difference for a team that was an 11-win squad and then won the Super Bowl, at least on the offensive side of the football. You know, two guys, and I've used this example before, that McCaffrey, who is a future Hall of Famer, I believe, it can be compared to in regards to the dynamic capability to run and do damage in the receiving game, are Marshall Faulk and LaDainian Tomlinson. When LaDainian Tomlinson was 28 years old, it was his last All-Pro season. He led the league in yards and rushing, 1,900 scrimmage yards, 18 total touchdowns. The next year, age 29, he was still pretty good. He had 1,100 yards. He had 10 touchdowns, 1,500 total scrimmage yards. But that's 400 yards less. That's not an All-Pro season. That's almost 10 less touchdowns. Marshall Faulk, age 28, ends up having 21 total 100 scrimmage yards, 21 touchdowns. Next season in 2002 at age 29, he's still a Pro Bowler, but he has 1,500 scrimmage yards, 10 touchdowns. That's still a damn good season for a normal running back. But when you need that running back to be the engine of your offense and have come to expect him to be that player, a step back, even if it's slight, can be significant. And especially in a year where the Niners do not have as many weapons to supplement a potential drop-off from Christian McCaffrey, I think how good he is, it's going to be massively impactful.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
And if you weren't listening, just say you weren't listening. I didn't say that Carlton Fisk hit a grand slam, did I?
Did you? No, you said he hit the one where he's calling to keep it fair.
Yeah, that wasn't...
Did you say grand slam?
Well, if I did, I misspoke.
I might not have been listening.
If I did, I misspoke. It was not a grand slam. I want to say it was a two-run homer.
Oh, of course.
You know who McCaffrey is right now?
Who is he?
Steph Curry.
That's what I just said.
He's Steph Curry.
Wait, Steph Curry currently, or Steph Curry from a couple years ago?
Well, that's kind of what I was going to tack on. Is like when people say, "Well, Steph Curry hasn't," he's still Steph Curry. Well, he's not. He's still one of the best players in the NBA, but last year he had the lowest scoring total in a decade. He had his lowest full season of a three-point shooting career of his last decade. So that's the way I look at McCaffrey. I'm kind of with you. I don't think he can be the player of 2 or 3 years ago, but he's still very well may be the most important player on the San Francisco 49ers. And the question is, do we feel it that he's not the player? I'm talking about McCaffrey. How will the 49ers feel it if he's 85% of who he is, and what that'll mean for this team? Like you can't, it's just, to me, you're right. It's kind of like Curry. He's still got a lot left, but you can't utilize him like you did 3 or 4 years ago because he's a little bit older. So how do you get more from him, maybe utilizing him less? McCaffrey's going to probably have to do more with a little less opportunity, I would think.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at it like that, for Steph Curry, it's minutes or minutes per game. For the running back equivalent would be touches.
Yeah.
And I went down the list last segment of running backs at his age that are still very impactful to their particular teams. And what I'm seeing is, outside of Derrick Henry, who, again, is a 6'5" freak of nature, and what he's doing at this stage in his career is utterly ridiculous. Outside of him, the running backs that have been effective at their age, which McCaffrey is, Connor, Kamara, and Aaron Jones, they've all been at about 300 touches. And McCaffrey, when he was the engine of this offense 2 years ago, had 350 in the regular season and an additional 70 in the postseason. Like, that can't happen, especially if you do want to even get to the playoffs. And so that to me is the biggest challenge that Kyle Shanahan is going to have to, I think, work through to me, is how do we get the most out of our running back while also not being as reliant on him? And maybe that's where more pressure falls on the shoulders of Brock Purdy. He's got to do a little more. Maybe it's with his legs. Maybe it's with his arms. But where I think you're going to see it is there just might be more drives where instead of 3rd and 2, you're going to be in 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 6, and then Brock Purdy is going to have to make a play. Again, I think CMC is due for a bounce-back season. I think he's still going to be one of the best running backs in this league. But I think it's going to be really hard for him to return to being the best running back in football. Again, I don't think the Niners are going to take a massive leap to being a Super Bowl contender. They can get better. They should be better. To me, 9 to 10 wins would be the range that I would have them in right now. 10 hopefully gets you a wild card. 9 might be a fringe. But to just expect McCaffrey, along with the Niners, to catapult right back into, you're a top 2 NFC team. That's a lot to ask, at least the way that I'm looking at this roster right now.
No, I don't disagree with that at all. This from the Boxer and Gerson work attorney injuries text line. Not stated in the nicest way, but I agree. Shanahan is a stone-cold junkie when it comes to running backs. Possibly. To me, he inherited a heavy run game in his play calling, and I feel like he thinks they're called running backs because you run them into the ground. His first year with McCaffrey, they were up 14 points in the fourth quarter, and he would not give. I remember at the time defending Shanahan, and I want to say it was 2 years ago, obviously.
Yeah.
But
even 22 when they acquired him at the deadline, it was like first game, I want to say he had 25 or 30 touches.
I feel like last year was Kyle Shanahan's explanation for why he kept McCaffrey in games, because they lost games late. This past year without him, and I'm kind of with Kyle Shanahan. Like, if you're up 24-7 with 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter, that game's not over. You gotta, to put it away, you got to go on a 4 or 5 minute drive, punt it down, and now there's 6 minutes to go, and it's a 24-7 game. But too many teams came back against the 49ers last year, and I feel like, in general, sports fans think a game's over before it's really over. And so in the NBA, my feeling is, if you're down 15 with 5 minutes to go, you got one more push at it. Mm-hmm. I still think you got a shot at a game like that. And with football, I think if you're down 2 scores, 2 to 3 scores in the fourth quarter, you've got to get to like the halfway point of the fourth quarter, 2 to 3 scores up before you can start saying, all right, we've salted this one away.
Yeah, and I think that's where maybe, you kind of have to think about saving McCaffrey mid-game. Like, you're going to need him to drive the nail home, but okay, does he need 15 touches in the first half? What are you doing on the second or third drives of games when your offense is going to be predicated on the run? It just is. That's the way that Shanahan has, I think, established himself as a play caller. But do you have a backup or a third running back or other, maybe it's wide receivers that can get involved, a la Deebo Samuel, that you can use so that McCaffrey at halftime has... You can give him the ball 15 times in the second half in order to close out a football game. Like, I think, you have to think about it a little bit the way that the Warriors are probably looking at some of their older players. Like, how do I keep Draymond Green fresh so that he's at his best the last 8 minutes of a basketball game? Maybe not Jimmy Butler, but Curry as well. Like, okay, so Curry can't play 25, or he can't play 20 minutes in the first half. He's going to have to play 15 or 16. because I'm going to need those extra minutes to take us home. And that might mean you're more susceptible in the early part of football games, but I want my best players, who also happen to be at some positions my aging players, to be at their peak at the most important part of these football games.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how, if you're a coach like Shanahan, especially coming into this year, on the surface. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. We're down at Laughing Monk Brewing, and people are coming in and out saying hello.
Yeah, it's
thanks
an
for
awesome
coming down.
spot.
Appreciate it.
Sunny day in Sunnyvale.
Yes, absolutely. Like, the way I would look at Kyle Shanahan is, just pick a game, any game, and now we're starting the game. How many times you want to, how many plays are scripted for him in the first 15 plays of the first quarter? I don't know. I mean, do you try to establish McCaffrey, get up a couple scores, and then ease up on him over the course of a game? Do you try to go limit him early in a game and have him late if you need him? I think these are things that Kyle Shanahan has to think about, but he's the kind of coach that doesn't normally think about that kind of stuff. He just runs the play that he thinks will work with the player he thinks it'll work with, and he'll go to the well as many times as he can there.
Yeah, and I don't think there's ever been, up until last year, a need to really consider these things. I mean, Christian McCaffrey, he dealt with some injuries in Carolina, but he got to San Francisco when he's 26. So, like, he's right in the middle of his prime. So Shanahan, and I understand football is a far different game than basketball or baseball. Like, you really do have to push pedal to the metal to get the most out of your players. But I do think that this is the first season, maybe in his play-calling career, I'm not sure. I haven't gone down the list of all the players that he's had to coach and call plays for. But perhaps the first time, certainly in San Francisco, that he has to consider the level of taxing that he's putting on his guys, specifically McCaffrey. I mean, again, I think it is a bit easier to do that and say, all right, even if McCaffrey had to miss a game in 2023, well, that's fine. All right, we still got Ayuk, we got Kittle, we got Debo. Elijah Mitchell was there at a time I know he'd been banged up quite a bit, but he's somebody that had been a bell cow back for you in the past. Now it's like you really do have to think about, and it's hard to do, preserving some of these players, because if McCaffrey misses a game, they're going to be at a severe disadvantage. If Trent Williams misses a game, they're going to be at a disadvantage. And until we know what the defense has, because that's the youngest part of their football team with the most amount of new starters, to me, I do think that Shanahan is going to have to, for the first time in his career as a play caller for the Niners, consider preserving some of these aging superstars.
I would agree. He's got to consider it. The question I have is will he follow through on it or not? But I do want to get back on the other side to a little bit of McCaffrey's workload. 888-957-9570 is the number. Obviously, McCaffrey coming off a serious injury last year. You know how Kyle Shanahan coaches. How would you like to see him handle Christian McCaffrey coming back from a big injury, knowing that he's a monster cog in this wheel, but don't overuse him. Don't overuse him. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by the American Cancer Society.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us with canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Looking for something fun and free to do with the kids this summer? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. Extended by popular demand through the end of August from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., step inside one or more of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park, all for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. All ages welcome. Visit historysanjose.org for details.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time homebuyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying porting. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Mix of clouds and sun for San Francisco. 70 the high temperature.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hey, don't miss the new season of Hard Knocks. Training camp with the Buffalo Bills. New episodes Tuesday at 9 p.m. exclusively on HBO Max. And for your chance to win a $25 NFL Shop gift card, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we are in Sunnyvale at Laughing Monk Brewing, and we are having a great time. Come by if you're down this way. We've had a bunch of listeners coming in and saying hello. We appreciate you all, and people starting to filter in, having lunch, and I'm looking at the menu, and I'm probably going to get something next break, but I don't know what because the menu has a big variety, but I'm leaning toward the Cobb salad.
I mean, Cobb salad, they got different kinds of sandwiches, burgers, this really good-looking Angus beef patty called the West of 101. They got pizza that you can build, garden bowls, sandwiches. They got all down here at Laughing Monk, and, of course, a lot of different brews to select from as well.
Well, and that's, Tim Jordan, our producer extraordinaire down here on site.
He said he was the janitor.
Well, he handed me the cocktail menu, and Tim, it's 11:49. I mean, let's get to the PM hours first, right?
10 minutes.
Hey, you know how we're talking about Christian McCaffrey's workload a little bit, and I always think of Guru's phrase where he's like, sometimes you've got to protect a player from himself, and I'm just thinking about McCaffrey and Pearsall. That phrase doesn't really apply to Kyle Shanahan, I don't think. If there's one thing I seem to remember as being a theme of his over the course of his 7 or 8 years is, well, if a guy's out there, I got to use him. Meaning, he doesn't want to go into a game with, the coaching staff saying, well, Christian's going to play, but we got to limit him to 12 carries a game. He hates that. He can't stand that because then it limits what he can do. And I feel like the one thing that Shanahan's shown over the course of his tenure is if a guy's out there, he's going to use him however he sees fit without really considering a few weeks down the line. That's been his MO.
Well, I don't think it's just a Kyle Shanahan thing. I do think it's an NFL thing. I mean, that's why you don't really hear a whole lot about load management. But I also think that as the play caller, you have to figure out the best way to win, to score points. And if running McCaffrey 25 times or getting him the ball 25 times is your path to victory, that may well be what you want to do, but if that's going to only allow Christian McCaffrey to play 13 games, then are you sacrificing 4 other bites at the apple? That's where I think this becomes somewhat of a challenge for the 49ers. And do I want to put more pressure on a relatively young running back room? Do I want to put more pressure on my quarterback, specifically early in the season when he's probably not going to have 2 of his top 4 weapons on the outside? These are all things that Kyle Shanahan has to consider. And I also think that, too, how this season plays out in regards to wins and losses may determine how much they try and chase midway later in the year. I don't think they have a bye week until, I don't know if it's week 12. It's very late this season. So unlike the last couple of years where we've seen bye weeks in week 5, we've seen them in week 8, kind of spaced out in a good amount of way where you can sprint halfway then sprint the rest. I don't know if Christian McCaffrey's going to make it to the bye week if you're giving him the ball 30 times.
Yeah, Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show earlier today, and they spent a lot of time talking about McCaffrey, obviously one of the most important players this year for the San Francisco 49ers. And they asked Brian Baldinger if he thought Christian McCaffrey was wearing down a little bit. In other words, is his career starting to catch up to him a little bit? Here's what Brian Baldinger said.
Christian has had, his body has worn down. I mean, that's what all of that inflammation he had last year is a result of. Did he shake that all off? I mean, I don't know if you can lose a step, because we've seen Dalvin Cook lose a step and he wasn't very good, and he went to a couple different teams and he's out of the league. I mean, there's just so many hits that any of these guys have in them, and you just don't know when the drop-off is going to happen. because I have a feeling it's going to be pretty severe. 50 carries isn't much of a sample. Let's see. I think we got to get into the season, Joe, before we realize what he is or what he isn't at this point.
That's the most alarming thing that I think I've heard a guy say about McCaffrey. And
how so?
The idea that when it happens fast. And I've always kind of believed that with certain players, that it does happen fast. And I got to believe with a running back, that's where, okay, I'm listening to Shasky and Spinoni this morning, and in the games last year that McCaffrey played, I'm sure he's pretty good. But Shasky brought something up, and it's just the eye test, and I don't have the numbers to back it up, but it did feel like McCaffrey was getting brought down with the initial tackle more so than he had in previous years. It did feel like he was getting tackled earlier in a play than he had been, at least the 2 or 3. Yeah, last year. Was that an effect of the injury? Was that, am I making too big of a deal out of that? Or this year he's going to be healthy and he can show that burst again and the ability to break tackles, especially the initial one.
I mean, in the Buffalo game in the snow, he looked pretty damn good.
He did.
And that was a game that Brock Purdy didn't play. So basically, he was the only guy that Bills defense, which is a pretty good one, was game planning for. And the injury that he got hit by was kind of random. I mean, he got tackled by the shoestrings, went knee first, hurt the PCL, and basically his season was over at that point, because what else are you bringing him back for? I think that the Buccaneers game is one maybe you look at and say he looked a tad slow, but at the same time, it was the first game of the season and first game back off injury. So I can't completely hold that against him. I'm with Baldy that I think it does happen probably quicker for running backs than most positions, just because you're either the horse or you're not. Like when you're a wide receiver and you take a step back, well, maybe you're not a number one anymore, but you can still play out of the slot. We can still use potential skill sets. If you're a big player, you're a possession guy. There are different ways to use receivers when they take a step back. Deebo Samuel on line one. But when you're a running back, it's not like, okay, you're either the guy or you're not. And that's why he brought up Dalvin Cook, whose last Pro Bowl year was 2 years ago. And last year, he only played 8 games for the Cowboys, and he was the third stringer. So it can happen very fast. I just don't think we know enough about Christian McCaffrey yet to basically determine whether or not he's done. I don't think he is, but I think it's going to be hard for him to replicate a 2,000 scrimmage yard season where he's the unequivocal best running back in football. I think he's still a top 5 guy, and the question becomes then, well, is that good enough for this offense when you don't have a ton else around him like you did 2 years ago?
Yeah, that's what I think is the great question about this team. And that is, if McCaffrey's not the player he was 2 years ago, where does that leave the running game? If the wide receiver group isn't healthy at the start of the season and they're relying on Jennings to be their one and a second-year player, Pearsall, to be there too, what does that mean for the passing game? And it just feels like the 49ers could, they're in that no man's land of the players that they have are still good, but maybe they're not at their peak. And if they're not at their peak, well, how good can they really be? Because when they were all at their peak, they weren't able to win a Super Bowl. Now, they obviously were one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the league. But, this is, to me, I look at sports the way I kind of look at the Golden State Warriors. It's like they were a championship team 3 years ago. Steph Curry is now 92% of what he was 3 years ago, or 90%. Well, that matters. That could, that's the difference between winning it all and maybe not getting to the Western Conference Finals. So that's what I want to see with the 49ers. No, they didn't win a title, but they're one of the best teams in football 2 or 3 years ago. Last year, they were a shell of themselves because of a lot of different factors. So what is this year about? This year is about, is Purdy the player he was 2 years ago? Is McCaffrey the player he was 2 years ago? Is Williams the player he was 2 years ago? Is Bosa the player he was 3 years ago? Can they all put together those kind of years from the heyday, even though the heyday was just 2 years ago?
Well, some of them maybe not. Others, Purdy might get better. He's still in his mid-20s. Bosa's 27. I would hope that he'd be able to have and he was still pretty damn good last year, but would like him to be better, specifically in the sack totals. Fred Warner stays in his late 20s, but has maintained a high level for a long time. Kittle's coming off back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. The biggest difference between the Warriors and the Niners is the Niners look like they might have a future. The Warriors, meanwhile, do not. I mean, they're really all in on these next 2 seasons. And that's why, as much as we've made it about McCaffrey and Purdy and Trent and the mainstays, the guys who were a member of the core that got you to overtime in the Super Bowl, this season is also as much about the guys we don't know about. The 11-man rookie class. The rookie class from last year, which had a lot of guys that played and got valuable snaps. The Mustafas, who's supposed to be back midway through this year. A third-year guy like Jair Brown might have to play safety because we don't know who's going to be back there. A guy that has emerged as one of the top corners, I think, in the league, Diamador Lenore. Now he gets paid. How does he perform? They still have players that are ascending as much as we're talking about some of the guys that are maybe most likely or realistically going to take a step back. So that's why I think the Niners are in they're in an interesting place. They're not in a bad spot because I don't think they're on the decline. They're trying to figure out if they can jumpstart this thing again. And that's why, to me, this season is exciting. And I'm looking at it as one that could perhaps propel them back to being the number 1 team in the NFC West, or a season that tells us they got a lot of work to do. And now they have to figure out where to go from here.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Brewing Company here in Sunnyvale. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, but we are in Sunnyvale at the Laughing Monk Brewing, having a great time. If you're down in the South Bay, come say hello. This is also going to be the site, Evan, of all your 49er pregame shows when they're at home.
Yes, Red and Gold pregame. Myself, Lorenzo, Neal are going to be here 2 hours, sometimes more, before kickoff for home games of the Niners. So come on down, grab a brew, grab one of their fantastic hors d'oeuvres, and have an awesome time at an awesome place. One piece of information we do have to update people on, because joint practice is currently happening between the 49ers and the Broncos. This is from ESPN's Nick Wagner, who covers the 49ers. Defensive lineman Michael Williams shaken up during team drills, limped off, favoring his left knee leg. So Williams hurt a bit. We found out that Brock Purdy has thrown a couple picks in practice. Early reports are that, shocker, the Broncos' defense looks better than the Niners' defense, which is completely reasonable.
Sure. Because
the Broncos' defense was a top unit last year, and the Niners' defense is full of a lot of young guys.
Absolutely. Don't you think it's kind of interesting, and I'll just throw this out at you. Our 3 Bay Area teams, pro teams.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's fascinating that right now, where we all are, we don't know what our cores are like? So you look at the Giants.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about. So you look at the Giants.
What are you talking about?
You look at the Giants, and they've got Devers, Adamas, Chapman, and I'll put Webb in there. Those are the core guys.
Let's ride.
But they're not. There's doubt about how good those guys are. Chapman, Devers hasn't been great. Adamas has been better. Chapman has been okay. The Warriors. I don't know what to expect from Curry, Green, and Butler over the course of an entire season anymore. And it's the same to me with the Niners. These, whether it's McCaffrey, Purdy, Kittle, Warner, Trent Williams. Now, you said something interesting. You said you don't think the 49ers are in decline.
Well, I mean, I guess we don't know, but I don't think they are.
Okay.
Well, they're declined from a Super Bowl team.
Sure. But let's talk about it as though last year they were 6-11.
Did they or did they not get younger this offseason?
They did.
So that means, ideally, you have players that should be getting better.
But what about if the most important players on the team are the older guys? That's what I kind of worry about.
Yeah, but we saw the result of that last year. If they go down, then they're cooked. But they also didn't have a ton of young dudes last year.
So they
didn't have a ton of depth.
So you think they're more equipped now to deal with injury because they've got more playable bodies?
100%. I think if this season results in some of the injuries that happened last year, like Trent goes down, McCaffrey's unavailable, I don't think that they're a 6-win team. Now, they might be a 7 or an 8-win team, which is not that much better, but I think they have a much broader pool of young talent to choose from. And by all reports, it sounds like they got a couple of guys. It sounds like the backups to some of the most important positions, and maybe even some of the dudes that are going to start, they have a higher floor, certainly a higher ceiling because of their age than some of the players that had to start last year.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers are holding a joint practice right now at Levi Stadium with the Denver Broncos. And Evan just passed along that Mykel Williams was a little bit shaken up. He's the 49ers rookie and limped off the field, I guess, and we'll find out more about what happened with him. But let's get back a little bit to the one of the stars of the show, and that is Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm. Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show, and he was very, very comprehensive, and we kind of got into this a little earlier in the show, and I'd like to kind of get back into it. But this is Baldy's got a couple things to say about Brock Purdy. The first was on, it's a very simple question and one that we can ask 49er fans. What are your expectations for Brock Purdy? This is how Brian Baldinger answered earlier today.
It's just to be as consistent as possible. You go around this league right now and you talk to Lamar, Josh Allen, like they've got the MVPs. They've got the hardware from that, but they all want a Super Bowl. They got to play bigger and better in big games. And so really the question becomes, and it's like Joe Burrow as well, I mean, the question is, give your team a chance to win it all every year. That means to play at the highest and most elite level. That means making everybody else better around you. And how you do that is you convert your third downs. You finish in the red zone, in the end zone. Like those kind of things.
All right, what do you think of that?
I think that talking about Brock Purdy like he's Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or Joe Burrow is foolish. Yes. Now I respect what Baldy's saying, that those are those are the characteristics of the best quarterbacks. But who is saying that Brock Purdy is in their class? Like, is there anybody that expects, and maybe I'm being too harsh on him, I don't think I am, that I don't expect him to play like one of those guys. I just don't. And if I'm crazy, please call in at 888-957-9570 and let me know why I am insane that I don't expect Brock Purdy to elevate his team like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow.
Okay, fair enough. My question, though, would be, I get the Bengals didn't make the playoffs last year, but they kind of got hot. Forget that he's in.
Joe Burrow led the league in passing, by the way.
Exactly. So, in other words, he wasn't really the reason that the Bengals didn't get to the playoffs. But when I look at those quarterbacks, without knowing anything about their rosters, I just feel like, Baltimore's going to be pretty good. Well, how do you know? Okay, Lamar Jackson. And they've got a coach who's been there for a while. And
they have a great defense. They have a ton of depth.
Sure. But I think the quarterback Burrow, like the Bengals, the Baltimore Ravens, the Buffalo Bills, obviously the Kansas City Chiefs. Who's the fifth guy that we always throw in there?
Josh Allen?
Josh Allen. Because don't you think the biggest reason that those teams are in it virtually every year is their quarterback? Or do you look at it in a much broader sense?
No, I mean, if you have a top 3 or 4 guy, and I think that's kind of where it stops. To me, number 5 is up for debate right now. But if you have one of the top 4 quarterbacks, I mean, it's safe to assume that you're going to be a playoff team. I think that the Burrow thing last year was pretty insane. I mean, they had some incredible collapses, and they still damn near made the playoffs, having an absolutely paltry defense. So, I think that Cincinnati's going to be a playoff team this year because I'm assuming that Joe Burrow is going to play at a similar level to last year, and really his entire career.
Yeah, I guess my question is if Josh Allen, I'm going to pull his Football Reference up. I'm sure he's made the playoffs 4 or 5 years in a row, something like that, or 5 of 6, whatever it is. I mean, if you're a 49er fan, do you feel like now that we're going to have Brock Purdy for 5 years, that you can pencil in kind of winning seasons year after year solely because of Purdy? Because what I'm hearing you say is, well, he's not one of those guys. But then what are his goals in alignment with the team? You know what I mean?
Well, it's to make the playoffs. But I think the Niners are a fringe playoff team. So it is does he have to be the difference? Yeah, you'd like him to be. But again, we started this conversation by talking about pressure. And I hate to break it to people, but Brock Purdy is not going anywhere. If the Niners make the playoffs this year, he's not going to get another contract or be rewarded. And if he misses the playoffs, he's also not going to go anywhere. That's just the reality. That the Niners this summer chose to marry this guy who, to his credit, has statistically been the best quarterback in his division for his first 3 seasons that he has been at the helm for the Niners. Last year, he was not at his best. Neither were the 49ers. I think they believe he can get back to playing closer to 22 and 23 level football than 24 level football.
Yeah, I don't know if we're saying the same thing or not, but you use the term, right now you think they're a fringe playoff team.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I would look at it as, okay, they're a fringe playoff team. Well, it's up to Purdy to make them the playoff team. I get it. I don't think he's the difference between 5 and 12 and 12 and 5. But if you're a fringe playoff team, then he's got to be the quarterback that gets him to the postseason.
Okay, so
maybe not by himself.
What if McCaffrey goes down midway through the year?
That changes the fact that they're a fringe playoff team. I'm just saying, if you think they're a fringe playoff team and they're relatively healthy, obviously if they get banged up again, all bets are off. But we can get into this a little more on the other side.
Yeah, sorry, we got it.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, you're the ones that matter the most. What are your expectations for Brock Purdy? He's the $50 million man now, or at least next year. All right, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about.
until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
And if I'm crazy, please call in at 888-957-9570 and let me know why I am insane.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I forget, what were you referring to? that you said where people might think you're crazy?
I mean, I kind of lose track of all my great takes.
Gotcha.
It's just one of those, Steiny, we're trying to get some interaction. And
gotcha.
Am I crazy that it might have been probably Purdy related?
It was.
I feel like you've been coming down my road a lot today about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, he's they can be 8 and 9, and it's no reflection on him.
Like I get you think that he's going to be Fran Tarkenton and he's just going to run around and guide this team to a 12-5 season. But to me, that's asking a lot of the young fella. By the way, contract doesn't kick until next year.
Yeah, and how'd that work out for Moody? Moses.
Which Moody?
Moses.
Yeah.
The more consistent of the Moody's, barely. Actually, both Moody's need to get
Jake's got a bigger leg than Moses,
together.
though. He's got more range.
Hey, one of the things that I always enjoy is when we find out as fans that what we think we know nothing about. And here's the latest, and you're going to have to fill me in a little bit on this. We talk about, and I wish Guru were here. He talks about
he's here in spirit.
He talks about pregame speeches.
Hey.
And he talks about the locker room and what coaches do to motivate, and how Bob Melvin's got to get something out of Devers, and we got to have a pep talk, and what happens after a tough loss, and oh boy, the Warriors are down 9 at half. I'll bet Steve Kerr's chewing them out. It's nothing like that. Why don't you tell a little story about Damian Lee?
Oh, Damian Lee was on I think it was on Seth Curry's podcast. I forget which forum, but he basically confirmed what I think we all knew, which was during the time that Damian was on the Warriors, he would see Steph Curry during halftime go on his phone for 5 to 7 minutes of the 20-minute period and check what people were saying about him on Twitter. And sometimes it would spur a ridiculous second half. Sometimes it wouldn't. But how Steph Curry reads what people say about him.
At halftime.
In the locker room.
Yeah. So, and hey, I'm making no judgment. And, of course, no malice. There's no malice involved here. I just think it's funny. Yeah, what do you guys do at halftime? Went on social media. What do you do? Seeing what people are saying about him. It's like, really? That's what you're doing?
Well, he might be looking for some motivation because, like against, I'm trying to think of a game this year where he had a slow first half, 2 for 9, comes out in the second half and just absolutely annihilates his opponent. Maybe it's because he's reading that people were saying he was cooked on Twitter.
Yeah, maybe.
You think that's what they do in the NFL locker rooms?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. You know why? Because Matt Barrows wrote a story about what they do at halftime, and it's completely different.
It's exactly the same. They don't do anything.
No, they go to their respective.
Go in.
They go to their respective coaches. They huddle around, and they game plan for the second half.
There's no game plan.
Oh, they're much more buttoned up in the NFL.
The coaches meet, but for the first 10 minutes, they're just kind of going to the bathroom. They are the Theragun. That was a big part of the locker room. They're using the Theragun, especially McCaffrey. And
yeah, they're getting treatment. They might be grabbing more smelling salts for the second half.
Perhaps.
Just as long as they bring their own. Because, by the way, that's another signal that the NFL does not care about these players whatsoever. They build in a rule that you can't have ammonia packets or smelling salts. But there's a loophole. The teams can't provide them. If the players bring them themselves, which I can't imagine are hard to find, then it doesn't matter. So if George Kittle wants smelling salts, he can just bring smelling salts to the game. And the whole reason why they were going to ban them in the first place is because smelling salts and ammonia packets mask concussion symptoms. So the NFL can proclaim that they care about these players and mental injuries and CTE and all the rest, when really they don't. Because there's a loophole that allows any player that wants to actually use them, and most of them do, according to many people, Lorenzo Neal being one of them, and they can just wiggle around it. Like the NFL's trying to appear as if they care about head injury when they don't give a crap as long as they're signing contracts with ESPN and NFL Network.
Oh, I think this is a clear-cut liability issue, and the NFL's handling it perfectly. Let's talk about a player, let's say, like Lawrence Taylor. Okay, Lawrence Taylor would have his own kind of pregame routine when he was with the Giants.
Sure.
Clearly those were in his possession, and that's how he got up for a game. Now, you can't expect the New York Giants to supply Lawrence Taylor with the things he needed to prepare for a game. So I look at it as, these players just extra motivated, and they're doing things on their own, which is admirable.
Yeah, but they didn't make a rule that said, well, the Giants can't give Lawrence Taylor X of whatever he's using, but as long as he brings it, well, then it's fine. Why even have the rule in the first place when you really don't care about it?
Well, it's unspoken.
The NFL stands for not for long.
It's understood, though.
What?
Whatever you're talking about. Let's go to Tom. Tom's in El Dorado. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
As far as the Niners, I think John Lynch and Coach Shanahan have watched so much film. They are completely comfortable with Purdy, but I'm concerned about, does he have anyone to throw to? Broke my heart to hear about Deebo Samuel leading, and if last year the leading receiver was George Kittle at tight end, what do we have for him to throw to?
I think it's a fair question. I think it's a real fair question, and that's going to be a big part of the early season story. And if I know what's going to happen, if Purdy doesn't look good, people are going to criticize him because, well, look what happens when you don't have an all-star team around you.
And that's kind of going to be the end of the train. Like, I know he's going to, like, there's pressure in the court of public opinion, but there's no pressure from a standpoint of who's the future quarterback of the 49ers. And that's all I'm trying to say, is that if we're talking about pressure, I agree with your opening statement that the most pressured position right now on the Niners is probably the kicker, because he's going to lose his job if he doesn't kick very well in the first 3 games of the season. Might there be pressure on other big boys? Maybe Ben Bartch, who's the leader in the clubhouse for the left guard position, because he's been battling for that spot. Perhaps the third cornerback position, which looks like it's going to be a rookie, but they also brought in Trey Brown from Seattle. Like, that's where, to me, there's pressure to perform at those spots, because those guys could lose their jobs. Jake Moody could be off this team if he doesn't hit kicks early in the year, because it's a get it done type of business. There's no pressure on Brock Purdy's position, and as much as I do think that a lot of people are making Mac Jones to be a better backup than surely Brandon Allen, he ain't taking Brock Purdy's job.
You wouldn't think so.
Well, unless he gets hurt.
Right. Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show. He's our Odyssey NFL insider, and he was talking about Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy got that big contract in the offseason. It kicks in next year. And he was asked during the morning show what he expects out of Brock Purdy now that he's under contract for a ton of money.
You look at the years that some of these guys had last year. Baker Mayfield had one of the top 10 seasons of all time. 41 touchdowns, over 4,500 yards. Only 9 other quarterbacks in the history have done it. But he didn't win a Super Bowl. He got beat in the playoffs. All right, he fumbled a snap in the fourth quarter, against the Rams, and didn't get that opportunity. But for Brock at this point, he's paid to be in that same company of all the guys I just mentioned, okay? Burrow, Josh, Lamar, obviously Patrick is Patrick, but he's paid to be in that category. They paid Trevor Lawrence to be in that category. He hasn't done it yet. The evolution is to be in that top echelon of quarterbacks every year and giving your team a chance to win every year and to go in and to get to the playoffs every year. That's what he's paid to do, and that's the evolution. That's what the expectations are.
And you think that's a little unfair?
There are 11 quarterbacks that make the kind of money that Brock Purdy does. Not all of them are going to be in the playoffs. Some of them are. some years. To me, I think that Brock Purdy is a good to very good quarterback. I do not believe that he is a great quarterback, but that's the going rate for good quarterbacks or very good quarterbacks. I know most people probably agree with Baldy, but if the Niners don't make the playoffs this year, I don't think it's going to be because of Brock Purdy. I think honestly, Steiny, that's the reason why they paid him, because he's somebody that keeps you at a high floor. And then the rest of the roster is what's going to determine your ceiling. You need someone that's going to represent your franchise in a professional manner, someone that's going to keep you competitive. But I guess I don't look at Brock Purdy like that. And it might be a low bar, but I'm looking at the quarterbacks around him, even the quarterbacks that are in the high 40s. Like if you extrapolate it to $45 million quarterbacks, well, then there's 15 of those dudes. Are all of them paid to have their team in the playoffs and keep their team competitive year in and year out? Yes. Can all of them do it? No.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like the way I look at it is maybe a chicken and an egg type of thing. And if, let's say, over the next 3 years, if the 49ers win 33 regular season games, they average 11 wins a year for the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. To me, then he will have done his job. Then we're still not going to say he's Lamar Jackson, but at least at that point, we say Purdy's good enough that every single year this team is going to be in the mix. It's not solely because of him, but he's proven that he can get us to 11 wins, get us into the playoffs, and a few years back he he went to a Super Bowl and all those things. So I do think, and I think it's more important for Purdy that the team wins than those other guys, because even if those other teams, like Burrow last year didn't make the playoffs, but nobody's blaming Burrow in Cincinnati. So that's why I think I'll acknowledge Purdy's not in the class of those other quarterbacks, but if he's the quarterback of the 49ers as they're a perennial playoff team year in and year out, then that's what he needs to do.
But it sounds like all he has to do is win or lose games. It doesn't matter how he does it.
I kind of think that's true.
I'm not judging a quarterback just on wins. I'm just not. And that's why I understand your point about Burrow, but Burrow was literally the best passer in the league. Okay, I don't think Brock Purdy can put up the type of numbers that Joe Burrow does. But if you're Brock Purdy last year was tops in the NFC West in terms of quarterback rating and QBR. Slightly different stats. However, he's top 7 in both. So that's still really good. But if your team is decimated, then yeah, you're not going to be a playoff team. Well, is that completely on him?
Well, no, and I should have made a stipulation for injury, obviously, and maybe that's what you're getting at right now, is that for the first 3 or 4 games, chances are he's not going to have great receivers. And I get that. Okay, I'm not asking you to go 4-0. Can you go 2-2 with those? And then as you start to get guys back, you become better. And at the end of the season, you look, and you're 11-6. Purdy is going to, if you go 11-6, I guarantee you, maybe the numbers won't wow you, but if they go 11-6, that means Purdy probably had a pretty good year.
Or maybe it means your defense is a lot better than you thought it was. Maybe Jake Moody is hitting some game-winning kicks and bailing you out. Maybe the other teams you're playing are fumbling at wrong times. There's so much that happens over the course of a season which is not dependent on the quarterback. And I realize that in the NFL, it's all about QBs. What have you done for me lately? Wins and losses are on their resume, and that's all that we judge those guys by. But to me, Steiny, I think that Brock Purdy is just as good of a quarterback as Jared Goff. Jared Goff was on a 14-win team last year because they ran the hell out of the football. Their defense was decimated by injury, but their offense was prolific. I think that he's just as good, and maybe in many people's minds, Jalen Hurts separated himself from Purdy. I think Purdy could have quarterbacked that Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts didn't do much. He made one throw to A.J. Brown and let his defensive line absolutely eviscerate the Kansas City Chiefs. My point is, there are other quarterbacks around this league that I think Brock Purdy is similar than, but their teams are in far better positions, and that's what this season to me is trying to figure out. How good are the Niners around Brock Purdy? I think I know what he is. He ain't a top 5 dude, but he's a guy that can keep you competitive, and the rest of the team, if they're decimated by injury, if their young players aren't very good, this season isn't going to go very well. That's why last year we're looking at a 6-11 season. Like, where does the majority of last year's blame fall to you for last year's season? Like, do you put it on Brock? Because it feels like a lot of people want to.
I would put it on. I wouldn't put it all on injury. I would put it on. I think what we saw last year was almost inevitable, but it's something that I think we had to account for. And I know Guru downplays this, and he'll say, well, how does losing a Super Bowl mean that Trent Williams is missing a block in Week 7 last year? But I do think when you look at the previous 2 years with the Niners and how both those seasons ended, particularly 2 years ago, not last year, but 2 years ago, I know it's easy to say now, but I think last year at this time, and maybe in the months or two preceding now, I think we almost should have known that it was going to be an uphill battle, because it's just hard to stay on top for 3 straight years when you've suffered a disappointing loss at the end of each of those 2 previous seasons. I really do think they got to training camp last year, and it just felt like, oh my God, the Super Bowl is 7 months away. We just lost in it. How are we going to get there? It's such a long journey to get there again that it just, I don't want to say it was overwhelming, but it was just too much to overcome.
I do agree with you, but I also, so what happened to the Philadelphia Eagles? They went through the same exact circumstances as the Niners. They made the Super Bowl. The year before that, they were in the playoffs. The Super Bowl they lost, to the Chiefs. The year after they made the Super Bowl, they stumbled, but they made the playoffs. Mm-hmm. They got ran out in the first game they played, and they bounced back and won a Super Bowl. The difference is Jalen Hurts had a far more talented cast around him to rely on. He just did. His offensive line that they brought back after the Super Bowl was better. His weapons were better. They had better health. Their defense was more talented and did not break down. This is before they got Saquon, by the way. And they won a lot of close games in which they made some plays and stumbled into the playoffs. But, the reason why the Niners went from a Super Bowl runner-up to a 6-win football team, to me, is for a variety of reasons. And Brock Purdy is certainly a part of it. But I can't look at him and say, all right, well, you're a 6-win quarterback now. He is paid like a top 10 QB right now. That doesn't mean he's going to be a top 3 quarterback.
No.
And if he's number 10 and the rest of his team around him drops like flies or isn't very good or is full of a bunch of rookies that don't perform well in their first season, because that's typically what happens in the NFL, a number 10 quarterback might not make the postseason.
My question to you is, and I know it's a hypothetical, but okay, Brock Purdy was healthy for most of last year. He didn't have as many healthy teammates. They had adversity. Clearly, there was some stuff going on in the locker room, family-wise, with Trent Williams and with Travarius Ward. Do you think forget if they play the same style or a different style, but the 4 quarterbacks we named, Allen, Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and whoever the 5th one is, Mahomes.
Mahomes, yeah.
Do you think the 49ers are significantly better if they would have had one of those guys last year, given all that happened?
Significantly better?
Yeah, okay. Would the 49ers have been a playoff team last year with Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, or Lamar Jackson?
Let me just double check where the last playoff team was in the NFC.
Okay. I think it was 10.
So 10 wins. So is Lamar Jackson worth 4 wins?
Last year. It would have to be last year.
Last year. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I wonder.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't either. I'm just.
I think Josh Allen, he's a league MVP. Like, yeah, I think he's worth 4 more wins. And that might be the gap. Without a good team, you know what I mean? Like, and by the way, Josh Allen's defense last year was still pretty damn good. They allowed, I believe, the fifth fewest amount of points in the AFC. Yeah, he's the engine that makes that offense go. Brock Purdy needs more help. Like, I hate to break it to you, he just does. Maybe, again, and this is probably where the cut came from. Like, if I'm insane, please call in and tell me why. If I don't think that Brock Purdy is able to extract the same out of a lesser roster than Josh Allen. You know what I mean? I mean, and this is what we're going to be talking about all season. Like, how are you judging Purdy? By the way, I'm not robbing him of the opportunity to be better and help this team win more games. I'm just looking at a team with a ton of question marks, particularly on defense, and I'm recognizing that that's a major component in the 49ers' success.
No doubt. But I do think we're smart enough to distinguish how responsible Purdy will be if the 49ers go 13-4 as opposed to if they go 7-10.
Like, if they go 8-9 this year,
okay,
I don't think I'm going to be burying him at the end of the year.
Okay, well, that's where I have to say we got to see how it all comes down.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I mean, but if they go 8-9, I don't think we're going to be sitting here saying, boy, Purdy was terrible this year.
Well, what if Purdy puts him in positions to win a couple games and Jake Moody stinks, misses a couple game-winning kicks? What if Ricky Pearsall, who's effectively in his rookie season because he didn't get to play a whole lot last year because he got shot before the year, drops a couple of important passes in key spots? Maybe McCaffrey has taken a step back. Maybe your backup running back who has to come in and maybe puts the ball on the ground. There's so many other factors at play here. And sure, like, Purdy might throw a pick in the fourth quarter and it costs you. But I do not think, with what I've seen from Brock Purdy through 3 seasons, that he is going to be the reason that this season goes completely off the rails.
Okay, and if I agree with you up to a point there, I think on the other side, I want to get into Kyle Shanahan and kind of using that same template of how much Purdy's play dictates whether the Niners win or lose, and how much Shanahan's coaching dictates the same. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back of the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
The back-to-school deals at Kohl's are so good, it'll feel like spoiling yourself. With 20% off the stuff your kids will actually wear, like jeans, tees, sneakers, and more. You can do it all without overdoing your budget. See? Sometimes parents get spoiled too. Head to Kohl's or Kohls.com to start the year off right for less. Select styles. Coupon ends August 10th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. And for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with a purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, and we are in Sunnyvale at Laughing Monk Brewing. We're having, I'm having a Cobb salad. What did you have?
Oh, I had a Power Bowl with some chicken.
Nice.
And a little spinach, some sweet potatoes.
Like Tim had a little club sandwich.
Turkey.
Little club sandwich. And, yeah, if you're not doing anything, you're down in South Bay, come say hello. We're at Laughing Monk Brewing, and we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Right now they are holding a joint practice with the Denver Broncos, and momentarily we'll be joined by Joe Shasky of the morning show. He was there at practice today, and I know he was looking for some things in particular. We'll talk to Joe in a second, but you said you had a couple nuggets to share. And then maybe we'll follow up with Joe on them.
Yeah, just some kind of cliff notes. So in the 7-on-7 portion of the joint practice, Purdy did have a couple of interceptions trying to target Ricky Pearsall, but then in the move the ball kind of drive, so straight on down the field, connected on a deep ball with Ricky Pearsall for a touchdown. Found Demarcus Robinson in a 2-minute drill for a touchdown after a pass block by Surtain. And McCaffrey, notes for this from Cam Emmon of the Mercury Bay Area News Group. McCaffrey had a solid day. The Broncos defense, very, very good. I think everybody that was down at practice that I've seen on social media, the thing that stood out to them is that their defense might be Super Bowl caliber. And then also, Jake Moody banked in the first field goal. Last one was good from 53 yards.
He banked it in?
He hit it off the post.
Oh, that counts.
Yep.
All right.
Also, no fights.
All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Joe Shasky. Joe did the morning show here from Laughing Monk Brewing. He headed over to practice. Joe, what's going on, man? Thanks for popping on.
What's up, fellas? Let's start with the Broncos. Right then and there, their defense didn't look good. They looked incredible. That was without Dre Greenlaw. Incredible. Zach Allen was dominating them on the defensive line for the Broncos. DJ Jones, they were laughing at the Niners. They might have had, and again, it's practice, so you're not allowed to sack the quarterback. You're not allowed to really, truly tackle running backs. But if you ask me, and you said, hey, they had 25 sacks today, I might believe you. That's how good Denver was.
How much, Shasky, do you think was on, obviously, a capable Denver defense? They were a top unit last year, and they built on it, even without Greenlaw being on the field for the joint practice. And how much do you think was on, maybe a 49ers offensive line or just sort of lack of talent on the offensive side? And how many of their big boys were active during this joint practice?
Trent Williams had the full uniform on, but the baseball cap, and he was yucking it up with all the Bronco guys. And I'm kind of like, hey, Trent, I watched the first 6 games of last year. You need this work. You were the guy getting in and out of IVs of every single game. Rewatch the games. He looked, I don't know. To me, it was bizarre that he wasn't practicing. It was bizarre to me. They needed to see what he looked like because I have question marks on him. Outside of him, the entire offensive line looked very bad. Now, is that a byproduct of Denver being amazing? Probably. But I don't feel good about the Niners' offensive line. They suffocated Purdy, made him look really small. He was holding the ball because there's no one to throw to. The offense looked bad today. Bad, guys. And, yeah, I'm sure Denver played a lot into that. I don't want to overreact. But the reality is like, all the things we knew that they were thin going in all played out in this. Running back behind CMC, thin. Wide receiver, thin. Offensive line, thin. Quarterback not looking big and strong in the pocket, thin. Like, bad. You know who looked good? Mac Jones.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Joe Shasky joining us on 95.7 The Game. He was at 49er practice today. What was let's start with some of the big boys. What did they have Christian McCaffrey doing today, if anything?
Well, McCaffrey was in a play, out a couple plays. In a play, out a couple plays. They clearly had him on a very specific pitch count. He looked okay. I thought he looked okay. It's so hard to tell, Matt. Like, part of his game is like breaking a tackle and running by guys. And they're thudding, not like fully bringing down to the ground. So it's so hard to tell. There was not a lot of running room. Like, I'm just calling it what it is. 99, Zach Allen destroyed them up front. Destroyed them. So I couldn't tell. Now, he looked really good in the passing game. I thought both Brock and the other quarterbacks looked good on the checkdowns for the most part. CMC made a lot of catches in that area. I thought Kittle looked great. Kittle looks amazing. Kittle looks awesome. Ricky Pearsall got locked up. You're only going to see Ricky Pearsall look good when they use him in motion and he can't get pressed. Patrick Surtain is the real deal. Patrick Surtain is sick.
Yeah, I mean, he might be the best cover corner in the game. And then Zach Allen, like you mentioned, there's a reason he just got paid $100 million. You know, looking at what the Niners defense was able or not able to do today, I think a lot of the...
Okay, hard to tell. Hard to tell. I'll cut you off right there. They have the fields, two fields side by side. Everybody's on one side. We can't see the opposite side. So unless when they broke up from the beginning, you were on that opposite side, it was so hard to tell. You couldn't really see a lot. But we were watching the offense because finally, like, they split them up. And we're closer to the offense, everybody. And then on the opposite side is the defense going up against Bo Nix and the starting offense for the Broncos. We look over, and it looks like, oh, wow, Pearsall gets a pass broken up. Look back over, Mikael Williams is down. So really hard to tell. But Bo Nix makes some great throws. From the vantage point I was at, it was so hard to tell on defense.
All right, so you don't. I know Mikael Williams limped off. Did you see anything with that, or did?
So one of our guys that was one of the guys sitting next to us goes, "Oh no, he went down, non-contact." I thought he grabbed the ankle. Bonte and Spadoni thought he grabbed the knee. He laid down there, but kind of chest up on his butt, and he was waiting for the to come out. He walked off. I didn't notice a huge limp per se. It sounds like it's the same ankle side or same leg that the ankle injury prior was on. Tough to tell. So tough to tell, Steiny. I got no clue.
All right, we're being joined by Joe Shasky on the River Islands guest line. He was at the joint practice today between the Broncos and the San Francisco 49ers. He's checking in with us now.
Yeah, I mean, what else did you kind of glean from the practice today? I mean, what stood out to you the most from the 49ers side of things? Everyone's talking about how great the Denver defense looked, but what impressed you about the things the 49ers did do well today?
Their second unit with Mac Jones looked good against the second unit for the Broncos. I thought Robinson, the guy who's going to serve the suspension, looks like one of their better wide receivers. Pearsall made a really nice play, but he got locked up most of the day. Brock was indecisive, holding the ball. I'm just calling it like I saw it. That doesn't mean that if Mac Jones would have went up against the ones, he would have looked better. But Mac going against the twos, there was a clear drop-off in pass rush, and he had time to throw. And he looked really decisive. I thought Mac Jones, I'm not trying to hype it up. I'm really not. Mac Jones looked great. I'm not even trying to be that guy. I'm not some Mac Jones truther. He threw decisive, deep balls, timing routes, good spirals, catchable balls. He stands in the pocket really strong. There's a lot to like. But again, it's so hard to tell because they actually protected up front for him today. Brock looked small, but he had nowhere to go. Like, there was no pocket being formed. And this is why I wanted Trent Williams to play. It's like, Trent, I know you're in, like, retirement mode here, dog, but, like, I'd much rather you, like, I don't know, practice. Like, show me you can practice. I mean, like, I'm not, look, he's a great player. He's an all-time player. But, guys, you only have so many practices and so many, like, joint practices to, like, make your offense kind of move a little and the ball move a little. I want to see what I have. And I couldn't see a whole lot because that side of the offensive line looked horrible.
Yeah, and with that, Shasky, I mean, did they try to run the football with, and were they able to do it with any effectiveness?
No. Every time they went to go run the ball, for the most part, DJ Jones would thud the running back, turn and say, yeah, boy, yeah, boy. Denver was talking major smack. Hufanga wearing number 9, talking smack. Their defense was so hyped up. It was they were dominating the whole practice. Like I don't know what else to say. I came away saying Denver might be that good.
Can I assume Dre Greenlaw wasn't a factor today for the Broncos?
You're cutting out. I didn't see Dre Greenlaw in shells. I saw him on the sideline at the end. He wasn't dressed in a uniform. I mean, he's dressed in uniform, but not with pads on. So I didn't see him practice at all. What
about Luke Farrell? How do you think they're going to use him? And I'm being serious because you talked a lot about how the run game wasn't working, but he is known as a great blocking tight end.
He is a monster. Big guy. Absolutely big guy. I actually think he is going to be good in the blocking game. I think that's something everybody's on, and they're right. Here's the problem. Steiny, they are so thin at running back, so thin on offensive line, and so thin on wide receiver. All of that played out today. And look, maybe this is just a disproportionate mismatch, and especially with no Trent Williams out, it looks even worse. But I'm telling you, all the concerns are now heightened. If I'm Juwan Jennings and he truly is holding out, I think you got to pay him and get him into camp now. Now.
Yeah, I was going to ask Shasky. I mean, I know that everyone has varying degrees of expectation for this Niners team. Did it more confirm the ones that you feel, or did it sort of heighten or like make you aware of other pieces of this football team that are behind the 8 ball that you did not expect?
I've gone to training camp, 4 or 5 years in a row now. This is the thinnest the Niners have been in a long time. They're really thin. They're young. They need a lot to go right for them to hit expectations. Look, again, it's one practice. It's one joint practice against a really good team that won double-digit games last year and made the playoffs. I'm walking away saying, all right, that's dead. They're really good. What are they going to do against maybe a lesser NFC? Because I think the AFC is a little more top-heavy than the NFC. That I don't know. But I'm very iffy now on the Niners. Not that I can't be good. A lot's got to go right. You're asking for a lot of guys to play well to win 10, 11 games.
Yeah, that's the way it kind of feels this way. We're talking to Joe Shasky of the morning roast he was at practice. Last one for me, Joe. Like, what was Kyle Shanahan's demeanor on the field today? Was he loose? Did he look concerned? Business as usual? I don't know. I'm just asking you to kind of interpret.
It was a little bit of everything. Like, you saw calm Kyle dancing around to the music. You saw him pacing a little when their offensive line was getting worked. And then in the move the ball, like a 2-minute type drill, I thought he loosened up because I thought the offense started to play well. Purdy's best play of the day was I don't know if it was a seam route or more of a drop to Ricky Pearsall over the shoulder in the end zone. It was a great play. They had a couple of really nice plays on slants to Robinson and Watkins. They started to get better as it started to get to the end of practice, but maybe that was because Denver eased up a little. Again, my big takeaway, I like Mac Jones way more than I ever thought. Not that he's a starter, Not that I'm not saying
right.
that. He looks good. Like, I'm happy for him. I need to maybe walk some stuff back on Mac Jones.
Well, my last one for you, Shasky, is I read that there were no fights today, but with the amount of, I guess it sounds like dominance displayed by the Denver side of things, did you feel like there were any, I don't know, kind of frustrated 49ers, or was it pretty loose? And do you think that this was a practice that they seemed wholly engaged on?
I think CMC is chomping at the bit to prove everybody wrong. He seems to be not frustrated. That's not the right word. But I see a guy who so wants to get every snap, and they're clearly holding him back. Now, I don't even know if he looks good or not right now. Like, he can still catch the ball. I think he can be extremely valuable in the passing game. But I don't know what to make of him right now. I really don't. But I can see he's taking his helmet off. He's standing on the sideline. He wants to do more. And they're holding him back. And it's probably the right thing to do right now. I think Kittle's primed for a monster year. Ricky Pearsall, I'm up in the air on him. He looks really good on some timing routes, but when guys can get their hands on him at the line of scrimmage, he's got a long way to go in terms of bulking up. So I think he can be a really good player, but you're going to have to get creative with how you use him. They really need a big body receiver. And then seeing Ayuk on the sideline, I just felt like he was missing out today. I felt bummed for him.
Joe, thank you so much as always, buddy. Really appreciate your insight.
Hey, if Mac Jones plays 2 games, I think they can win both of them. I really do.
Well, and that's what
they'll need to.
That's the first step for a backup quarterback. If they play 2-4 games, can they win them a couple?
That's exactly, Steiny. And I didn't feel that way about Brandon Allen at all last year. So they've really improved their backup quarterback position. Like, no, honestly, like the Mac Jones Reclamation Project, I'm buying in on it. Like, Kyle, good job.
All right, get home safe, buddy, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Shasky.
All right, that's Joe Shasky of the Morning Roast. He's just leaving 49ers joint practice with the Denver Broncos. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale today. If you're down in the South Bay, come say hello. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco, and it's also brewed here in Sunnyvale. In fact, Evan, have you ever brewed your own beer?
No, but I've lived with people that have.
Okay. To my way of thinking...
Beer and moonshine.
Okay. To my way of thinking, there are very few smells as good as when you smell the hops of beer in the initial brewing stage. I used to brew some beer in the house, and when you do it, the whole house, it smells so good. It doesn't, I know you think it's going to smell like beer.
No. I would argue if you know what you're doing, it smells good.
I do. Well, I did.
I'm saying I've lived with people who you might need a couple batches to figure this thing out. And in that case, the house does not smell very good.
Well, I think the smell that I'm imagining.
Brewing, not what we're... the aroma of Laughing Monk can be a bit off-putting.
I was 100% in my brewing career. I thought I might have had a bad batch of IPA once. I actually had the lid pop off because there was so much pressure in the carboy. You probably don't even know what that is.
No, but it sounds like enough pressure for Jake Moody.
Which is fine. And I got all panicked because the lid flew off, and I just put it back on, and then a month later, it still kind of tasted the same.
So why don't you bring any in?
I haven't brewed in a while. Probably 10, 12 years.
The big Steiny IPA. I mean, we could get something going.
The problem with home brewing, Evan, is, I like lagers and pilsners.
I know you do.
Lagers need to be, during the processed. They need to be refrigerated if you're making a lager, which makes it a little more complicated. IPAs, pale ales, they don't need to be refrigerated. Simply room temperature will work. So I tended to make more of a pale ale type beer, which I can also drink.
Well, until you bring it in, I can neither confirm nor deny. What I can confirm, though, Steiny, is that Michael Williams hyperextended his knee. That's what Kyle Shanahan indicated to the media after practice, in which Michael Williams limped off and did not return. It sounds like he avoided something long-term, according to Nick Wagner of ESPN. He's being evaluated, but he was expected to play on Saturday in Game 1 of their preseason. He will not likely play on Saturday against the Broncos.
All right, and no on the YouTube chat saying lagers are top fermented and they take longer. That's correct. That's good knowledge. No. Very good knowledge. And you're right about it. That's why I kind of stayed away from making the Pilsners. 49er fans, I mean, that was not encouraging from our very own Joe Shasky.
You got a new guy?
What do you mean?
You on the Mac bandwagon?
No. But he wasn't spinning anything real positive. He said Kittle's going to have a big year. That Purdy didn't look great. And here's where Guru would have hated what Shasky said. He doesn't care about the other neighborhoods. The fact that Denver may have the best defense in football, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to Goo. How is our neighborhood doing? And apparently, it was fits and starts today at Levi Stadium.
Well, it's a good thing they're not on the schedule this year, right?
That's true. Well, I wasn't actually at Levi Stadium. It was at their practice facility down in Santa Clara.
Well, what I heard is something that I think we all should have been prepared for, and not that they looked awful. That part, to me, is going to fluctuate. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're bad. Might have caught a bad day. They have a lot of questions. They have a lot of question marks at a lot of positions. I don't think quarterback is one of them, which ironically seems to be Shasky's big takeaway, that Mac Jones is a beast. But
he's going to be hearing that.
That's fine. You took a shot at me earlier. I can throw one back. And the offensive line has got some questions. The defensive line, I know they didn't get to see a ton of the Niners defense versus the Broncos offense, but Shasky said that Bo Nix looked pretty good. I can only assume it's against a lot of younger players because that's who kind of projects. Trent Williams didn't practice. It doesn't sound like McCaffrey was out there. I'm not sure how involved someone like Fred Warner was. So really the only big boys that we know that Shasky was telling us played, who Kittle is a big boy, looked good. Brock Purdy finished strong, is your starting quarterback. But Ricky Pearsall's looking inconsistent. I don't think it's a coincidence that a veteran like Demarcus Robinson looked pretty good. He's been in these situations before, whereas a ton of the younger guys that were responsible for, it sounds like, the Denver defense looking like the 85 Bears, those are the ones that we're going to have to worry about.
Yeah, if Denver's defense was as good as it was last year and they got everybody back, I don't have too much of a problem with the 49ers at a scrimmage not looking altogether connected. But I do think we are underplaying a little bit how much needs to go right for the 49ers to get back into the playoffs. I think they got a good start, obviously, with the schedule. But, yes.
Dude, I've been saying this for like a month.
What?
How many things have to go right for this team to be where people want it to be?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
But
just acknowledge that.
And I have too. I mean, like, even their big boys, we don't know what to expect. We certainly don't know what to expect from their young players, and we don't know what to expect with I'll tell you what, here, listen, give me an answer, use the break. What's the thing, and 49er fans, you can answer this too at 888-957-9570. All right, they have a lot of question marks. There's no doubt about it. They need a lot to go right. They got young players. They got old players with injury. What are you most confident in? What do you know as a 49er fan you can hang your hat on? 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Now at Whole Foods Market, save on organic blackberries or raspberries with Prime. Get 2 half pints for $7 through August 12th. It's time for the best and juiciest of the season. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary Lake and Ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
Directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Rick in Burlingame. I run a storage facility and had a door that would not work. I called R&S and they had 2 guys here within a couple hours. They got the door operational, professionally, and quickly. Very good experience all around. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at sbaa.org. That's sbaa.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today, and we are coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing here in Sunnyvale. And great location, great food, great drinks. If you're down in the South Bay, come say hello. San Jose Jazz fan in the house, and we love seeing him. He's in the house, and he's in the chat. And
he's everywhere. He's omnipotent.
Exactly. Ubiquitous. He's ubiquitous is what he is.
Lots of syllables.
You know what that means?
Ubiquitous?
Yeah.
I don't. It sounds like you're going to tell me, though.
Yeah, I think it means like ever-present, just, a fixture.
Oh, so, I like that.
Yeah. You worried about the Niners after hearing from Joe Shasky?
What if I told you I was worried about him before I heard from Joe Shasky?
All right.
Steiny, I'm allowing for the possibility of them being good, but to completely dismiss the fact that this is a team that might not reach the postseason because they have an extremely young defense. They turned over a ton of players that were previous members of their core that got them to a Super Bowl. And you could argue two of their top five most important players on offense, McCaffrey and Williams, are towards the tail end of their careers. Tail end of their prime, certainly. And they need them to be great this year. So all that combined, it's just, to me, asking them to be the contenders that we know them to be, thank you very much, is a lot to ask. Like, I'm not saying that they're going to be a dumpster fire, but I'm tempering my expectations of this football team. I think they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't even know what the expectations are or should be. I just, going on what I've known in the past and how many new faces they have, and unfortunately how many old faces they have. I mean, the only place I can start is where you'd start for just about every NFL team, and that is, can they make the playoffs? And I don't think it's outlandish to think they could, but I'm kind of with you that if this schedule wouldn't be this schedule, I wonder if we'd be feeling any different about the prospects for the season.
And that, to me, is not something that I'm relying on.
Really?
No, because while they do have a last-place schedule, and it's supposed to be one of the easiest in years, other teams might, God forbid, be better. For example, there are teams that have gone from worst to first, and the Niners might run into a couple of those teams. But because they had down years, because they were hurt, just like the Niners are playing a last-place schedule. So other teams are looking at the Niners like, well, I don't think they're a 6-win team. That applies to other squads as well, that they aren't as bad as we believe them to be. Like, they should have an easier time, certainly, than the toughest schedule in all the NFL last year. They had the most amount of rest disadvantage of any team in the NFL last season. But to me, saying that you're a playoff team just because of your schedule, I don't like that. Like, I would rather feel good about my team being a playoff team because I think we got a top 10 offense. I think we have a balanced defense. I think we got some veterans in right places. We have a really good play caller and head coach. Those are reasons for me to believe in a football team, not, well, they play the easiest schedule. They should be fine.
Yeah, I hear you. This on the YouTube chat. Lori Matthews, our good friend, is still positive about this team. She says, I believe this team still has a chance to do something. And if they will only get better, and they're only going to get better as time goes on. And I always like to ask at that point, what does do something mean?
Make the playoffs. I mean, I think if this team makes the playoffs, I would consider this season a success. Would you? Or do they have to win a game?
It's a good question. I would say, yeah, if they make the playoffs, it's a good year. Whether they win a playoff game or not, because they won 6 games last year, and that's just the bottom line. And there are a lot of questions that need to be answered for this team. So that's why, to me, the playoffs are that's the threshold.
Well, and I know that when we talked to Shasky in the previous segment, obviously a lot was made about Mac Jones, but I do think it is comforting that they have a backup quarterback, it sounds like, that can win you a game. Now, and ideally, Brock Purdy doesn't have to miss any games, but last year he missed 2 games at a point in the season in which I think they were 5-5 going into Green Bay, and they were 5-6 going into Buffalo, and you kind of had to win both of those games, and they had 0 chance because Brandon Allen was under center. I mean, they just did. So if they have Mac Jones in that situation last year, maybe you're able to steal. I don't know. Those are both pretty good teams, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you might be able to steal one, keep your season afloat, so that when your guy comes back, he can help you make a push.
888-957-9570. I'm just going to talk out loud to Risotto. We talked about the Colin Cowherd sound. Do you have that at your fingertips? Because Colin Cowherd was talking about where he thought the 49ers fell in the NFC West. And you can just address me on the air, Pasta.
We got it. Of course we got it.
This is Colin Cowherd talking about the San Francisco 49ers and where they may fit in the NFC West.
NFC West, I go Rams, Seahawks. The Niners have an easy schedule. I think they're old. I think the roster has holes. I think they wanted to keep Greenlaw and Hufanga. I do think Robert Saleh coming in helps. So again, like the AFC, where I moved the Bengals out, Sean Payton, I'd probably move in. I would probably move the noisy Bears out and the Packers in. But it's very interesting because I have spent, as my staff knows, I spend considerable amount of time trying to find new playoff teams. And if I made these 2 changes, I'd only have 2 new playoff teams. New England in the AFC and Seattle in the NFC.
All right, that was Colin Cowherd talking about the San Francisco 49ers, and it seems like he's got the same kind of concerns as fans. He's worried about the older players, although he didn't mention the influx of younger players that clearly are going to play a lot for the Niners.
On the defensive side, and this is where I hear what Colin is saying, and I disagree. They're very old on offense. The average age of their offense is just over the age of 29. That is the second oldest in the NFL. However, they also conversely have the second youngest defense, just a hair over 25 years of age. So one of the reasons that I've been questioning the Niners is because we're going to find out if their offense is too old and if their defense is too young. But if they got some guys on defense, well, then they might be pretty damn good. If the guys on offense got enough left in the tank, well, then that offense could be pretty damn good. But to me, it's a lot to ask for both to be the best version of themselves when obviously experience, they might be too ripe on offense, and they might be too young on defense.
Yeah, and I'll just pull an Evan right here. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. If you'll remember, as it pertained to the Golden State Warriors, I remember specifically.
You were talking about the basketball team.
That's right, but I've used a phrase that clearly people are picking up on, and they're using it in reference to the Niners, and it was, Steiny, what are you worried about with the Warriors? I'm worried about their old players are too old, and their young players are too young.
Yeah, the difference is, I think the Niners have a little more in store from their younger players.
So even though it's August, you continue to take shots at Brandon Pajemski.
I was talking about all of them.
That's really what we're talking about.
I was talking about all of them. You know, okay. I love Pods, especially with his cornrows. I think he's having a great summer. The Niners, meanwhile, on offense, they ain't that old. I mean, they're pretty old, but they ain't. I mean, good Lord, Steiny. I mean, the Warriors are, what, you said they're from the Paleozoic? era?
Yeah, I mean they're
the
getting
Jurassic period.
Hey, a couple things I wanted to touch on briefly here before we get to the crossover with Willard and Dibs. We're going to have history made in major leagues this weekend.
I know, it's pretty cool. You want to tell the people?
I will. Major League Baseball is calling up a woman umpire, Jen Powell, and she's going to be on the umpiring crew for the Marlins-Braves game on Saturday. We are going to see our first woman umpire in Major League history this weekend.
Well, I would say it's about time. The NFL has done it. The NBA has done it. Like many things, MLB is behind. And even in somewhere like the broadcasting realm, I do want to give a quick shout-out to Emma Tiedemann, who was the lead play-by-play broadcaster for the first all-female broadcast in the history of the Boston Red Sox 2 nights ago. I worked with her in 2018 and 19.
Get the drop ready.
She's the voice of the Portland Sea Dogs, their Double-A squad, but got called up. She did a fantastic job on the broadcast, and I do believe that this female umpire, the first woman to umpire a game in the majors, is going to do an equally bang-up job.
Yeah, I wonder if people detected your sarcasm there and a little bit of...
Now, why would you put words in my mouth?
Well, because what I heard you say is, it's about time that we have a woman umpire in the major leagues. Why? Because you know that they're going to automated umps in a year or two? Is that why it's okay right now for her to be... because she's only going to be an ump for a year?
Wow,
That's what I heard.
This is where you're special. This is where you are unmatched. No, because the fact that they're about to turn it over to robots and are giving someone a last leg chance indicates their unwillingness to, grow up and evolve like the rest of society. For the past, I would say 10 years is kind of when the female umpires and referees in basketball and football begun to make their mark.
Yeah. All right. Well, congratulations to.
You seem really excited about it.
Oh,
You're a girl, Dad. I know.
I got 3 daughters, so I'm happy for it.
Is that just a shield that you can hide behind when there's anything?
Yeah, it is. Hey, by the way, you were talking about a memory you had earlier.
Well, I had more than a few.
The 49ers Giants game.
Yeah.
And you mentioned a quarterback for the Giants. You know I'm tight with him, right?
Kerry Collins?
Yeah.
How do you know Kerry Collins?
Kerry Collins? Where's he from, kid?
It sounds like you're going to tell me.
He's from Reading, Pennsylvania.
So you know him?
I covered him in high school as a quarterback.
I assume he was pretty good.
He was incredible in high school. They lost though, in the state championship game to, what was the name of that team? They were good.
Oh, he had some trouble in big games then. Took an L in the Super Bowl
14
when he was
and
with
1.
the Giants. He got demolished by the 2000 Ravens. Came up a point short to Jeff Garcia in the game we were talking about, 0-2 wild card, 25-point comeback.
Of course, he was the quarterback for Penn State, too, Kerry Collins.
Well, then I'm surprised you like him. But it also sounds like, do Reading athletes just typically tend to come up a little short? I know that's been a part of your career that's brought you some pain.
You mean like Lonnie Walker against the Warriors?
And then they went on and got swept in the Western Conference Final.
I mean, are you calling Chris Finch a loser?
He came up a little short in the Western Conference Finals.
Okay.
I'm just throwing this out there.
No, I know you are. Go ahead.
So we're talking about people that come up short. You know who's done? And not just because their team isn't great. I wrote this down last night. The New England Patriots.
I thought they were going to be better.
They are going to be better, but they're done. You want to know why?
Why?
Mike Vrabel was bloodied in a scrum yesterday in practice. You cannot have your head coach be the toughest person on your roster. Anytime a head coach has to break up a fight and is bleeding more than his players, your team is finished. That team is done. There is no chance in hell the New England Patriots are going to do anything this season. And it's not because they have Drake May as their quarterback. It's not because they acquired Stephon Diggs, who may or may not be in extracurriculars. It's going to be because the head coach is the toughest person on their team.
Well, again, you're young, and I can go back further than you. And I remember when the Chicago Bears, the toughest person in their organization was their head coach, Mike Ditka. They won a Super Bowl.
It's tougher than Mike Singletary?
Oh, Ditka could hammer him.
Tougher than Walter Payton?
Yeah, Ditka.
He's tougher than Jim McMahon, who played like one game a year because he would just run himself into the ground?
No. Mike Ditka, the entire personality of
Mike Ditka wasn't tougher than Bum Phillips.
Oh, please. First of all,
the guy wore a cowboy hat.
Okay, this is where I do think at times you need to be careful. Like, with all due respect, what do you even know about Bum Phillips?
I've read a book. I know that he has
I'm
an
sure
NFL
he's
legacy.
read a book also. That doesn't mean you're an expert on Bum
I'm familiar with Wade. I'm familiar with the whole lineage of Phillipses. I'm familiar with the fact that his 85 defense is one of, if not the greatest defenses of all time. And I believe they had several Hall of Famers.
Okay. No, you seem to be on top of it.
Well, you asked if I knew anything. I just wanted to tell you that I have some frame of reference.
Yeah, you have some.
Mike Ditka was a badass, though.
As a coach.
And as a player.
Yeah.
The Hall of Famer.
But again, like, what do you think?
Did you see Mike Ditka play? So we're in the same boat.
I'll answer yes to that.
Okay.
Ditka had to retire in like 75, so
about the time that you became aware in our sports memories.
That's right.
When you were 10.
We were talking about sports memories, and the boss has an idea that most sports memories are formed when you're about 10 years old. That's when you start to remember some of the things that now stand out to you in life, which would put me at in the 1970s. So he was saying, what are the biggest sports memories for somebody like me at my age? And obviously I had the Carlton Fisk home run, 2-run homer in extra innings. Obviously Reggie Jackson's 3 home runs.
No, this is where I messed up.
Right, Reggie Jackson hit 3 home runs in a World Series clinching game, Evan, against the Dodgers.
I am too young.
No, and I know. And listen, if you think that I don't know that you thought Bum Phillips was the defensive coordinator of the Bears, I just let it go. Now, Buddy Ryan, of course, was the defensive coordinator. Later with the
Philadelphia Eagles.
Became the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. And, he was the original Bounty Gate.
Really?
Buddy Ryan, yeah.
How much did he pay?
I think he paid, it was against the Cowboys, I want to say, but any Cowboy that left the field injured, somebody got some kind of bonus or something like that, I think.
$200.
$200.
So,
are you sure?
Greg Williams a little better. Paid more.
Well, inflation. It was inflation. That was the reason. Wait, you brought up.
Yeah, I'll take the L on that one.
Of course, 1970. Reggie hit 3 home runs in 77, or was it 78? Risotto, help me. Do you realize that the New York Yankees back in 1978 were 14 games? I should tell this to Guru because he still thinks the Giants are in it.
The New York Giants, maybe.
The New York Yankees were 14 and a half games behind the Boston Red Sox in mid-July. And they won the division by beating the Boston Red Sox in a 1-game playoff. You remember that game?
In 1976?
So this would be 78. Mm-hmm.
I wasn't born until 94.
Okay, so that would be a no.
I don't remember this game. I wasn't alive for it. Not a twinkle in the eye.
Well, that was the game. Have you ever heard of Bucky Dent's home run?
Oh, yeah.
The 3-run home run. He did that in the 1-game playoff against the Boston Red Sox. Red Sox were up 2-0 in the 5th. Mike Torres on the mound, and Bucky Dent was the I believe he might have been hitting 8th that day because, interestingly, they had a guy named Brian Doyle who ended up having a great postseason. Although, now this is interesting.
You want to take over, TJ?
Now this is interesting. they played 162 games, and the Yankees and the Red Sox were tied. And so they played a one-game, now this was interesting, playoff. The winner went to the postseason, and yet, even though it was one game, maybe you can explain this to me. Even though it was one game playoffs, the game was considered a regular season game.
So the stats counted
in the regular season,
unlike a play-in game.
That's correct.
Well, I think that's completely understandable because the game actually, you could argue that game meant more in the regular season than any of the preceding 162 games. So those stats should count.
Let me make sure of that. I'd hate to be wrong.
Well, everything you say I generally believe, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Well, let's just look at the Yankees' record, and I'm right, because their record in 1978 was 163.
Their record or the amount of games they played?
Well, their record was 163. So they played one extra game.
Oh, I thought you meant
163.
Easily confused for 163 games, not 163.
No.
Okay.
And of course, that was the Yankees went to the World Series 3 straight times.
And then they kept going, right, for the following years?
Yeah, they lost to the Reds in the Big Red Machine in 76, and then they won it in 77 and 78. And I'll tell you what I remember distinctly about losing to the Cincinnati Reds and how times have changed is...
So the Bay Area won more championships than the Yankees in the 70s, is what you're telling me. Bay Area baseball teams.
How do you... okay. You're talking about the A's.
Yeah, I was aware that they three-peated, 72 to 74.
Yeah, it's a quiet dynasty. What do you want me to say?
Well, three's more than one. I mean, two.
Anyway, what I am trying to get at here is what I remember about 1976. I was a 12-year-old boy, and I loved the Yankees, but they lost to the Reds. They got swept 4-0. And here's what I remember specifically. Nobody at the time called out the Yankees for being chokers. Nobody at the time talked about Thurman Munson couldn't get it done. You know why?
Because
it was their first time in the postseason. It wasn't an on-demand era. They lost to the Reds 4-0, and then you know what we did?
Steiny.
We stayed positive, we regrouped, and we came back with largely the same team, but with a couple additions, and then we ended up winning it back. And I say we won back to back. Then my point is stop writing team. I was a fan then.
Okay.
Stop writing off teams just because they lose a Super Bowl or a World Series. That's all I'm saying. And
well, we didn't write off the Niners last year when we should have.
No, what do you mean?
Well, they lost in the Super Bowl and then they won 6 games.
Right. Yeah.
That franchise you're describing was and remains the winningest franchise in American sports.
That's not true. I mean, have you seen their record over the last 2 weeks?
I believe they have 27 World Series titles.
But it's channeling my inner 30-year-old. What have you done for me lately? This is what I'm saying.
They were in the World Series last year.
And look at how they've fallen off. I mean... Seriously. Look at how they've fallen off. All right, we've got, what do we got coming up? We got the crossover. With Willard and Dibs.
Sounds like we've got to discuss some titles.
We can. Steiny is on fire. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
How many times have you repeated those, I don't know if it's stats or just the recollection of sports memories back to yourself over the last... Let's see, you were 12, 48 years?
Oh, my gosh, countless. In fact, I do it in my own mind all the time, so people don't even know when I'm doing it.
I can tell.
Well, like
the glory days.
Again, Ron Guidry, 25-3. Evan, 25-3. That was his record.
Oh, my God.
1.74 ERA.
So he's not better than Nathan Eovaldi.
He's much better.
Nathan Eovaldi
has
9-3. 1.38 ERA right now.
But he's 9-3.
Eovaldi is a champion as well. I think they're kind of in the same class.
Okay. Did Evaldi ever pitched 600 innings in a season?
I don't think Guidry did either.
He didn't either, but he was close back in that day and age. All right, we got what do we got coming up? Let me see. Daily cut sheet? No. Let me get to the reads. Crossover coming up next. That means Willard and Dibs in the house. Greetings from Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Having a great time down here. One more segment. Crossover next. That segment brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
For 40 years, Cache Creek Casino Resort has redefined luxury. This summer, play for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just seen, it's felt. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Foodies, it's time to treat your taste buds. Foodie Week is coming to Westfield Valley Fair, August 9th through 17th. Indulge in exclusive menus and limited time dishes at your favorite dining spots, including Italy, King's Fish House, Mastro's, and so much more. From gourmet creations to crave-worthy comfort food, this is your chance to explore a world of flavors in one place. Plus, enjoy special offers that make every bite even sweeter. Bring your family, your crew, and your appetite to Foodie Week at Westfield Valley Fair, August 9th through 17th. Visit today and savor the moment.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Hey. Don't miss the new season of Hard Knocks. Training camp with the Buffalo Bills. New episodes Tuesday at 9 p.m. exclusively on HBO Max. And for your chance to win a $25 NFL Shop gift card, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it is crossover time. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. We are at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. We've had a great day. We've had 2 shows here. The morning show was here till 10. We're here till 2. And now we head back to the studio for the crossover with Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Gentlemen, how's it going?
Hi, boys.
Yeah, what's up,
How's Laughing Monk?
It's great. What do you got there, Willard?
Oh, this is cucumber new vodka.
Nice.
Yeah, well, it's Thursday and I'm in a mood, so I might drink during the show.
That's already half gone, guys.
Evan got a little bit of an introduction about 5 minutes ago to the power of the goo, and that is we have listeners coming down here. We're just joined by Charles, longtime listeners, never called in, looked over at the table, assessed, and said, "Oh, I really wanted to meet Guru."
Oh, man.
Yeah. Now, I'm used to it, guys. Yeah. Evan isn't, so just hang in there, buddy.
Oh, yeah,
it's
brother
fine.
days ahead. Yes.
Oh, no, I told him, yeah, me too.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we should call it goo vodka, Steiny. You know what I mean?
That's a fake one.
Yeah. We could do that.
Look,
we could do that.
Stars are stars, and that'll never
stars are
change.
stars.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. This joint practice with the Denver Broncos today. I don't know if you heard Joe Shasky call in, but Willard, we got trouble brewing with this team.
Mac is back.
Yeah.
Practice take. I love it.
I did not hear Joe Shasky.
He said Mac Jones looks great.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. I'm glad Mac Jones looks great. Yeah. Is there an implication there that someone else doesn't? Is that what we're saying, Steiny?
No, it was more than an implication. It was more of a description. Mac Jones looks extremely confident in the pocket, and Brock Purdy against the Super Bowl-bound Denver Broncos defense does not.
I do think Denver's going to be good this year. I do.
They were good last year.
Yeah. August 7th. You're not going to get me, Steiny. Don't do it. You're not going to get me.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to get concerned about some stupid practice on August 7th.
Oh, you don't care that Mykal Williams was limping off the field?
That's different. That's an injury. That's not how someone looks. That's an injury.
You're not worried about Purdy's 2 interceptions?
No.
He threw a touchdown.
Yeah. No, I'm not worried about Purdy's 2 interceptions.
Are you worried about Ricky Pearsall not being able to get off press coverage?
That is an inaccurate statement. That's an inaccurate statement. First of all, and no, I would not be worried about it, but it's an inaccurate statement.
Shasky says they're going to have to use Pearsall in motion.
Okay, do you want to?
Come on, Dibs.
You want to battle with Nick Wagner or the report today that Pearsall got beat by Surtain one time and then beat him the next 7? Is that like that? That's not. We're not going to do that.
Well, those are your sources.
Well, I mean, those are people that actually cover the team. I mean,
the defensive player of the year was clearly just letting Ricky Pearsall have a couple to make him feel better about himself.
Yeah, mean, it's joint practice. Smoke a joint, go home.
All right. All right. What do you want to talk about then, other than the travails of the Niners?
We can talk about anything. I just don't want to get into your little the fish hook.
My little?
Yeah,
What's my little?
Well, your little is clearly. I mean, this is the other piece of Goo not being here today. Is you're not hosting with someone who will allow you to stick the hook in the mouth every single day and get angry with all of this sort of cherry picking that you do. Instead, you have Evan there who stays a little bit more measured with the whole thing. And so now you're trying to bring it to the crossover. I'm not going to let you do it, Steiny.
How many people has Willard hit already today on the crossover?
Dude.
Me, you,
I had to
Shasky?
listen to you talk about the 1977 Yankees for the last 8 minutes.
Yeah,
I think you can allow him to slug
What's
you
your
once.
point?
I mean,
well, and I heard a Bucky Dent reference, which was pretty cool.
Thank you.
That's not a real person.
It actually is, and I'll never forget where I was when Bucky Dent hit the famous home run, Steiny, because I was in school that day, and they let us have a prolonged lunch so we could watch that game when Bucky Dent ruined the Red Sox dreams at Fenway.
Yeah, it was a little later in the day for me because I was on the East Coast, but remember it well. Of course, Carl Yastrzemski popping up to Greg Nettles, Willard, ended that one-game playoff.
That's enough.
If we had only known that years later his grandson would give Dibs one of his greatest memories at Oracle Park.
Oh, no doubt.
What happened?
Who knew?
Oh, I was at the Splash Slam game with
nice.
my then girlfriend, my now wife, mother of my child, and it was in 2021 when you had to be socially separated in games, and so there was about 7,000 of us there, and Giants were down big early, and we didn't leave, and turned out we stuck, and Yaz hit the Splash Slam. And now he's a Royal. Is that right?
He's a Royal.
He's a Royals. Yeah. There you go.
He's quite royal. And actually, he was getting a round of applause last night for his home run robbery. You know, it's funny because you were coming down Steining's road, Willard, which I really do appreciate and would encourage at all times. Yeah. But he was actually, I got to say, Steiny, I think you were probably the more optimistic about the 49ers as a whole during these 4 hours, kind of up until Shasky came on. And I do think that what we started with was a bit of a misrepresentation sensation, if you will, of your overall confidence level in this team. Am I right?
I guess. I mean, I think that
he doesn't have a strong opinion.
I'm trying to prop you up, man.
Yeah, I heard a lot of the show, Evan. You hate Brock Purdy.
No, he just thinks he's average. He just won't affect any outcome this year.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like I've moved through getting triggered by people's Purdy opinions. So it's all good. Like let's see what it looks like when they play football games. That's okay if you think that he's just mediocre. That's fine. That's not crazy.
I don't think that top 10 is mediocre. I just don't think he's a top 5 guy. Is that such an out of bounds reach?
No, that's not an out of bounds reach. I think your opinion evolved a little bit throughout the show because that's where you arrived. I don't know that that's where you started. At least that's what my ears heard.
I gotcha.
If you go back to the beginning when you were kind of doing we know who this player is. He's not going to go win you games. And I was driving around going, I don't know that we know that. I feel like you might feel that, and you could be right, but I don't think that's a collective opinion. And here's something that I want to throw at everybody today. Because Grandy did an awesome job of gathering all this stuff because you're saying, okay, Burrow and Lamar and Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and whatever. So everybody always does those 4. Great. Sure. He's not those guys. Is he Jared Goff? Is that like a good
That's what
comp?
I said.
Right. Well, yes. You said that literally after we were all diving in to do this research.
I'm glad I could help you.
Yeah, you're welcome, and thank you. But if he's Jared Goff, why does that fan base chant his name throughout every game? But this fan base seems to largely, and I don't want to paint with a broad brush because it's far from everyone, but this fan base seems to often just kind of watch Purdy with a side eye. And they want him to go prove different things. They've both been to a Super Bowl and lost. They both have similar completion percentages, and Goff's got a little bit better TD to interception ratio. Goff's got a few more wins, et cetera, et cetera. But they have very, very comparable career resumes. One fan base can't stop chanting his name. And the other fan base is like, you're not any good unless we put amazing players around you. I'm interested in that.
Probably because the answer to when was the last time the Detroit Lions won a Super Bowl, or even when.
And that's fair, but then again, when was the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl?
Oh, or even, yeah.
Yeah, your generation, Evan, has not seen the 49ers win a Super Bowl either.
Okay, fine. When was the last time the Lions went to a Super Bowl?
Never.
That would be never, yeah.
There's your answer.
Well, that's part of the answer, and I also think that it is part of the newness of what Detroit is experiencing with Jared Goff as opposed to the Niners, where if you're an older fan like Mark or myself, or if Steiny actually had a team that he cared about, then he would qualify. But, you remember Montana and Young, and you have a certain amount of a legacy. It's a legacy, Steiny, and Detroit doesn't have that.
No, and also I think that when Goff got to Detroit, he embraced the situation, and because Detroit's never been a winning team, and then they started to win with a quarterback who wanted to be there, that gets you a long way probably in Detroit.
Yeah, and he had no choice but to be there. I mean, he got dealt there, and so, yeah, he got there at the right time where you had a little bit of a changing of the guard. And I wonder about Detroit this year. I think that they are primed for a regression, a team that lost both coordinators and a team that's been high on the hog and everything going their way. I think Detroit is a team that I would look to fade this year.
Question for you, and I should know this. Didn't the Eagles get rid of both their coordinators before last season?
The answer is yes.
Yeah, that sounds right, and I believe Evan.
So you never know, I guess, is what I would say to that.
I mean, both of the Eagles guys didn't go get head coaching jobs. That would be probably the difference, is they actually upgraded.
Okay,
but,
that's fair.
I mean, I'm with Dibs. I think the Lions are going to take a step back, but a step back from 14 wins is probably still a pretty good team. You know what I mean?
By the way, we're being told in our ear that the Eagle coordinator change was prior to the Eagle year where they lost to the Bucs in the playoffs. So it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
2 years ago.
Yeah, that got awkward in a hurry.
Yeah, so they did actually technically have a little bit of a regression.
It did not get awkward.
Then I got super awkward.
It always gets
Evan
awkward
came
with you,
strong,
Steiny.
and then he got rebuked, and I won't say who fed that to us through our
It's
ear.
probably
but-
Grandy.
It was Mark Grandy.
Yeah, I mean, it's your roommate, your housemate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. So they did change coordinators though before the Super Bowl year.
2 years ago. Yeah,
Two seasons. So there was a full season and then the Super Bowl season. That's all. So
They lost Gannon. It would
right.
Okay. Yeah,
so
that's
it's
fine.
prior to the year that the Niners clowned them with Debo in November.
Oh yes, when they made the playoffs.
Right.
Not to be mixed up with the game where the Eagles dominated and just absolutely ran Purdy out of Philadelphia.
Well, they ripped his arm off, so I mean,
I don't think they ran him. They kind of dragged him in an ambulance.
And,
but,
kicking and screaming.
And they were trailing at the time. And I love when you try to glom on to Philadelphia when they're good. You've got no Eagle apparel. You have no Eagle fandom yet. When they're good and the Niners are bad, here comes Steiny with his Fly Eagles Fly.
You know that's not me. I mean, and Willard. Listen, I'll go to Willard on this one.
What is you, Steiny? That's what we're all trying to figure out.
Mark.
Yeah.
Do you remember me ever going on any kind of victory tour about the Philadelphia Eagles? No.
A little bit last year. Not an Eagle thing, but a Sirianni thing.
Well, I did.
Yeah, a little bit on the Sirianni thing last year.
Oh.
And
he won. He won. So, I mean, if you know.
It was a good year for me.
Yeah, it was a good year for Sirianni. It was an okay year for you.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Brought to you by New Vodka.
Yeah, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And right now we're coming to you live from Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. We've done 2 shows here, a lot of fun. I've had listeners come out, food great, drinks great. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, and also Sunnyvale. Mm-hmm.
It's a good place. It's a good place.
Did you guys have been here? That's right.
Been there multiple times. Been there on the clock and off the clock, and it's absolutely fantastic. Did you indeed pick the Cobb salad?
I did.
You
Yes,
did.
I did.
And how'd that go? Because I listened to the radio. How did it go for you?
I'm going to tell you exactly how it went,
Okay,
Mark.
thanks. Were you liking it early, and then what happened toward the end?
You know what's funny, Mark, is I liked it later better than I liked it in the beginning.
Oh, okay. It grew on you.
Yeah, they had 2 choices for dressing. I went with the blue cheese.
Reluctantly.
I'm kind of a honey mustard / vinaigrette guy. But
That's
you know
so
what?
you.
But you know what?
What?
It worked, and I finished the entire Cobb salad. Well, not the tomatoes. I'm not a big tomato guy.
That's fine.
But other than that, I cleaned up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Evan, what'd you order?
I think it's just the Power Bowl. I don't know. It's got spinach, sweet potatoes, some brown rice, avocado. Threw a little chicken on there and some light lemon dressing. It was divine, is what it was.
And did you get a workout in the break right after that?
No, that'll be a little bit later. Yeah,
Yeah.
I need some fuel for about a couple hours from now. You know me, guys.
Nice job, boys.
Yeah.
There were no doubt push-ups that went on during the break. Evan banged out a quick 50 because you got to keep that sculpt, especially the top half. Am I right?
Well, apparently Shasky doesn't like it. He was coming down my road for the shirt I was wearing today, which I believe I wear probably 3 or 4 times a month. He hadn't seen it before, but it's neither here nor there. Yeah, we had to get a little workout in. I don't know. It was tough because so many people were coming in that we had to talk to, that you want to meet the fans. San Jose Jazz fans here. Charles is here. We had our guys from the fire department come by a little bit earlier. Everybody's flooding in, grabbing food, grabbing drinks. There's too much to do during the commercial breaks down here, guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now, what was the timing of the day? You guys didn't see any practice prior to starting your show, did you?
No, we're pretty much on an island here.
Okay. So you didn't even go over to the facility, did you?
No, we didn't have time. That's why we had Joe Shasky on at 1 o'clock.
Right. No, I just want to make sure that the timing of the night of practice to see how it kind of fits you all in. So basically, you're questioning Brock Purdy's performance even though you didn't see any of it.
Oh, no, but I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sources.
No,
He
that's
got
fine.
sources.
That's fine. That's
They're the
fine.
grapevine.
I didn't see it either.
Marvin Gaye.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. And I mean, the joint practice stats are about as important as the practice stats or as important as the preseason game stats. So, yeah, if you want to hang your hat on the fact that he threw 2 picks today, you can do that. You're allowed to.
Let me throw this one out because it was something that we were kind of talking about as it relates to McCaffrey. Because, Shasky said that he was not in on every play today, and it probably had something to do with, a pitch count or, you're trying to protect him a little bit. Is that who Kyle Shanahan is? In other words, if McCaffrey, I always think of Shanahan as the kind of guy who, if you're out there, I got to use you. If you can't play, then you can't play. But do you think Shanahan is capable of kind of using McCaffrey with a plan toward having him be effective later in the year?
I mean, in practice, sure.
I'm talking games.
Yeah,
mostly.
but I mean, that's like probably not. And that's an interesting way to phrase it. Is he capable? Sure, anybody's capable of it, but I just don't think that that's the way most NFL coaches' brains work. And we've seen both situations either burn people or not. You know what I mean? Like, we had this conversation yesterday and brought up Bijan Robinson, and I don't even know how to pronounce it anymore. If it's like the mustard and it's Bijan mustard, or if it's Bijan, I don't know. But whatever, you all know who I'm talking about. And when he was a rookie, and this is largely the fantasy football community, but people were livid at how little they were using him based on the output they were getting. And that's a team that did not end up winning a lot of games. I'm not going to say that was necessarily the reason why, but I don't know. I kind of have all coaches' backs when it comes down to, like, there's only 17 of these games a year. You cannot do load management in football. You just can't. You have got to win those games. And so if things are held in the balance and you've got a healthy player, how are you supposed to hold him back? You know what I mean? Like, I get it if you're up by 3 scores in the fourth quarter. But outside of that, you got to ride your horses, don't you?
That's kind of what I brought up. And I mean, just generically, I use this score. I said, well, if let's say the 49ers are up 24-7 with 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter and they have the ball. You know what? I'm not taking McCaffrey out yet if the game's 24-7. Like, let's get a couple first downs, get it down to 8 minutes. We'll punt, and then that's when we'll take him out. I just, like, it's just like the NBA in a way now. Like, 15-point lead with 6 minutes, you better nail it down, and there's nothing worse than losing a game that you think you had in hand. So I don't have a problem with a coach who would use McCaffrey an extra possession or two to salt away a game.
I'm sorry, Evan. If you look back to 2023 and you look at his splits, the fourth quarter of games was by far the fewest amount of carries he had in the entire year. It was the first quarter, followed by the second quarter, followed by the third quarter, then the fourth quarter. So everyone who wants to say, he's trying to grind him into dust and he's running him into the ground, he only had 55 fourth quarter carries in a year where they were probably ahead in most games.
No, but I do think that we talked about it earlier, like the running backs that have been able to stay, number one, healthy, and number two, productive at the age that McCaffrey is moving into, have generally moving Derrick Henry to the side because he is I think a totally different category.
He's a freak.
He's the exception of the rule. They've been around 300 touches. Aaron Jones, James Conner, Alvin Kamara are the three guys that have been very good at their respective ages. I think Conner and Jones are even older than McCaffrey, but they've been about at 300 touches. The last time that McCaffrey was the focal point of the Niners offense in the regular season, it was about 350, and then 60 or 70 in the postseason. Like, to me, I do think there has to be a little more consideration for the full year workload. And I know that's hard to kind of manage week to week, but if he's going to be leading this league in touches again, I have a hard time believing he's going to make it to week 18. It's crazy.
Were the Eagles out of line with what they did with Barkley last year?
No, but I do think that there's going to be consequences of that, and this year that Saquon might not be able to finish the full season.
Yeah, like he was up well north of anything the Niners have ever done with McCaffrey in terms of touches. I think my quick math says that he was at 378 touches last year. They win the Super Bowl. He's only a year younger than McCaffrey. He's also had major injury in the past. You fading Saquon Barkley this year?
Yes, I would be.
Sure. Yep.
That's why I faded Christian McCaffrey last year. Running backs that touch the ball more than 400 times, you can look at Henry, Zeke, McCaffrey, even Saquon. I think the first time he did it, like guys that touch the ball 400 times in a season typically get hurt or have a down year. That's just been the way the majority of running backs have gone.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look at that, but then you go back to McCaffrey in 2023 when they used him a bunch, and then he goes 17 for 98 and 2 touchdowns in the playoffs, then 20 for 90, 2 touchdowns in the playoffs, and he had 11 catches combined in those 2 games, and then the Super Bowl, he had 22 carries for 80 yards, and I know he had the big fumble. He also scored a receiving touchdown, but I didn't see the slowdown from McCaffrey, even though they used him a bunch. He did not get worse in the playoffs.
All right, gents.
Real quick, Steiny, sometimes in life you do have to stick to your guns, and there was something that I thought I was wrong about earlier, which I was actually correct about. In 2023, the Eagles coordinators with Brian Johnson and Sean Desai. Last year, they were Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. So, Mark Grandy, thank you for correcting me. I was actually correct in the first place.
Well, they did them both times. They're two coordinators from the year they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, got head coaching jobs, so that was just their second try of replacing them.
But the point was that coordinators changed, and you said it didn't happen.
No, I just said it happened for the first time 2 years ago.
It also happened last year.
Can you tell these guys are roommates?
The Warrior postgame show this year is going to be lit. Absolutely lit.
And you know where it's going to be lit? On Mark?
Oh, boy, that's
95.7.
Just go.
The game.
Just go.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. You've been listening to our entire crew down at Laughing Monk all day long, trying to keep tabs as best as possible on everything going on at 49er training camp. Joint practices with the Denver Broncos, all getting ready for two fingers.
Yep.
A game.
A real game.
It's not a real game.
It's football.
A game.
Well,
There'll be uniforms. There will be concessions. It'll happen on Saturday.
There'll be tackling.
There will be tackling.
Yep.
It just won't necessarily mostly be by people who are actually on the 49ers and Broncos this year. But it will happen. There'll be a sprinkling of this, a sprinkling of that, and it's coming up on Saturday. The football season is ... here.
Oh, it's here. We got games tonight. We got games all the way through the weekend, and now you've got preseason games, and they're not nothing, and they're not totally meaningless. I'm with you. Like, it's not going to be something where you draw great conclusions, but I do look at this particular opponent and think, all right, Denver's got a good defense, and today you kind of saw that in the joint practices. I didn't see it. I'm reading reports, but it was a good, I think, preseason test, and it will be on Saturday because Denver's defense is going to be one of the 4 or 5 best in football, so you get a chance to get a real look at, for a while, what a good defense looks like against your offense.
I think they're more than just a good defense. I think the Denver Broncos are going to be an excellent football team this year. I think the Denver Broncos might win the AFC West.
Might? Will?
Maybe.
Come on.
What?
You already said, we're going to do hot takes, I think, tomorrow.
Oh, no, today.
We're doing hot takes?
I'm ready.
All right.
They don't have to be hot takes. They could just be bold predictions if you want them to be.
Fine.
Things that we think are going to happen in the NFL this year that you don't necessarily think are going to happen.
And yesterday you said that Kansas City will not win the AFC West.
Well, now you just spoiled one of my
you
bold
said
predictions.
it on the air.
Did I?
Yeah.
I thought it was off the air.
I thought it was on the air.
Anyway, whatever.
The audience turns over so quick. I already forgot what you said.
Yeah,
but
I don't remember if you said it on the air, but then again, I only listened to like half the show. So.
Exactly.
There you have it.
Thank you, Grandy.
So, there you have
Grandy, instead of listening to the show, deep dives on the coaching carousel throughout the NFL is what he's been working on. So anyway, sure. I think the Broncos are going to be really good. What does that have to do with today? Not a whole hell of a lot. I mean, I don't know how many NFL, literally players, not just coaches, have to sort of explain. Like, put it this way. Let's say Logie Webb had gone out today and given up 3 bombs. Spring training game.
Sure.
But he gave up 3 bombs. Are we doing this? Are we running around in circles? Logan Webb sucks. He gave up 3 homers in spring training. I don't know what the hell they're all working on today. I don't know what they're working on. I do know that they're aware that what happens on the field today doesn't count.
Right.
I know they know that.
And I also want my quarterback, for example, to take chances and make throws that maybe are throws that he won't do during the regular season. And famously, Jimmy Garoppolo, I think it was in Denver at a joint practice. He threw 6 or 7. The number gets bigger every year. Interceptions in that joint practice, and it became a thing. And, oh boy, Jimmy Garoppolo throwing all these darn picks. And I'm with you about that. And the other one is Summer League basketball. I don't know if you remember when Marco Bellinelli, he had like 42 for the Warriors in their Summer League, and it was like, oh my God, this guy's going to be the real deal. And he was a nice player, but a Summer League game or a joint practice or a Cactus League game, they're meaningless to me.
Completely.
Stats-wise.
I mean, stats-wise, yeah. Like, I like reading about it. I want to know how the players are doing. I want to know who did what looks like this, what looks like that. The Niner and Bronco media widely reporting today, for example, that Jordan Watkins, the rookie wide receiver, looked great. Rave reviews, Dibs. So.
What's better than the opposite?
It is.
Sure.
And I'm not. So
like
I'm
Ricky
not,
Pearsall can't get off of press man.
He can't run. No, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, what if Brock Purdy had thrown 4 touchdowns instead of 2 picks? So, like, I'm not going to go in on that either. But I can tell it's one of those days people would like to talk about Brock Purdy and quarterbacks a little bit. So let's further what we already brought up. And I want to highlight what our team put together with regard to Brock Purdy and Jared Goff. And this is just a sampling because you can pick whatever numbers or stats you want. Like, we don't necessarily.
Numbers are numbers.
Well, they are. And I don't like we don't have quarterback rating here or whatever. But the bottom line is, basically, since Purdy became a starter, if you go back to that date, the guys put together the numbers for Purdy and Jared Goff over that stretch. 42 games for Purdy, 43 for Jared Goff. Purdy went 27-15. Goff went 33-10. Completion percentage, 67 for Purdy, 68 for Goff. Goff throws for a few more yards per game, but also attempts a lot more per game. His touchdown to interception ratio, a little bit better, 3-1 versus more like 2.6-1. However, Brock runs the ball a little bit better. 9 rushing TDs to only 2 rushing TDs, et cetera, and they both make $52 to $53 million per year. One fan base, Jared Goff. Jared Goff. They can't stop yelling his name. What has he ever won for them? Nothing. In fact, he was the quarterback who was at the helm of one of the biggest playoff collapses that the modern NFL has ever known, and it was at the hands of Brock Purdy. Throw that into the bucket. They've played one another in the playoffs. Brock Purdy was the one who came out on top. Yes, the ball hit a helmet. Yes, the Lions dropped the ball on 4th down. Yes, we can do all of these things. I think at minimum, you have to give this a nod for being a good comp. Instead of like, is Brock Purdy Josh Allen? Well, what if he's Jared Goff? And for many of you 49er fans, I want to acknowledge you first. I know this is plenty for you. I know you like Brock Purdy. I know you're excited about the season. I want to see and hear you first. But it's sports radio, and what ends up getting more of the sound and the vibe are the people who are the naysayers. I don't think Jared Goff has any naysayers in Detroit. None. And I reject the idea that this is solely the dynamic of the Lions have been traditionally a poor franchise and the 49ers have traditionally been a good franchise. It has to be deeper than that. Why is Jared Goff good enough for every Lion fan? But Brock Purdy seemingly is not, or at least you look at him with all kinds of skepticism if you're a 49er fan. Some 49er fans.
Sure. I think it's very much a myriad answer because part of it is the franchise. The 49er fan who is not, 21 years old remembers the glory days, and you remember Montana and Young, so the standard is set much higher than it is in Detroit. And outside of Matt Stafford, who had great numbers but didn't win a lot of games, you'd be hard-pressed to name a lot of other Lions quarterbacks that they've had over the course of our lifetime or a younger lifetime.
And Matt Stafford.
Right, that's what I said. Outside of Matt Stafford.
Outside of Matt Stafford.
Outside of Stafford, you're talking about, Eric Hipple and a bunch of other guys that you probably...
A lot of Erics,
Rodney
I think.
Pete, and,
But Stafford is literally the one you're coming off of, too, when you get Goff. Traded for one another. So I could also argue back that, dude, for more than a decade now, the Lions have had a good quarterback.
Right, but you had a good quarterback, but you didn't have a good team. And I don't know how many playoff appearances Stafford had in Detroit.
I think it was one.
Yeah, exactly. And he was good, and Megatron was good, and you had Barry Sanders before that, and you had players, but you just didn't win. And so I think as a Lions fan, you now have a team that is not only relevant, but it's a good team. And so it's easier, I think, to be all in on Jared Goff, easier than it is for, a Niner fan to be all in on Brock Purdy.
Fair answer, except for, you're talking about they've had a good team and they've won while Jared Goff is there. Largely the same answer for Brock Purdy. Sure, smaller sample, and yes, coming off of a bad year. And
3 playoff appearances for Stafford in Detroit.
Oh, 3?
Yeah.
Really?
They lost in 2011, they lost in 2014, they lost in 2016.
Oh, good for him. He went a whole bunch.
3 times.
Never won, though.
That was crazy.
Yeah. And Jared Goff went and won and then lost.
Yep.
And then last year, 1 seed, right? Lost.
Yeah.
Home.
Tough.
Lost.
That's a tough one.
To a rookie.
To a rookie. Do you see what I mean? How about that? How's this fan base reacting if last year Levi Stadium had the 1 seed hosting the Commanders, Jaden Daniels comes in, shows out, and upsets you and moves on?
And Goff threw 3 interceptions in that game.
Goff threw 3 interceptions in that game.
I heard he threw 3 interceptions in that game.
We'll have Evan Giddings check that info. But he threw 3 interceptions in that game. I actually was watching. Part of the reason I wanted to talk about this today, I was watching. Did you know that Netflix has a new another, not new, it's another season of Quarterback is out. Do you know who's in it?
No.
Okay. It is Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins again. How did that happen, by the way?
He's available. He's got free time.
Cousins did it last year, and they're like, man, he is such a huge personality. I think we should do it again.
No doubt.
And it's like, he's not that big a person. But anyway, it's Cousins, it's Goff, and now I'm actually already blanking on
Joe Burrow.
Thank you, Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow he's interesting now. But Goff, so far, in the first handful of episodes that I've watched, Goff is getting kind of the most run. And it's easy, right? He got married. He's got a beautiful model wife. He's Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. So he's sitting there meeting with students that he's getting scholarships for.
Mom and Dad came down my road last fall.
We haven't gotten to that episode yet, but I can't wait.
Yeah.
Like episode 6, the Dibbers comes to town.
Dude, yeah, anyway.
But right, it's very wholesome. It's very milk and cookies, and it's Detroit Lions, and so it has that vibe. We've never done this before, and here's Jared Goff. But that's a big part of what sort of clicked in my mind last night. This franchise and this fan base, I know where they've been. I get it. They talk about Jared Goff like he's a godlike figure. Jared Goff.
Thank you.
He never won a Super Bowl.
No.
He has lost more playoff games than he's won since he got there. Check that. I think that's right.
2-2.
Oh, I thought he was 1-2.
2-2.
So,
back that up.
Has not been to the big game in this uniform.
Nope.
But he's very good. Nobody questions that. I don't know how many people actually question if you just say that about Brock Purdy. He's good. It's
draftism.
Well, okay, yeah.
It all comes back to that.
One was he number 1 or number 2?
I think he was number 1 overall.
Number 1? He's okay. One
was 1.
One was 1 and 1 was last. 1 was first, 1 was last. So that's probably part of it. But dude, Jared Goff has been somebody else's take out the trash. Brock Purdy's never been that.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far to say he was somebody else's take out the trash. I mean, they they traded him for Matt Stafford, and they got
a crap ton of draft capital, which was essentially like, here, will you take Jared Goff?
Sure.
We'll give you all of our draft picks.
And the Rams did win the Super Bowl with Stafford.
They did.
So that's fair. I mean, Jared Goff 4-5 in the playoffs in his career. He's been there 5 different times. And so, now he's with Detroit. And if you look at that game last year, and I was just refreshing myself with that game, it doesn't help Jared Goff's case that Detroit's defense is terrible.
Well, Detroit's defense last year was absolutely crushed by injury.
Yes.
Like crushed by injury.
And so you got into that game, and even early on when they had the lead, Washington was scoring every time they touched the ball. Like, literally every time.
And they were hot. They were on one at the end of the year last year.
But also, I mean, Detroit's defense was hot knife through butter.
Like Daniels won a fantasy title for your boy. Daniels was out of his mind down the stretch last year.
You won 1 title in your 4 leagues?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
No, that's great.
It's like Matt Chapman, 1 for 4.
Dude,
Chappie.
If you win a title a year, you take that.
You're in 4 leagues, so it's watered down a little bit.
No, like if you make the playoffs and make a run, you expect that. You don't expect a title. Titles are hard.
Dude, no doubt.
Yeah.
Trust me, I can't even make the playoffs.
I mean, right?
I can't even sniff the offs.
We're sponsored.
Stupid league.
We're sponsored by Safeway. Why does Detroit love Jared Goff so much, and San Francisco has a harder time doing it with Brock Purdy? Does anybody want to weigh in on that? We'll take some calls right now. 888-957-9570. That's the number. This is Willard Dibs.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back in the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle!
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Round London Broil. Just $4.97 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. If you or a loved one is in need of physical, occupational, or speech therapies, contact Admissions Director Dora Zabala at 408-373-6918.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
What would we do without childcare providers? At Coco Kids, we value your impact. Coco Kids supports you with free resources, referrals, and more. Visit CocoKids.org today to learn how we can support your childcare business.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
DQ presents the sound of happy. Hear that? That's the DQ chicken strip basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ chicken strip basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
Brock Purdy.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, they call it a forward promotion in the biz.
Talk to me, Mark Willard.
Little forward promotion.
All right.
You know? Probably ticks people off sometimes because they're like driving somewhere and they're like, I'm going to be there in 8 minutes. And then they come on the radio and they're going to be like, coming up in about 10 minutes. But, hey, sorry, pull your car over. You don't have anywhere to be.
Nowhere to be. Nowhere more important than this.
George Kittle is dumbfounded by the 49ers' narrative of, quote, an easy schedule.
Okay.
He's dumbfounded.
I can't wait to hear more about that.
And so our guys are working on grabbing what we call the sound. And we would like to hear it because I've only seen it. I want to hear it, and then we're going to talk it out.
Right.
Because I'd like to talk that out.
And I would too. And I'm a big fan of Warren Sharp. And if those of you don't know who that is,
Warren's
go
great.
to @SharpFootball on Twitter. And I mean, if I do a deep dive, I'm in the shallow end compared to this man. One man. The dives that he does are truly deep dives. And he did a deep dive about the schedule. And he was talking about how looking at last year's record when you talk about strength of schedule is not only lazy, but it's very ineffectual. And so he actually did a deep dive using the Vegas over-under win totals as his barometer, and the Niners still have the easiest schedule.
Okay, good. So we arrived with he debunked this ridiculous idea to come up with a new idea that comes to the same conclusion.
Exactly.
This is basically how math class went in high school for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? This is what we needed to stop doing as math teachers. It was like, but I got the answer. Well, no, but you have to do it this way.
And you got to show your work.
We're going to need you to fill up a whole piece of binder paper with a bunch of chicken scratches to let me know how you got there. How about if I hold up my phone, boss?
Yeah.
I used a calculator. That's how I got there.
And I got it right.
It's a lot more efficient.
Exactly.
Anyway, can we take some calls? Jared Goff. I want Levi Stadium to ring from the upper deck down through the suites into the field. Brock Purdy. When's that chant going to happen? I mean, I went to the Lions 49ers game last year, the one that didn't matter. And Jared Goff did win that one. And the Jared Goff chant was happening at that game. But it was here. Now, they were heading to the playoffs, and the Niners
and he's
weren't.
from here, so I'm sure there were some Goff loyalists.
It wasn't people wearing Marin Catholic jerseys.
Easy.
They were wearing Lions jerseys. Yeah,
You know what's funny about that game? You brought up the Netflix series Quarterback.
Yeah.
I have finished it, and when they get to that part of the season, they skip right over that game entirely. They jump right ahead to the final week of the season, which was Lions, Vikings, winner wins the division and gets the 1 seed.
That's because there was no drama in that game.
But it's just, where the Niners were at that point. Kind of sad.
Yeah, that game was super fun because you could just be like, let's just eat food and like scream and yell with no pressure.
And watch Jake Moody miss field goals.
And Jake Moody would miss field goals, and everybody would score touchdowns on almost every drive. What was the final score? It was, 40-something to 30-something, 42-38, something crazy. There was just stuff flying all over the place the whole day. And then also, I do remember this, and this is self-serving, but the fantasy championship that I just gave credit to Jaden Daniels for, Jaden had done something on Sunday.
Right.
That brought me back. But then I needed like 2 points from Juwan Jennings.
That's it.
I needed like a catch. And so, dude, it was a great night. It was just feed up. Let's eat M&Ms. It's 42-38. And
40-34 was the final.
40-34. There you go.
7 catches for Juwan. He did fumble.
That's okay.
And cost you 2 points, but you're fine.
In that league, it costs you 6.
Oh, wow.
It cost you 6. But what do you have? 7 catches for what?
67.
Okay, 7.
Enough.
Yeah, plenty. We're good. That's a dub. All right, let's go to Joe in San Jose. Hi, Joe. Thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. How are you?
We're great. How are you, Joe?
Good. Hey, Brock's good, but Jared Goff is much better quarterback, just superior quarterback, and I'll tell you why. Right? Jared Goff took 2 perennial losers to championship games in a Super Bowl. He did it with the Rams, and he did it with the Lions. And did you ever watch Waterboy when Adam Sandler calls a wrestling show? Talking to Captain Insano.
I have seen Waterboy. It's been a minute, Joe. It's been a minute.
Okay. So Captain Insano is his coach in Detroit right now. So that's why they lost that game at Levi. That championship game at Levi should not have been played there because Captain Insano went for it in 4th down every freaking time and cost them home field. Right?
Well, that's an opinion, Joe. That's not a fact. That's an opinion.
I'm sorry?
That's not a fact. That's an opinion. You can have that opinion, but I don't think you can just outwardly pull out a Sharpie and say that Dan Campbell is the reason that game was at Levi's because he cost him a bunch of stuff. It's funny you say that. We're talking about the quarterback doc on Netflix. They literally did a whole episode about how Dan Campbell goes for it on 4th down and how it's helped him out, and Jared Goff loves it.
Okay, did it help him in the Dallas game that season that cost him home field?
Debatably, no.
They
it
lost
did
that
not.
game, yeah.
But also,
That's
Joe,
why that game was there.
But you could do the same thing with the 49ers, who also lost a game that year basically on purpose by sitting all their people that they probably wouldn't have lost. Do you know what I mean? Like we could go round and round on that if we wanted to.
Okay, I'll tell you right now. Would you rather hire Shanahan or Captain Insano?
Shanahan.
I
Yeah,
like
for
them
sure.
both. I like them both, Joe.
Yeah.
It depends on how about this? I would tell you it depends on the situation. If I needed somebody to completely come in and change an emotional culture, I would take Dan Campbell. If I need somebody to come in and get the right personnel and call some plays and and all of that stuff and be a little bit less rah-rah and a little more functional, then I'll take Kyle Shanahan.
Okay, so that's another topic. So let's go back to golf.
Yeah.
He lost Todd Gurley, won a championship game in New Orleans. The toughest place to play, tougher than Levi, went to the Super Bowl, fell short without Todd Gurley. Todd Gurley's equivalent is McCaffrey. What happened to Brock? 6 games?
Joe, you have wonderful points that are made from like very, very kind of
very specific,
slanted, specific things that you present as fact, starting with, for instance, that Todd Gurley is Christian McCaffrey, which is a laughable statement. I know that he was coming off a wonderful year. Todd Gurley has never been Christian McCaffrey for a minute in his life.
He's better.
All right. Hey, Joe, appreciate you calling.
Yeah. I just wonder about, like, Captain Insano, as he
which is
referred to him.
a fun nickname.
It is fun. They were 4th in the league in 4th down conversions at 68%. So he goes for it a lot. Washington, Cleveland, Chicago, they went for it more often than Detroit. They went for it the 4th most often times, and they converted it 68% of the time. So when you do that, when you go for it on 4th a lot, there are going to be times where it burns you, and that's just the way he's going to go about it.
On the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and I'm going to flatly say, based on the years that have gone by, I do not remember if this is true or not, but we do have a listener that would like to say that Captain Insano was from Billy Madison, not Waterboy.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't either.
I don't know. I saw both movies, but
Right.
it has been 1,000 years.
I've seen all of those Adam Sandler movies, and they're all the same movie.
Right, and they're funny.
I mean, I don't know if they hold up that well.
Maybe not.
Like Happy Gilmore, now there's Happy Gilmore 2. I haven't seen Happy Gilmore recently.
I have. I watched 2. Have you watched 2 yet?
I've not seen 2. I have no desire to see 2.
Why not?
Just because I think that it's going to be even more stupid, insipid than I even think.
Oh, it completely is.
Right.
But then again, like, I always think this is funny when people are like, oh, well, this is...
No, I have no expectation for it to be like
Happy Gilmore,
the English Patient.
But Happy Gilmore 1 is absolutely ridiculous.
But
it's beyond ridiculous.
And maybe when that hit, and that must have been, I mean, I'm afraid to even guess the year, probably 1995,
30
I'd
years,
say.
I was going to say.
I was in a different mind space as far as like allocating my entertainment bandwidth.
You know what that is.
It's an allocation sensation is what that is.
Yeah, 1996.
Oh, it's close.
1996.
So 30 years ago, I'm in my mid-20s, and yeah, I'm here for a guy in a hockey jersey putting with a hockey stick.
By the way, Captain Insano is indeed from the Waterboy, so our caller was right.
Caller right.
Apologies, text line.
Texter wrong.
Yeah.
Because the texter also called the caller useless.
Well,
you got to backtrack that now.
You got to back that thing up. Anyway, whatever. It's a funny nickname. And you could have, and I'm sure in Detroit you could have a wonderful debate over whether or not Dan Campbell is right or wrong for the whole 4th down thing. You ever want to have a fun conversation with that? I get you in touch with Ephraim, who I do the Sunday show with. He can't stand what Dan Campbell does on 4th down.
Really?
But I also know that on the sideline, it's very, very popular. Do you know what the episode I just watched? And Grandy, you'll probably remember this one if you've done the whole doc already. So they're profiling a game between the Lions and the Packers. Probably call it week 10, week 11, something like that. First place in the division is on the line. Very high-scoring game, and it comes down to a final drive where I think they're tied at 31, and the Lions are at the 20, and it's 4th and a foot. But they're at the opponent's 20 with 43 seconds to go on the clock. What weirdo would not kick a field goal there? You kick the field goal with 40 seconds left to go to take the lead, right? But it's 4th and a foot, and the Packers have no timeouts. And I'm telling you, Goff and Campbell, they call timeout, and they have this quick discussion with one another on the sideline, and they can't figure out which one they want to do. They're like, do you want to? I don't know. Do you want to? What do you want to do? Gosh, I think, and Campbell goes, we got to kick the field goal. Let's kick the field goal. And then they're like, all right, we're going to commercial. And they come back, and he's like, bleep it. Let's end this thing right now. He couldn't hold it through the timeout. Sent him out there. This is the one where Jared tripped and fell over, but then handed it to David Montgomery.
Yep, he gets 7 yards.
He runs for the first down.
Yep.
They kick the field goal, game over. And then it cuts to Campbell, and he's like, I just didn't think it was fair to put our defense in that position because a bunch of guys had gotten hurt. We had just signed some people off of the street, and I didn't want to do that to them. That's what he said, and they won the game.
They won the game.
I mean, I don't know who's right.
I'm looking at it here, 4th and 1 with 43 seconds left, and the Lions used their first timeout, so they had some wiggle room.
Totally.
And then, F it. And
Montgomery, he says, he goes, we're kicking. We got to kick it.
We got to kick it.
And then they're like, this is all brought to you by Budweiser.
Totally.
And they go back, and he's like, screw it, let's go for it.
And Montgomery gets 7 yards, and then Goff kneels, and they call timeout again.
And Goff
then they
comes
win
off the field screaming at Campbell. Great bleeping call. Great bleep. I mean, he's effing this and that. He's so fired up. So he loved it. I don't know who's right.
Well, and I do think, to the caller's point, like, that's one thing that you can't really quantify when you talk about Captain Insano, because if you're on the offensive line and you're thinking this guy is crazy, we got to get at least a yard here to win this game, and then it works, you're going to feel some type of way about your coach. Meanwhile, if you look at the 4th down stats, last year the 49ers were tied for 29th in times they go for it on 4th down. They went for it 0.5 times per game, which is to say they went for it on 4th down about 8 or 9 times all year. And so that's an approach. Detroit does it differently. And I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but if you're on the offense and you're in a spot like Shanahan often is, where it's 4th and 2 and you're at your own 41-yard line, or 4th and 1, and it's like, send out Wisnowski, and oh God, could you just go for it, please?
I do bet most 49er fans want Kyle Shanahan to have a little bit more Dan Campbell in him.
No doubt.
But not all of it. Not all of it. Right? I bet Grandy agrees with that. He's got a big mouthful of turkey sandwich. But like a little bit more Dan Campbell in Kyle would be good. Not all of it, though. You can keep some of your Campbell. Just give him a little bit of it. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Grandy?
they're on two extremes. Shanahan should meet in the middle.
Yeah, but so should Campbell. Like, calm down, bro. Seriously. Like that game that I was just referencing, I guess Goff went home the night before the game and told his wife, we're going for it on all the 4th downs. And then they kind of did. That wasn't the first. That was like the 8th, 4th down they went for. And you saw it in the NFC title game here, and it burned him.
Yeah, well.
It burned him, and it wasn't his fault.
Because,
what's his name dropped the ball?
Reynolds.
But that's part of the calculus, isn't it? You have to. That's why you've got to hesitate to go for it on 4th down. One person makes a mistake, you lose.
Yeah, but, you make the play and you win.
Right.
And I'm just looking at the numbers, and Detroit had the fewest punts per game last year. If you're the Lions punter, you're thinking, why do I even bother showing up, right?
I think it's a great job. Might be the greatest job in the NFL.
Yep.
Cash the check the same.
Exactly.
All you got to do is punt a few times in practice, go play golf. We'll bring you out once or twice on Sunday.
Yep, that's about it, right?
Yeah, it's great.
By the way, do you guys remember what the Lions' return was for the Stafford trade in addition to Goff?
It was draft picks. It was like 2 or 3 draft picks.
2 first-round picks and a third-round pick. The Lions turned some of those picks around and made other moves with them, and then got more picks back in return. As a result of those picks and the ensuing trades that they made, those players that they got for Stafford, in addition to Goff, turned out to be Jahmyr Gibbs, star running back, Sam Laporta, star tight end, Jameson Williams, probably going to become a star wide receiver.
Yeah, wide receiver 2 right now.
Yep.
And then a couple of other players who are starters and play for them as well. But at least like 3 legit, really good players.
Wow.
In addition to Goff.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the Rams would do the deal again.
Yeah, the Rams won the Super Bowl.
Both teams loved that trade.
No doubt. I love that trade.
Jordan Hicks' ERA is over 6 in Boston.
Just a quick aside.
Just thought I'd throw that in there for those of you who are worried about Rafi Devers.
Right.
What did the Giants give up? Tibbs isn't even with the Sox anymore.
No.
Flipped him for Dustin May.
Harrison hasn't even pitched for the Sox.
Harrison's in the minors. Hicks' ERA is over 6. They flipped Tibbs for Dustin May. He got lit up yesterday.
And I dare you to name the fourth guy in that trade.
Oh, dude, he's like 18 years old.
Right.
Somebody. There's a guy.
Somebody.
Yeah, somebody. Where are we on the clock? We can do this. We got somebody who was on the scene for us in Santa Clara. Stand by, Zach. I want to get to Jose and Vallejo real quick first. Hey, Jose, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Like, I never knew that there was an apartment building there. And you told me, like, there actually is.
Yeah, I tell you what, that it's a great apartment building. I suggest you go for it. The deposit is reasonable. It comes with a free parking space.
What happened?
Jose,
what was that?
You should do it. All right, put Jose back on hold. You lose, Jose. Let's go to let's go to our own Zach Green, who is leaving Santa Clara right now, covering the 49ers for us on social media. Zach Green.
All right.
Yeah, what's up, Zach? What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just driving back on 101 right now, and I obviously needed to call in. I got a bunch of main takeaways from today's practice. Obviously some concerning stuff. I would say the most concerning was the interior of the offensive line. And you have to, give the Broncos some respect because they are one of the best defenses in the NFL. And they could be the best defense this year. I think they were like top 3 last year. But, man, there was nowhere for McCaffrey to run. And I know all of yesterday you guys talked about, how many carries is he going to get or, what's his production going to be. But realistically, I do not think, because if you have Trent Williams and George Kittle, and like we've seen most years, they run it left, right? They'll run a pitch left. And obviously teams on defense exploited that. But if they're running inside, there was nowhere. And they struggled on offense to start. So there was that. Secondly, so I asked around today some media people, and no one saw the Juwan Jennings injury. Like, normally you would, we're out there, we're watching, like, you would see a guy, actually, like, go off the field and, show a limp or whatever, but no one saw it. It was
okay.
It was pretty random, and I can't help but wonder if I do think he's holding out. Like, I do not think he's actually injured. And the lack of separation from the receivers is definitely concerning. Pearsall had a good deep ball on man coverage one-on-one from Purdy, but the lack of separation the receivers created today was concerning. Obviously, Mykel Williams went down. That's not great. He was able to walk off the field, but it's a knee injury, so he won't play on Saturday. And then also, I think that I know you guys have been talking about it, but as far as, like, we got our fantasy draft coming up, like, Kittle and Pearsall, I think they could get, like, half, if not more, of the receptions this year, just given Ayuk's out and, Juwan Jennings right now. Like, those are two guys you're going to want.
Stop giving away info, Zach. Stop it. Pearsall's my guy. Stop giving away all the stuff, Zach.
I'm sorry.
No, hey, I want to run something by you based on your first comment, and I'll tell you where it comes from. David Lombardi tweeted, because you're talking about the pressure up the middle from that Broncos D-line today, and he said in the press conferences after the game, David Lombardi reports the Niners said exactly what you'd expect them to say, which is that Denver gave them trouble early with pressure. You just said the same thing. But then they felt the offense battled through adversity, made adjustments, and started to succeed later. Purdy and Shanahan both seemed pleased with the work. Do you share that thought?
Yes and no. I mean, I would say also you have to consider, like, I mean, it's early on in camp. It's 90 degrees. Like, the guys are kind of wearing down a bit. I will say the Broncos came out fiery compared to the Niners. We were only on watching the offensive side of the ball, and man, they were chirping. Like DJ Jones, all those guys like Allen on the Broncos, like they were fiery. They just like did not really match their energy, and then the Niners slowly and surely kind of eased things up. They were able to find a couple quick slants like Pearsall and Kittle, and then they took a shot to Pearsall for probably the best pass of the day from Purdy. But yeah, I mean, the interior of the offensive line, like, I just can't help but wonder, like, if we had, a stud at left guard. I mean, I know Aaron Banks is gone, which is huge, but, like, if we had a stud at left or right guard, like, how much better this team would be. And it's, as I mentioned earlier, it's like, I want to say last year and the past 2 years, it would be very frustrating because it's like it seems like a lot of the run plays is just pitches left with George Kittle and Trent Williams leading the way.
Right. And Zach, I mean, at least my understanding, and Zach, thank you so much, man. Thank you very much. We got to run, but Trent Williams did not participate today, right?
Right.
Okay. So, I mean,
he's talking about the interior, though. The center and the two guards.
Understood. All right. More to discuss on that, and we'll let you hear what George Kittle said about the quote-unquote easy schedule. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through August 12th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Use your grill to its fullest before summer ends. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. That's because your Macy's store has back-to-school essentials at incredible prices, like complete looks from Epic Threads, Levi's, and Abercrombie Kids. Character outfits from Hello Kitty, Mickey, and Minnie Mouse. Plus, backpacks from JanSport and High Sierra. The best part? Get it all for 25 to 50% off. That's right, up to half off. But hurry in. These back-to-school deals start Friday at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands and Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to play the Kittle thing for a second, but I feel like there's a bow that needs to be tied.
Okay.
So remember the water boy guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he convince you on the, golf is markedly better than Brock Purdy?
No, and his Gurley as McCaffrey comp was interesting. Gurley had 2 really, really good years, but he was never the receiver that McCaffrey was.
Well, he was a good receiver. I don't think he was the football player that Christian McCaffrey is.
Well, he had 2 very, very good monster years, and then that was about it.
He referred to him as better than Christian McCaffrey.
So, the Waterboy guy did not sway me. No.
He did not?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're a good comp, and I would hope that's a comp that people are more comfortable with. You know what I mean? I think we can retire this thing that we do with Brock Purdy. Okay, so he's not Lamar, Patrick, Josh, or Joe Burrow. Yeah, we know. Nobody is. Those are the 4 best quarterbacks in the game. And I would argue that even though it's only been 1 year, we're damn near being able to go ahead and make Jaden Daniels the 5th one. So we don't need to do this is Brock a top 5 quarterback thing? I don't even know if it's relevant. I don't know if it matters. Somebody outside the top 5 won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
So what?
It's all nonsensical to me. You're only as good as your team. You're only as good as your coach, your scheme, your defense, the rest of it. And you mentioned it right there. Jalen Hurts. He's not a top 5 guy. Who cares? He won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
They won the Super Bowl because their coach, even though he might be annoying in many ways, and hey, this is big dumb, and whatever else about Philly, they had an amazing ground game. They had 2 very good receivers, a great tight end, and a nasty defense. They won the Super Bowl. They took Patrick Mahomes' soul. So Jalen Hurts is not a top 5 quarterback. Fine. Who gives a crap?
Right.
He's got a ring. And Allen, you don't. Burrow, you don't. And we can go all the way down the list of guys who don't. So
Lamar, you don't.
Thank you. I mean, you got an MVP, and you're an amazing football player, but you can't even get to the Super Bowl.
Lamar and Josh haven't even been.
Right.
And they've had that game. They've had that game.
Yeah.
At home. They've had that game.
I'm not trying to shut down the convo because I do think it's always interesting to compare A to B and B to C, but sometimes I just get top 5 quarterback fatigued. And sure, Jaden Daniels, you might be the next guy to be the guy, but ultimately in this sport, you've got to get to the last game in February and win the damn thing.
Well, and again, like what I find repetitive about this whole thing, and the reason I feel like it's repetitive is because it doesn't seem to really resonate with a lot of people. Let's go back to the mere idea that, Brock Purdy's only good when you surround him with superstars.
And that's still out there.
Okay, let's do Jalen Hurts. How'd that go last year? Let's see, I had A.J. Brown on my left. I got Devontae Smith on my right. I got Saquon Barkley behind me for 2,000 yards.
One of the best running back seasons in history.
Correct. I've got an absolute, like, not just a plus offensive line. I've got an offensive line that changed the game. They made up a play and changed the game. I've got Dallas Goedert as my tight end. I've got an amazing pass rush on the defensive side. And at no point have I heard, maybe it happens in Philly, but I've not heard people go, and Jalen Hurts not a first-round draft pick. I've not heard this whole that only works when you surround him with uber-duper super talent. And then here's the other thing that I think breaks that whole thing down. All right, let's go to last year. Now, the season cratered. It was an awful year. I think all of us could come up with a list of 6 or 7 reasons why. But I can remember, just as one example, I can remember before the year, you would bring up Juwan Jennings, and I'm like, third and Juwan? I'm like, I love Juwan Jennings, but that guy can only get about, you know what I mean? Like, he can get you 7 yards on 3rd and 5. He's not going to get downfield and be a 1,000-yard receiver. Poof. Yes, he is.
Almost.
Well, okay, we're not going to mince words over 20 yards.
Not.
He had an incredible year.
Yep.
Now, who was his quarterback? Is he now uber, super, duper talented? Or can players take a huge step around Brock Purdy? Often with the help of Brock Purdy. Like, I don't know. It's like when you win the Super Bowl, you got good players. So there's just all these things that I see, and it's not just Brock, but we point towards quarterbacks and use things to slight them. Oh, they run the system. Oh, they've got good teammates. These are not slights. Those are good things. That means your organization is healthy. If they run a good system and have good teammates, that means someone in the front office is doing their job. And then they have to take the baton and do something with it. And a lot of those quarterbacks around the league, from Brock to Jared Goff to Jalen Hurts, I'd argue to a degree, a Baker Mayfield from last year, for example, and there are probably others I'm not thinking of right now who are not those top 5 guys, but you damn well better believe that in the right scenario, they can be someone who picks up a baton and takes you to the finish line. Absolutely. And that's like, I don't know, that's the deal, right?
That is the deal. That's what they're all trying to do. And if you look at Jalen Hurts last year, he didn't even pass for 3,000 yards. And that might be the lowest total in the past 25 or 30 years from a quarterback who went on to win the Super Bowl. So did Jalen Hurts have to go out there and light it up by himself with his arm in the passing game? Of course not, because they had a great running game, they had a great defense, and it's complementary football. So we do get stuck on this whole idea of, where does Brock Purdy rank among the quarterbacks? Well, only this year especially, he has to go out there and be good enough with what he has around him to win football games. And, you mentioned the George Kittle sound, and, we're going to hear it here coming up about the schedule and all the rest of it.
Easy schedule.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it because I do think the schedule's easy, but it doesn't mean that they're going to go 16-1.
All right, we'll do that in exactly 5 minutes, okay? George Kittle, the situation in 5 minutes. But I'm just sitting here thinking of a list of guys who I would say, fine. They're not great. They're not great, but is good enough? I mean, there's a list around the league. I just mentioned a few of them. Let's start with Purdy. Let's go Jared Goff. Let's go Justin Herbert. Let's go C.J. Stroud. I think Bo Nix is on the way.
Jordan Love.
Let's do Jordan Love. Absolutely good call. How about Dak Prescott? How about Tua Tagovailoa? These are people who have big money, a lot of them.
Is Trevor Lawrence even in that group?
I mean, jury a little out there.
Big year for him this year.
It's a huge year for him this year. A monstrous year for him this year. But these are all guys who I would say you're not threatening anybody's top 5 list. But a lot of you are making north of $50 million, and you're all throwing a lot more touchdowns than picks. You're all winning a lot more games than you lose. Baker Mayfield, I forgot, throw him back in there again. Like, yes, the thumbs up. Thumbs up, yay, team. I like that guy. I want that guy to be the quarterback of my team, provided that I don't have an opportunity to grab one of the absolute stud superstars of the league. And there's always only a couple of those.
Yes, but even if you have one of those absolute stud superstars of the league, it doesn't mean you're going to win the Super Bowl.
Damn right.
And you could look at Eli Manning as a great example. He was never, I think, among his peers seen as the absolute stud superstar of the league, but he won 2 Super Bowls because he was on teams that played complementary football. They ran it. They played good defense. He made plays in January and February, and you win the Super Bowl. And so that's where I look at Philadelphia last year. Jalen Hurts didn't even get 3,000 yards passing, and yet they won the Super Bowl. Does that mean that he's not a good quarterback? No, he's perfect for what they're trying to do. And that's where we get to the Brock Purdy conversation, and I think about Brock in this offense and what Shanahan needs him to do and what this offense really relies on, and it fits Brock Purdy to a T. So if you want to take Brock Purdy in a vacuum, he might be the 15th best quarterback in football based on skills and whatever, numbers or whatever you want to rank it based on. But the fit that he has with this team, the Shanahan system, the ability to make the right decision, to read and react, to execute the play fakes and all the rest of it, he might be one of the elite quarterbacks based on fit.
Sometimes I like to play a game of what would we do if our quarterback did that? Mm-hmm. You ever do that?
Yeah.
What if Brock Purdy had a 24-7 lead at halftime of the NFC title game and didn't win? What if Brock Purdy had wide receivers reading books on the sideline during games? What if Brock Purdy suffered multiple primetime NFL game concussions to where his hands are locking up? What if Brock Purdy was somebody who got chased by police and arrested in college? What if? What if Brock Purdy made $55 million a year and had essentially never made the playoffs? I mean, these are all things that we can say about a lot of these other B-plus level quarterbacks in the NFL. All right, the George Kittle sound on the Niners' quote-unquote easy schedule is immediately coming up next. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're sponsored by the American Cancer Society, and this is Willard Dibs.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat. The snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Savor every last drop of summer with Starbucks. From bold refreshers to rich cold brews, the sunniest season only gets better with a handcrafted iced beverage in your hand. Available for a limited time. Your summer favorites are ready at Starbucks.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So I'm ecstatic about that. We have great energy.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I can't wait for games to start.
Yeah, tonight.
I can't wait.
We got football tonight.
No, not these games.
You don't like these games?
I mean, I like these games for what they are, but these aren't games.
They're games.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
What's today? Thursday?
Nice. Give him the ding for knowing the day of the week.
Thank you.
Best day of the week.
Thank you, Grandy. I was right about that. It's Thursday.
Colts and Ravens, top of the hour. Colts giving 6.5.
Oh, God. The Colts are giving 6.5?
At Baltimore, yeah. I bet Lamar's not playing.
Well, the Colts are trying to figure out who their quarterback is, so they're playing actual NFL quarterback.
Didn't Baltimore have like a 20-game preseason win streak randomly?
That feels correct.
Something like that?
Something like that. Yeah.
I thought it got snapped last year.
It might have got snapped last
year, yeah.
6.5?
Yeah.
What's your pick?
I mean, are we fading the dinner?
No, I just want to...
Dibs, do you bet on preseason NFL football?
I don't bet on anything anymore other than animals riding other animals.
So you don't even bet on what's happening on that TV up there?
That would be Little League softball, and those lines got taken down a few years ago.
Good.
Oh.
As they should.
It's a shame because that was easy pickings.
It was too easy.
Hawaii, you bet Hawaii and you lay the 5.5 runs every time.
By the way, unless you consider, for example, me defeating Lucas in week 6 of fantasy football, if you consider that animals riding animals, you do bet on something other than animals.
Crazy.
Well, you said you only bet on animals riding animals.
Right.
That's not true.
I don't bet on your fantasy matchup with Lucas.
No, you bet on yourself.
I donate $100 because I'm a good teammate. I'm a good coworker.
Okay, so
there's no chance that I win this fantasy league.
Mark that because Lucas, I want you to mark this now.
Dan Dibley will win at nothing.
If you do win, the rest of us get to split the money.
Oh, wrong.
Well, you just called it a donation.
You know what that would be, right?
I do, but I'm not in the mood to play right now.
I know you're not. You're supposed to be playing the Kittle sound.
I will. Dan Dibley could win at nothing.
And you still haven't explained that.
I will.
Yes.
At the right time.
That guy is such a D.
So you won't take the winnings if you win?
Oh, you're damn right I will.
Okay, then you're betting.
This guy is such a D.
Fantasy football is not betting, as we've learned. It's like a game of skill for some, not for me.
No, that's different. That's different. Like underdog and prize picks and whatnot, that's not fantasy football.
I know. This whole thing it's such a slippery slope of just garbage to me.
It's not garbage.
It's all gambling.
It's tons of fun.
We went to a casino recently, Cash Creek. It was wonderful. I loved it. But they have craps, quote unquote, but we can't throw dice with numbers on them.
Yeah, California
we have to throw dice with shapes. And then we turn over a card with the corresponding shape.
Right.
Because that somehow is still not craps.
That's California crap.
Everything else was
going on
craps
here?
about it.
Yeah.
Like, people were throwing dice, and instead of little dots on the dice, I know they're called something else, but we had shapes.
Right.
It's a blue triangle and an orange oval. And then you look at the blue triangle card.
It's like if Romper Room went to a casino.
Seriously.
Yeah, but I mean...
California is so messed up.
It's not just California. You're not new to the idea that the legal system has all kinds of legalese that's absolutely absurd. You're not new to this.
No, of course
that's
not.
That's always been true.
And just real quick, 20 seconds on the legalese. We now have speed cameras in California, in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. There are 35 or so of them. If you are speeding and you're more than 10 miles an hour over the limit and they catch you, you get a fine. Well, the fine you get is based on how much you make. In other words, if you're a person who does not have a lot of money, your fine is much lower than if you're a person who has a lot of money.
How do they know how much money you got?
If you're in the system, if you are on public assistance.
Like a system quarterback?
No.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah. If you are on government cheese, then your ticket will be cheaper than if you're not on government cheese.
I think I just noticed something new about the Grant Brisbee double-barreled That's a Good Question. Did he use his tongue and tick 4 times before he said it?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Whoa.
That's a good question.
I don't know that that's ever happened before.
He's doing his own sound effects.
It sounds like he's tasting something.
Oh, man. That just keeps getting better.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Thanks,
that's a good question.
Yeah, it was. All right, here's George Kittle.
Finally.
Y'all need to... Y'all need to stop with this idea that the Niners' schedule is easy. This is from Richard Sherman's podcast.
It's like the Niners have the easiest strength of schedule this year. It's like it's the NFL. It's hard regardless. Like, sure, yeah, we're not going up against the number ones from every single conference or division, but still, it's an NFL game. Like, you still have to go out there and perform at an incredibly high level because every team is doing that same shit. So it's just like, what are you talking about easiest schedule? Like, relax. I still have to go out there and play for 60 minutes and find a way to get a dub.
And find a way to get a
find a way.
A motivated and hungry team.
Exactly. Especially all the teams that are at the bottom of the division, no one likes to lose.
No.
Usually the teams that didn't play well last year are usually the most hungry to go out there and do it again anyway. So you're getting the most hungry damn teams every single year.
Okay. Buy or sell? George?
Sell.
Why?
Because by the nature of comparative everything, one schedule is going to be easier or harder than another schedule, just based on the teams that you play and how those teams end up performing. And so it's okay for people to say you have an easy schedule. He's just trying to avoid the embarrassment of a letdown. And, George, you're going to lose some games this year. You're not going to go 17-0, no one ever has, and then gone on to win the Super Bowl. I don't even think New England did. They went 16-0 when they went undefeated and then didn't win the Super Bowl. So you're going to lose some games. And the look-ahead lines have the Niners favored in 15 of the 17. And I would bet that they don't go 15-2. They probably aren't going to win all 15 games in which they're favored. So it's okay to look at a schedule and say that it's easy. And he's right, though. Like, these are all professional football players, and nobody's going to go out there. And if you're Carolina, you're not thinking, God, we're not going to win this game. I mean, we're expected to go 0-17, so we might as well do that. So I get that part of it. But, George, your schedule's easy.
Well, okay, I agree with you. But I also agree with him because I think everybody's looking at it from a different way. George is like, I don't like the word easy because I'm actually out there doing this, and it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy to beat the Panthers. You'll do it because you're better. You'll probably do it. But it doesn't feel easy. I get why that would bother me too. If I were out there and my knees hurt after every week and I had to go through treatment and I had to get acupuncture and I had to have people come over to my house just to like give me a massage so that I could get out of bed, like all the things that these NFL players do, like bleep you for calling this easy. I get that. But where you're coming from and where we're all coming from, we're not wrong. We're not wrong. And so maybe that's the wrong word for it because I don't think NFL games are easy. Like they will be in Seattle on September 7th. That's not easy. That's not going to be easy at all. What happens the next week when they go to New Orleans? We'll call it easy. I don't even know
it's the Big Easy.
Well, I don't even.
It's literally the Big Easy.
It is, but it's also a team that we really don't know a whole hell of a lot about. We don't even know who their starting quarterback is, and that's why we think it's going to be easy. I'll just look at it more from I'm not going to collectively call the whole thing easy. I am going to continue to look at this schedule the same way I have all off season. And I will state that most of the best players in the NFL aren't on it. That's what I'm getting at. If you were to forget fantasy football, put together an NFL draft of actual players who are in the NFL right now, you know what I mean? And in your top 100, how many of them are on the Niners schedule? And I know there'd be defensive players and stuff, so like Myles Garrett would be picked, and I get all of that. But you understand what I'm saying? The top picks, if you were to do that, are going to be Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. And then even if you wanted to get into receivers like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb, and we can on and on. We can go through all this, and none of them play the 49ers. Jaden Daniels, they don't play the 49ers. So George has a point that I don't think football players will take kindly to the word easy. He also needs to acknowledge what we're saying, which is the scariest players in the NFL are not on your schedule. The scariest coaches in the NFL are not on your schedule. They're not. And so you're right. There's no question that this is, it's a road that is let's, how do you want to say it without using the word easy? It's a road that does not have as many roadblocks as it has in the past.
Exactly. Not only in opponents, but in the way the schedule is laid out as well. So not only do you have opponents that are not necessarily great, and you talked about, the top 100 players, and, the NFL Network is still rolling out their top 100 players, and how many of those players are you actually going to face this year? Probably not a ton of them, but the way the schedule has laid out, without difficult back-to-backs, without rest disadvantage that you had last year, without facing a bunch of teams coming off a bye, all those little things go into what I'm talking about when I call the schedule easy. And George is right. You're looking at 17 games over 18 weeks of physical professional football, and George is 31 now, and he's going to be facing guys who are maybe at some point 10 years younger than him, and it's not easy playing football and getting up and you're so sore, and then you're sore the next day, and then you get to Wednesday, it's like, okay, you got to get back and start this whole thing up again. You got to do that 17 different times. There's nothing easy about what they do physically, but when you look at it in a vacuum and you look at it from the outside looking in, and you see opponents that only won 40% of their games last year and aren't expected to be much better this year, schedule's easy, George.
Right.
Get over it.
Okay, so what if he were to respond to you and go, by the way, do you understand that we are one of those teams?
Right.
We only won 40% of our games last year.
Exactly.
Actually less than.
Yeah, 6 out of 17. Damn near 33%.
Right.
But you're better than that.
Okay,
and you know it.
So there's where I think
you're better than that. And Carolina's not.
I agree
and
with you.
New Orleans is not. And Jacksonville's not. And the Giants are not. And Cleveland is not.
Am I not looking at a man who 1,000 times in the last 4 years has said to me, you are what your record says you are?
Right. The Niners were 6-11.
Then they are the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, they're not. They're not. And
okay.
Jacksonville was 5-12, and Cleveland won 3, and the Giants won 3, and New Orleans won 5, and
you won 6.
Right. And yeah, you won 6. And I look at this year and what you have, and you are what your record says you are. I get that, and I'm not going to shy away from that. And it's a little different in the NFL because, you get to Week 18, and the Niners punted that game, so fine, whatever. You lost it. It counts. It's on your permanent record. But, the Niners, 6-11 last year, very easily could have been a 9-8, and might have been a 10-7. It wasn't.
But maybe a lot of these teams would say the same thing. Like right now, we look at the AFC South, and the Niners are lined up with the AFC South, and we go, well, that's just a whole bunch of easy.
Right.
That's one of those teams won 10 games last year. The Colts won 8 games last year, more than the Niners.
They play each other. Like, that's got to count for something.
Yes.
So you do get to play each other. So
I'm with you.
I know you are.
I'm just pointing out that that's the kind of context that a lot of people don't bring to the party. They don't. And in these conversations, I'm so glad you're saying this. This is a landmark day. I'd like to refer back to this conversation the next time you black and white me. The next time you do, you are what your record says you are.
You are.
But you're also not. If you want to bring context to the conversation, if you want to bring some perspective and some nuance and some opinion and just some depth is all I'm saying. Of course, if you're 6-11, then the data moves on in life that you're 6-11, and that's the draft pick you get, and that's the schedule you get, and all of those things. But isn't it fascinating that we look at all these other teams who last year won 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 games, and we go, well, Niners can beat them, and the Niners are one of them, unless we bring context to the conversation.